We mentioned we would be embedded with a few different teams. One of those is the 9 team, and Marty, you're standing by with Alan Gustafson, the crew chief there.
Yeah, I get to hang out with Alan all day long, especially in stage 2, so it would seem like this is a simple race from a strategy standpoint, Alan. Just divide the stages into half, but is it that easy?
Yeah, I mean, it does on paper seem like a pretty simple strategy, but, you know, that's what's so fun about these races, and ultimately so hard. What makes it so hard to win is unexpected cautions can obviously throw you for a loop, and when you get on the fence and swing one way or the other, can give somebody an advantage. So I think on paper it's pretty straightforward, but yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunity with cautions and opportunities to get track position and take care of it.
It's a nice, cool, about 85 here on the pit box, but for your pit crew guys, it's about 110 what they feel down there. What was your advice to them of how to manage the heat today?
Yeah, nice and cool, like you said. Just don't think about it. Control what you can control. These guys train really hard all week long and, yeah, subject themselves to much worse conditions, so this is something that's easy for them. They're in great shape. Yeah, Chase too, right? I mean, this is a tough race for him, but just focus on what you can control. You know, try to stay positive, and, you know, good car and good performance will make all that a lot easier.
It's been a career year so far for Chase Elliott. We'll see if they can keep it going today, Kim.
Well, Marty, when crew chief Matt McCall joined RFK in 2022, he didn't come alone. He brought almost in his entire road crew from his previous team, the #1 Chip Ganassi racing team, over to RFK. He knew there was going to be a lot to overcome joining a new team. He did not want to tackle it alone, which begs the question, though, let's look at the bigger picture. I wanted to know, how many people does it take to put Brad Keselowski on track for a race weekend? Matt said, if you take in everything, the car building, the sponsors, all of it, over 100 people contribute to getting this car on track each and every weekend. Dave?
Let's talk about last year's winner, Ross Chastain. You know him as the Watermelon Man, or the man who did the Hail Melon, that right around the outside of the track at Martinsville to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's this guy here. He won this race last year. They did not qualify well earlier. They will start in the 20th position, but don't count them out. They came from the back last year, and Ross Chastain and his team believe that they've got a car that is capable of winning again today. You can see the focus in his eyes. Ross Chastain would like to go back-to-back at Nashville.
Smashing a watermelon. We saw it right here at the start-finish line of Nashville a year ago. All right, Steve, we're getting ready to see the cars come onto pit road. What are they going to be doing?
So it's a mathematical calculation. We check pit road speed. They don't have speedometers in these cars. So basically what happens is they measure time over distance in different grids up and down pit lane. So you get a test. All these teams will run down at a certain setting. There'll be lights on the dash, and then the speeds will be reported via computer to the crew chief. So they can say, hey, we're great in sections 1 through 9. The last 2 sections were a little too fast or a little too slow. This is kind of like your freebie. That way when you get busted speeding, if you do get busted, you know, there's no excuses. You had a chance to check it out earlier.
In other series around the world, the driver can push a button and it maximizes the RPMs that you can run on pit road so you don't speed. In this series, NASCAR says, nope, it's the driver's responsibility to do it right. And it puts it on the driver to make sure he's looking at the tachometer and making sure he knows exactly what he can and cannot do.
You also, that window net to the driver's left, you want to make sure where your pit stall is. So that you see the pit board and everything. You want to make sure that you get that. And it's not easy to see over to the left.
Yeah, you think it would jump right out at you, but as you look kind of out the windshield right here on Kyle Busch's car, the pit signs kind of blend together. And especially looking at the dash above those lights, you can easily lose your positioning. It varies from track to track. You can be early or late on pit road.
All right, Jeff, 109 right now, and these guys are just cruising around. They just fired the engines up. Yesterday we saw 130. Are we going to see temperatures like that again, and how difficult is it for a driver to deal with?
I think we'll see mid-120s today in that range, but this is a longer race than what we had yesterday, so maybe a little cooler temperature, but you're asking more of the driver. And this series is more competitive.
Cars 2x2 as we're getting ready for the green flag. Before we see that, let's go down to Marty.
So, Rick, in 2022, Martin Truex Jr. won both stages here at Nashville. Last year, he finished second right on the heels of Ross Chastain. So why would James Small completely change the setup they brought this weekend? Well, this morning he told me last year and the year before, honestly, we were good, not great. We need to take another step here. So they came with a completely revamped setup, Kim, that they think is even better and might get Truex his first win of the year.
Well, Marty, yesterday, John Hunter Nemechek won the NASCAR Xfinity Series race, leading 76 6 laps. But let's talk about what this team did last week and why they have momentum this week. Last week, the team fought from being 2 laps down to finishing in the top 10 the last 70 laps of New Hampshire. That takes a special team. It takes perseverance. When I talked to crew chief Ben Bayshore, he said last week's rebound was huge for team morale from a big points perspective. And Dave, he said it told them we can do this.
Look to the outside of row number 6. That'll be Alex Bowman in the purple number 48. Talked to his crew chief Blake Harris this morning about their speed this year. He said, we are a step better than we were last year. This time last year at Nashville, we were searching for speed. We think we've got it this year. We could sure use that win to secure our place in the playoffs. Rick?
And that paint scheme was designed by Dale Earnhardt Jr. All right, let's listen into a pep talk with the 5 team.
Right, here we go in Nashville. We got a hot one, got a great crowd on hand. Thank you all for coming out here and sticking it out with us in the heat. Thanks to folks at home, as always, for tuning in. 5 team, got 300 laps ahead of us today at Nashville Superspeedway. This will be tough. Stay cool. Let's be there.
Fans on their feet. It might be a little bit warm, but this is what they've been waiting for. 38 cars coming to life here as they come off of turn 4. Denny Hamlin, Josh Berry making up the front row. And we're racing in Music City, USA.
Hamlin with a very aggressive move to block Josh Berry to take that first spot.
Didn't take long for Christopher Bell to also slide up in front of the 4 of Berry. And so Berry's dropped back to 3rd and under pressure now. Here comes Larson. He's going to try to take the spot away. Brad Keselowski in the 6 on the inside. Now Larson in the 5 on the outside. Early in the run, Jeff, where's the preferred line?
Yeah, I think this early in the race, you want to be on the bottom of the racetrack. That's where the most grip is. That's going to change, though, Steve, as the rubber gets run into the racetrack.
Yeah, the groove is absolutely going to change as we see the field go through 1 and 2 right here. You're going to see a car slow on the left-hand side in front of the leaders. That's the 51 of Justin Haley. Failed inspection. They were caught adjusting their car after inspection. They had to do a pass-through. The penalty served nearly a lap down already.
And a big gap already. Hamlin in front of Bell, then Larson, Keselowski, and Reddick.
You know, Jeff, you talk about the preferred groove. I'll argue the preferred groove is wherever your car handles the best. We kept hearing drivers say the track will widen out. Well, they mean the options as we see 3 wide, right? Noah Gragson and that orange and blue car at the bottom, stuck in the middle, I believe is the 1 of Ross Chastain up top, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Bass Pro Shops inside and outside of the Busch Light Chevrolet.
Michael McDowell, that loves 34, saying, hey, wait a minute, I want to get part of this.
When you're going to start to see the outside and the middle lane is going to start to get better. All the dust, debris, all that ends up in the middle lanes when the track sits overnight. Typically the bottom is the way to go, but it will start changing.
Riding along in the Toyota onboard with Corey Heim. And Corey Heim, one of those drivers who's had an excellent career in the Truck Series, but very little experience in the Cup Series.
And just this view right here down on the bumper, look at the color change from the straightaways to the corner. That's because when the cars go into the corner, pushing that lateral load, smears that Goodyear tire rubber into the concrete. It rubbers up the racetrack. Very light down the straightaways, very dark in the corners.
Downshift there as we ride along with Corey.
I love this shot right there. You see like the car really working. Oh, little defensive move. Corey LaJoie throws the block. I believe that's the 14 it is of Chase Briscoe. The Rush Truck Center's Ford. A little bit different color scheme this week.
Big move on the outside as we see that 14 of Briscoe getting passed by a teammate, Ryan Preece, in the 41.
So Ryan Preece willing to jump up there in that 3rd lane And if he's able to start making that work, then the information is going to just flow through the field. Hey, the top's starting to work. You can change lanes to try to make passes. That's what Priest is trying to do in that silver and black car.
Thornton's on board here of Kyle Busch, and Kyle Busch has had great success at this racetrack in the Truck Series and the Xfinity Series, but not on the Cup side yet.
Think about Kyle Busch, though. We're talking a two-time champ. You know, it has definitely not been a great year for Kyle Busch, but this is the type of competitor, Jeff, if you have to race against him, you want to keep him down. You don't want to let this 8 figure something out or get a little momentum. There's just too much firepower behind the wheel. If they gain some instant confidence, we were talking about them out of the playoffs, they could become a favorite in the playoffs if they could get there.
Well, and when you put a guy like that and you start making him feel like an underdog, he doesn't like that. He wants to be the guy that people consider the favorite. So he's a little down emotionally at the moment. Who wouldn't be? A little bit of confidence will go a long way.
And Rick, you'll see we're completing lap 9 of 90 laps. They can run about 75 or 80 on Sunoco fuel, so a pit stop is required to even run this first stage. If we don't have a yellow, it'll be interesting to see. We heard Alan say, well, it lays out easy on paper, but you can hear the tone in his voice, which is, maybe I have some other ideas. Marty, I'm not going to tell you. That's what it sounded like in the interview.
What do you think the tires are going to do, Steve? I know you say 75 to 80 for fuel, but will the tires wear out to the point where they'll be screaming for tires?
So they do lose grip as they get hot and they slide around, but all the crew chiefs I talked to this morning said once they cool off because of a yellow, they can fire right off. So I don't think it's a high priority to change tires if the yellows come out. Now, if you come under green, Kim, for sure you would change 4 tires while you're putting fuel in.
And Steve, as we talk about Tyler Reddick, you're seeing on the screen, maybe a little bit of an issue early. Take a listen to the radio.
Pick up less smoke. You got ice on it? Oh, do not see any rubs from outside.
And so you heard that radio. Tyler came back on and said, I don't know what it was. It smelled like rubber. Crew Chief Billy Scott said, yeah, it might have been the rubber from the headers. So Steve, explain that for somebody listening in.
Yeah, so basically what happens is, as you mentioned, the tires wear, Rick, and that rubber kind of gets blown up the racetrack. Well, there's also an opportunity where it can get under the hood and stick to the exhaust. And it almost kind of smolders and smokes and can get into the cockpit. It's a scary situation because that's not a problem. But you think instantly of wiring or plumbing or an oil leak. There are so many other catastrophic things that could be smoking. So far, so good for the 45.
Tyler Reddick holding on to 5th right now. In front of him, Denny Hamlin has put almost a second between himself and 2nd, Christopher Bell. You're watching Ally 400. A new leader in Nashville. That's Christopher Bell in 20 out in front. Denny Hamlin has fallen back to second, and I'm pretty confident that Justin Haley's not going to be getting a Christmas card from Denny Hamlin this season after the way he was racing him. So Haley was just in front. Now he's almost about to go a lap down, and this is what happened and how the lead changed.
And Haley got really loose right there. Denny had to check up, trying to go around him, and Christopher Bell had momentum. And he will send a Christmas card, Justin Haley.
One off the list, one on the list.
But you can't blame Haley. I mean, he's trying to stay in the lead lap. I mean, you're not supposed to just lay over and give it to him. And yeah, the car got around on him a little bit, but you know, being in a lead lap versus not, that is a massive difference. So I don't blame Justin Haley one bit.
So again, Haley is now the first car a lap down. And Chad Fincham just went a lap down also.
Yeah, that's that 66 car right there. The 51 wants to get by the 66, put him back in position for the free pass if we do see a yellow.
So Bell is out front. Denny Hamlin now has fallen back to second. Dave, was the radio pretty colorful there?
It was silent, Rick. Denny did not say anything. He was reminded that before that traffic, his car was faster than his teammate Christopher Bell's every lap. So get back in it, you'll get back by him. Interesting conversation, though, this morning with Denny's spotter, Chris Lambert. I asked Chris about, does he help Denny block as well as know where to go for speed on the track? He said, yes, I do. But more importantly, sometimes in traffic, he just got to know what's going on around him. He was very aware that Haley was in the way. He could see that, but he was also getting help from Lambert. Jeff Burton, I guess my question to you is, do you want help as a driver sometimes to know where to go to block the cars behind you as well as speed on the track?
It depends on the time of the race day for me, but track position being so important, whatever I can do to keep from getting past, that's what I need to do. And if you can take away the line of the guy behind you and hurt his car more than you hurt yourself by changing lanes, then yes, 100%. Because that openly is what you're trying to do, is just beat the guy behind you.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. An interesting new addition to the sportsbook, Rick, you see on the left-hand side live odds. So if you didn't get your bet in before the race, those are the current odds. Hamlin running second at plus 350, so 3.5 times your money. Bell, the leader, 5 times your money. Apparently, they love Joe Gibbs Racing as they fill the spot. You see right there, Chase Elliott, 12-1, Reddick, and Blaney. So live, you can continue to bet just like that. You saw it. Bell instantly matches the favorite because Bell took the lead.
Riding along on the Consumer Cellular onboard of Brad Keselowski, looking back at Kyle Larson, and that car getting bigger in the mirror for Keselowski. Marty, how about Ryan Blaney?
Yeah, Rick, in the garage area this morning, a lot of people expected Ryan Blaney, who won 2 weeks ago at Iowa, to really march to the front. He started 18th, but he's only gained 3 spots. Ryan weighed in on an issue with the 12. Listen.
I feel really bad on my brakes, man. It's shaking the whole hell out of the car already.
Hey, Steve, you know, here at Nashville, it's a place where it looks like an intermediate racetrack, but the drivers are on the brakes a lot. So when you get a report like that from your driver this early in the race, is that a little concerning if you're Jonathan Hassler's crew chief?
Well, it is concerning because you pointed out it looks like a 1.5 mile track, but even from up here, they look like they overslow the car for the corner, and that's just a lack of grip. So the teams are required to run a certain brake caliper. You can run whatever pads you want, but you have options, either a light-duty brake disc or a heavy-duty. And the garage area at most tracks is very in line. Here, there is a variety. Some teams run that light-duty. They say we're not going to use many brakes. Other cars, the heavy-duty. The problem is car handling can change that. Jeff, as a driver, I don't want to take the brakes away as a tool for you, and we're going to see a little bit of cooling. There are some cars that are running some fresh air to the brakes.
Yeah, and to be clear, when the brakes are shaking, it's not just an inconvenience to the driver. It hurts the handling of the race car. It does not turn as well. It does not drive as well. It does not make as much grip. And braking is a huge part of this racetrack and getting the car to do what you want to do. So it is really a disadvantage.
Well, it's even more sensitive for Ryan Blaney because this track specifically is a track where they have had issues. This is back 2021, straight into the wall. You think it's a tire issue, but in the end, it was the brakes that failed. They go through the wheel, they flatten the tires. You see the heavy, heavy impact. So I'm confident this team talked about it. You don't have an issue like that without having it in your notebooks. But now when you have a driver who's already talking about the brakes, those memories come flashing back.
You mentioned notebooks. This is only the 4th race for the Cup Series here at Nashville. So, Steve, how do you build your notebook up with such few visits here?
Well, it is very difficult. Now, the good news is this is a track where you saw a tremendous amount of testing before it was a full-time circuit for the the series to race on. But it's kind of a one-off, right? It's the biggest concrete oval we go to. It's about a third of a mile bigger than Dover. Not quite as much banking as Dover. So you see that 99, speaking of Nashville. Tootsie's on the hood of the 99 for Suarez, a local bar here on Broadway, passing the 41. So it is hard, Rick. And you know what you hope is that you have found something that worked or a feel. But you heard Chase Elliott say, you know, the race I won, we had a delay and the lights came on. So now take those notes and throw them away. It becomes very difficult.
Bell has about a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Those two are in front of Brad Keselowski by 2.5 seconds. Then it's Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, as we ride along with Austin Dillon and the Breasttree on board. Excited to have 9 different companies helping us out as we have 9 onboards today. Kim.
And Steve, as you were talking notebooks, the approach for the 20 team, very interesting. Bell out front right now, and he is only one of 3 drivers to have finished top 10 in all 3 Nashville Cup Series races. So I asked crew chief Adam Stevens, what was their approach this weekend? He said, yes, we had good finishes the last 3 races, but we got everything we could out of those 3 runs. We were decent, but we were not top 3 or 4 speed. So we took a wildly different approach to set up this weekend, is what he told me. He said we couldn't come here with what we ran before because it was not good enough. And Bell still out front here at Nashville Superspeedway with a different approach than years past.
Close racing on the bottom of the screen as they battle for 14th. Blaney trying to get by Dillon. Up top, battle for 5th. Battles all over the racetrack. Maybe a little early pit stops taking place here as we see the Ally 48 of Alex Bowman making his way to you, Dave.
Tight initial throttle, that is the word from the driver. So when he gets into the turn and he wants to go back to the gas, the car wants to shoot towards the wall. They'll make an adjustment for that here. 4 Goodyear tires and fuel. Marty?
All for Kyle Busch. He came to pit road on the very early side of the window to get the stop out of the way. But here's what happened when he came to a stall. He slid through the stall, had to back up. That's going to cost him some track position as he heads back out. Early window here, Steve. Are you surprised they're pitting here, working lap 38?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, right? If you pit right now, that means you put 38 laps on your tires. You're going to have to run 52 to the finish. And the reason it surprises me is they're just not slowing down much on old tires, Kim.
And for Brad Keselowski, no major complaints, so no major changes. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel on this green flag stop for Brad Keselowski.
That's really why you don't see a busier pit road. At some tracks, Rick, 1 car pits and they all pit. But they're really kind of dropping in 1 or 2 a lap. Not as busy as some tracks. We'll see now the leaders, the yellow car right there and the 11 of Denny Hamlin, Kim, both on pit road.
Yeah, let's follow the stop of Christopher Bell. Despite being under weather and not feeling great, that car feeling very good. Christopher said, my only complaint is just a little bit free on entry. You see the right side tires going on, 4 fresh Goodyear states, Sunoco fuel.
Teammate Denny Hamlin and former leader of this race, a little free on exit. He steps on the gas. The back end wants to come around on this Toyota Camry. So 4 tires here, air pressure adjustment, and full of fuel to get him back on the road.
We'll see right here, Denny Hamlin. I think he would have been scored in front of the 20 under yellow, but under green, you got to get back up to speed. So the 20 of Christopher Bell doing his job, the pit crew doing their job. They will maintain what will be the lead of cars that have pitted. But remember, we have some who have stayed on the racetrack, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if some run really long to see if they can get a lucky break and get a yellow.
The gap before the pit stop started was about 1 second between the 20 and the 11 cars. We see the 41 and the 99 making their way onto pit road. It's like Harrison Burton as well in the 21 on pit road. Kim.
And that green Interstate Batteries Toyota of Ty Gibbs. Ty complaining just way too tight. I need more rear stability. As 3, 2, 1 into the box, and service will start for him, Dave, as Daniel Suarez making his stop.
His car was good and clean air, but a little bit loose on the exit of the corner, so he'll get the 4 tires with that air pressure adjustment, and he's gone.
Continue to cycle through with these pit stops. Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Martin Truex Jr., Michael McDowell, Corey LaJoie, drivers that have not come to pit road yet.
Yeah, so what they're looking for is we see Christopher Bell, the first car who has pitted and returned to the racetrack as far as will be the leader. What the 45 of Tyler Reddick is hoping for is a caution. Right now he's leading the race. There are only 15 cars on the lead lap. He has a bunch of cars a lap down. He can kind of change the whole outcome of the race. The reason it's less risky here is because we saw 30.6 second lap times. Now they're running like 31.4, so 0.8 of a second slower. There are some tracks, Marty, where we see 2, 3, 4 seconds slower on old tires.
Yeah, Stephen, Rudy Fugle just told William Byron a moment ago, give me 4 or 5 more good laps and I will buy you an advantage on the back end. James Small told me this morning, crew chief for Martin Truex Jr., this was certainly in his playbook. If they didn't make progress from the start of the race, Truex only gained a handful of spots, so he too running a little bit longer here. We'll see if this gives them an advantage on the other side like they were promised on the 24 a moment ago.
Advantage on the other side. That means when we get 20 or 30 laps into this tire run, your tires will be fresher by 8 or 9 laps. So as they slow down, even those 0.8 of a second we talked about, maybe you won't slow down as much. You can be the aggressor and move forward. As we talked about, just a lot of strategies on pit road.
And right in the middle of stage 1, 45 laps of the 90 for stage 1. And again, at the end of the stage points are paid to the top 10, and that's very big when it comes to the regular season as far as where you will place in that regular season. Marty.
Yeah, go back to what Alan Gustafson told us just a moment ago. Yeah, it's not quite simple today. These guys running a little bit longer. William Byron told Rudy Fugle the car is still loose on exit, but much better than it was in practice yesterday, Kim.
Well, Marty, when I talked to Tyler Reddick this morning, he said he did not have the car he needed yesterday. He felt like he got a bad read on it in practice, so they made a big adjustment adjustment to try to help. Minimal complaints so far from Tyler Reddick here under green.
This pit road exit, Jeff, you and I were out here. This access road is flat. There is zero banking to it. And, you know, there's no pit road speed at this point. As much grip and as much speed as you can dare make right here.
Yeah, you're a little nervous about trying to carry too much speed and actually spin it out down there. It's slick, it's dirty, no banking whatsoever.
Dave, how about Michael McDowell staying out?
Staying out here and just told, hey, we got to run about 30 more. Really? 76 or 75 laps before they come in. He was also told that Legano behind him in second is on the same strategy. So, Steve, what is that strategy, and will it work out for these two?
So I love this plan. If you're going to run a little longer than the leader, run way longer. So they're going to run basically an entire fuel run, which would be around 75 laps, probably pit with 15 to go in the stage. And at that point, if they don't have a yellow, they could come down pit road. They could only take 2 tires. They could short fill it with fuel. The goal is to try to pit as we ride on board with Joe Legano on the Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard. The goal is, where will you be after your pit stop? It takes about 28 seconds plus a pit stop to go through this. So if you have a 10-second pit stop, you're going to lose 38 seconds versus a car on track. That'll definitely be a lap. You just can't make sure, you got to make sure it's not 2 laps, Rick.
I love when you say 9 to 10 seconds for a pit stop, change 4 tires, and put in, what, 11, 12, 13 gallons of gas? Yeah, not too bad, 10 seconds. McDowell out front here in Nashville. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Ally. Do it right. Toyota. Let's go places. And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. You can enter during each commercial break for a chance to win $2,000. Follow at Bush Beer on X and reply with hashtag #BreakForBush, hashtag sweepstakes to enter.
So Rick, normally I'm the aggressor and I like the guys that come to pit road early, but I'm a big fan of the long run. for both 34, 22, 47, everyone out there. We see the 20 of Christopher Bell, the 11 of Denny Hamlin kind of chasing each other through traffic. Well, this man's the leader of the race. Mike McDowell, 54 laps. Every lap we've run, he's been on the racetrack. Dave currently first. They probably have, by my math, maybe 20 laps more fuel on the 34.
That sounds about right, Steve. When I talked to Travis Peterson this morning, he reminded me, we're still trying to win a championship again in the playoffs for Ford and for Front Row Motorsports, but they are not staying here. The driver is not next year, and so they have fewer tools to work with. He confirmed that they don't have as many things coming to them from the manufacturer. Michael's going to a Chevrolet. He's in a Ford right now. They don't want to share everything they know with him. If they get into the playoffs, that might be a little bit of a different story, but right now, they're trying everything they can without all the tools, Steve. Sometimes you got to make do.
Yeah, I totally agree with Ford, kind of starting to shortening up the information because they don't want it to be taken away. And I do agree with Michael McDowell and the team that if they do advance into the playoffs, Ford would have to say, well, we can't waste this opportunity. We're going to have to give them everything we have. As we see the 8 and the 99 side by side. Great look on board with the 8.
And again, the 20 of Bell, he is the furthest up of the cars that have been to pit road. He's currently running in the 3rd position, chasing after McDowell and Legano.
You know, Stenhouse and Hemrick running 4th and 5th in this mix of cars. That light blue 47 that Denny is squeezing next to right there, and right behind them, the 16. Doing a nice job. That 47 of Stenhouse on the racetrack. In front of him, the 31 of Hemrick is the other Colin car. I like this call for both of these. So now their concern is, as the leader goes by, they're losing time. They just want to make sure they don't stay out long enough that they go 2 laps down, because then you wouldn't get the wave around at the end of the stage. So I like the plan, but just not lose focus on what the absolute risk is.
And there's war rooms back home. There's people, engineers. There's a delta that you've got to stay within that leader so that you don't go those 2 laps down.
This is why you have all these engineers, because you've assigned somebody that information. And as you kind of get into this mix of racing, Jeff, that engineer is going to hit me on the shoulder and force me to get back into this strategy call.
Yeah, and you are learning off of what you've done, but you're also paying attention to the strategies of all the other teams as well, and what can you learn from what they're doing. One thing's for sure, we talked about the racetrack, how it would change during the race. Well, you see it already. You see the 16 car, A.J. Allmendinger, he's all the way at the top of the racetrack. We got other cars running up there, cars still right on the bottom. So this racetrack is changing, and I think that's a vital part of the rest of the race as well. What is my car doing right now? What do I need it to do better? Because when we make this next pit stop, it needs to be a big change. Because if you don't, you'll get behind on the changes, and you may never catch up, Marty.
So, Jeff, with that pass, Kyle Larson passing Brad Keselowski, in essence, that's a pass for 3rd on the A strategy, we'll call it, Steve. And Kyle Larson started 3rd today, but Cliff Daniels told me this morning practice for us was not very good at all. Drastic changes to this 5 car. So, Steve, have you ever had a bad practice with your race car? Surprised what your driver was able to do in qualifying, and even after a lot of changes, it came to life in a race like this. An unusual situation for Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson today.
Unusual for this duo, because they're normally pretty well buttoned up every time they go on the racetrack. I had a lot of surprise in my career. Cars that were good when I didn't expect it, bad when we didn't. And Jeff, that goes back to the track conditions that you talked about, right? Even from yesterday to today, it's a bit of a different racetrack.
Yeah, you come into the race with a plan. Here's what my car did yesterday. We're going to make these changes, and your thought is it's going to be perfect. Well, it never is. And now you have to decide, what am I needing the most, right? That is the most. You're not going to fix the car and make it perfect. But what do I need to give my driver so he can do the most important thing? And what is that? Corner entry speed, going back to the throttle. And that's really really important for the crew chief and the driver to be aligned to make sure that you're getting the changes that you need.
See the average finish on active tracks in Nashville, one of the best for Kyle Larson. So it was a little bit of a surprise when they said that they didn't think they had hit it in practice when they got here, but he averages a finishing position of 3.3 here at Nashville, only being here 3 times. He's one of the 3 different drivers that have won here at Nashville, joining Chase Elliott and the driver of the 1, Ross Chastain. McDowell still out front. Legano has decided to come to pit road, so he brings that Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera on the pit road and to the attention of his crew. Kim.
And when I talked to crew chief Paul this morning, he said because we qualified 26, we had to do something different strategy-wise during the first stage. Not afraid to throw something at the wall and see what sticks. Legano, though, saying he was tight center, building free in and off. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, slight air pressure adjustment, Sunoco fuel for Joey Legano.
This would be a great idea of how this is going to play out, because he's definitely going to lose a lap, but he's going to be 1 lap down. And with the fresher tires, it'll be interesting to see how much time he gains back or not.
Are we at all surprised that Joey Legano hasn't been to victory lane yet, a 2-time champion this far into the season?
It is a bit surprising, more perhaps that the other 2 Penske cars have already won, right? Sinjic and Blaney.
Dave.
Checking in on Denny Hamlin. I confirmed this morning that he wears both a cool shirt in very, very hot situations like today, and also the helmet with air conditioner that blows cold air into the helmet. Well, he was just told, try turning off your cool suit. Steve, that tells me they're not seeing enough voltage coming through that race car. He may need to lose some of that comfort equipment.
Yeah, reading some of the radio conversation, 12.5 volts is what Denny reported in. You want to see mid-13s. So we saw some alternators fail in the Xfinity Series. Just the temperature today under the hood, equipment giving up. We'll have to follow that story for the 11th.
Bell has led 22 laps. McDowell is still out front. He just led his 22nd lap. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras, or you can choose from alternate camera angles and customize your streaming experience. Visit NASCAR.com/drive or download the NASCAR mobile app today. Make sure to scan the QR code for your chance to win a new Camaro and VIP race weekend from Allied and HendrickCars.com. Right now, Alex Bowman currently running in the 15th position. McDowell still on the racetrack. Stenhouse Jr. hasn't come to pit road. Stenhouse Jr. is running in the 11th spot. Gilliland, another one who hasn't come to pit road, as well as Justin Haley in the 51.
So we'll see what this cycle looks like. McDowell absolutely has to pit. That will give the lead to Bell, who has a little over 1 second to Hamlin, then Larson, Reddick, and Keselowski for the end of the stage. We're on board with Stenhouse right here. Does a nice job coming to pit road, really controlled.
Again, he was running just outside the top 10 on this strategy.
Talked a lot from Marty.
Mike Kelly always willing to roll the dice on some strategy. He's a crew chief for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They ran very long here, so eventually, Steve, you're going to see everyone on the B strategy, if you will. They're going to have to come to pit road, and this is the penalty, right? They have to wait a long time there on fuel.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to wait on fuel. They chose to, and that will leave them the option right at the end of the stage. They probably could stay on the racetrack, take the wave around, and not pit. So it gets a little complicated. Just kind of follow along and see how your drivers do. I like that Stenhouse is trying something different. This is a team that are looking to try to shake something up to make the playoffs, and I think off strategy is a good call.
Artisano Hawaiian bread on board with Ricky Stenhouse Jr., giving us those onboard looks from his car today.
There you go, hand out the window for the 34 McDowell, who'll be coming to pit road. Not a straightforward entry. It's kind of a tough transition, Jeff, off the banking.
Yeah, it's a very tough pit road. It's actually continuing around.
Oh, I saw the hand out the window, so something changed for sure.
One more as we see Justin Haley on pit road.
I think that's why the 51 is pitting in front of the 34. Excuse me, behind the 34. So they didn't want Mike McDowell to come around the 51, just trying to get organized on pit lane. So let's try that one more time. 34 coming to pit lane right here. Hopefully the 22 knows it. He's going to catch him fast on the brakes. 51 will get out of the stall. There you go. That's how it's supposed to work.
Exactly. It's so much speed and not having to go around a car. And it's easy to get blocked. It's easy to go through your pit stall. So just waiting a lap was probably the smart thing to do there.
That was the reboot indeed. He had his hand out the window. He was coming, and they said the 51 is going to be on and off of pit road. So we need you to go one more. The car started loose on the race. It stayed loose throughout the run for Michael McDowell, but not terrible. 4 tires full of fuel here. His teammate also in, Todd Gilliland. He was on the same plan.
They were waiting on fuel there.
Yeah, pretty standard. You can only get about 14 gallons in 4 tires, and these hold 20. So when you run a full fuel run, you have to wait on fuel. This really is the conversation now. A lot of strategy conversation while closing in on 10 to go. It's Bell versus Hamlin to win the stage. Hamlin has closed down to just a couple car lengths on Bell, making a run here, Rick.
Big run. Now look to the outside. We'll see if he ducks back to the inside to see if he can get the advantage on his teammate.
And new tires coming from behind. We just saw the 51 car on pit road. He's got a little bit newer tires, so that's going to complicate this battle.
And Denny probably isn't feeling so good about the 51 anyway, because he was the one who was in front of him when the 20 took the lead away from him.
You can see how hard it is to pass. What did Denny Hamlin say when I asked him what his biggest challenge was today? He said passing cars, getting by them. You see Christopher Bell having a tough time getting by the 41 Aprice. Just cannot clear him with 10 to go in the stage.
And Justin Haley on the 51 is 2 laps down. So this is kind of his race. He has got to get back to 1 lap down to have a chance to kind of make things happen.
And to do that, he's got to get in front of the 20. But he's going to have to get by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. And Denny Hamlin obviously is working to get by the 20 as well.
The bottom is the 9th, the battle for 9th between Truex and Bubba Wallace. We're hearing from the 23. Something in the right rear just doesn't feel great. We're not sure if it's a wheel or a tire, but Bubba definitely losing a little time with those complaints.
On the top of the screen, this is getting very interesting. Ryan Preece in that 41 is racing right now very hard against Christopher Bell. Preece does not want to go a lap down to Bell, but Bell is trying to get past him to put him a lap down. And while all of that is happening between Bell and Preece, Denny Hamlin is trying to catch up to Bell to pass him for potentially the lead, maybe the win of stage 1. But he has Justin Haley on fresher tires that's trying to get by both of them.
Oh, up the racetrack for Bell. It's frustrating when you're the leader. You're trying to put a guy a lap down. You're like, hey, buddy, man, you know, let me go here. But that's just not going to happen. And I don't blame Preece. You gotta go for all you have right here.
Well, this is why we make so much of the strategy You know, the leaders just don't drive by cars. Track position matters.
Watch Christopher Bell. He drives in the corner. And instead of just staying on the bottom, he's up the racetrack trying to get Priest to give up the spot. Ryan's like, nah, I'll stay right here.
Stay right in front of him.
Man, look, Priest is a hard racer. He is used to tight battles, races modifieds, grew up racing them, and he doesn't mind a little door banging. He's accustomed to it.
So again, the 41 of Priest and the 51 of Haley, they're kind of in the mix of the battle for the lead here, but they're not battling for the lead.
And on a hot day with a full grandstand here at Nashville, these fans that came out and bared the heat, they are in for a treat. There's battles like this all around the racetrack. I mean, this is for the race lead, and a big tight squeeze for the 41 to try to get underneath the 66 of Fincham.
Yeah, so Chad Fincham comes into the mix here as Denny Hamlin's going to go by him. But here comes that 51 of Haley. He's going to try to unlap at least one lap down if he can get by the 20.
And way in the front of this group, right there, that purple car, that's Daniel Suarez. He has loved this battle that was behind him. That's allowed him to gap the 20 car a little bit, trying to stay in the lead lap.
It was a tough start for that 51 with the infraction after inspection that caused them to give up their starting position. But we've seen moves like this. We have seen speed out of the 51 and Rick Ware Racing building this organization. They've really committed not just to drivers like Justin Haley, but Jeff, you and I talk a lot. They committed to engines, chassis, aero, and you're seeing good speed.
Pit crews, all the stuff it takes to compete at a high level, Rick has been willing to make the investment.
It was a year ago when we heard Justin Haley was going to make the move from colleague racing to Rick Ware Racing. A lot of people are scratching their head thinking, you know, is that a move that's going to advance his career? But I think we're seeing that Rick Ware Racing has really invested in this team and made a great opportunity for Justin Haley.
Yeah, and Priest, we've been talking about him trying to stay in the lead lap. He's not going to do it, but Haley getting in front of Bell, now that puts him the first car lap down, so he'll be able to take the wave around when this caution comes about and get back in the lead lap.
If he can hold Bell off, Bell kind of making a charge. And sometimes, you know, I wonder if whatever Bell's balance is, once he got behind the 51, the car almost looks like it drives a little better. Like the shift has helped him.
Remember, he just gained one of the laps back.
Right,
Haley was 2 laps back.
That's the key, though.
Yeah.
You can't be 2 down. You have to get back to the only 1 down.
And now Bell right in his tire tracks again as Hamlin, with under 2 laps to go, trying to clear the 41 of Ryan Priest to get up there and contend for this stage win.
You saw the low grip of the back of the 11. He chased it up the racetrack. Had to kind of get out of the gas.
Final lap of stage 1. Differing strategies all up and down the field. Bell and Hamlin running 1-2. Larson and Reddick 3-4. Brad Keselowski is 5th. Ty Gibbs 6th. William Byron, Buescher, Truex Jr., and Bubba Wallace all inside the top 10 right now, hoping to get stage points. And off of 4, it's going to be Christopher Bell. He won the Xfinity race and the Cup race in Iowa, or excuse me, New Hampshire a week ago. And now he wins stage 1 here in Nashville. That's the 8th stage win already this season. Well, I'm glad we've got you up here, Steve, to break down all the differing strategies, because there's going to be guys that will stay out under this caution to be able to get that track position back. But it's Bell that wins stage 1 in Nashville.
Life's like a road that you travel on.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Mark Encounter, unforgettable experience. And by Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express card. Pit stop's about to get underway, and if you are already down there, Kim.
Yep, service already started for Brad Keselowski. He said tight center both ends, needs more turn, but a little free into one will be embedded next stage with them. Marty.
Fourth in stage one for Kyle Larson. That said, I had no real problem on entry, but I have nothing to lean on for exit. I just need more security, Kim.
As you look bottom left of the screen, that's Christopher Bell. He said it felt pretty good whenever I was in open air, still a little free out of turn 4. Slight air pressure adjustment. Did ask for a drink and an ice pack, Dave.
Denny Hamlin's car felt a little bit better, tight on initial throttle. More importantly, when he turned off his cool shirt, he got some volts back. 13.2, he recycled the alternator, and the red light went away. That's all good news. And he won the race off pit road.
Denny Hamlin grabbing that spot. Saw a two-tire stop there, gaining 13 spots, and will be embedded in stage 2 with the 6 team and the 9 team.
Welcome back to Nashville Superspeedway. You're watching the Ally 400. Stage 1 is over with here. Christopher Bell winning stage 1. We'll be embedded with, Chase Elliott and also Brad Keselowski here in this stage. And I want to brag on Chase Elliott and their pit crew. If you look at where they have ranked over the years, this crew has been together as a solid group for 7 years, the majority of them really for the better part of a decade. But when the one lug nut system came into NASCAR, they really did not have a good year. You look at 2022, 2023, they struggled in those years. But Alan Gustafson said, hey, in a day and age where everybody's changing crew members, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go to work. And they have done that in the last 18 months, making technique changes, doing everything they could to make their pit stops better. And they are #1 here on pit road, Kim, and that helps out Chase Elliott every time he comes down.
Well, Marty, up here atop the 6 box, Matt McCall, most people know him as a crew chief, but he's also a successful driver with over 60 victories in late model stock cars. Take a look at this photo we're about to show. That's his last win from the Southern Nationals alongside his dad, Danny, his mom, Marsha, who actually here this weekend. You see his son, Maverick, right there. He also made starts in the NASCAR Truck Series and the NASCAR Xfinity Series. When I talked to Matt, I asked him, what's the benefit of being a driver as well as a crew chief? He said there is a lot of mutual respect between him and Brad because of the driving background that he has.
It's going to be great, Kim. we are looking forward to all the insight that we'll be able to gain for both the 6 team and the 9 team. As a matter of fact, we'll be listening in to TJ Majors on the restart. He's the spotter for Brad Keselowski.
And a couple updates. Joey Legano on his strategy is the team that you saw take 2 tires, Rick. He's going to restart up inside the 4th row. Huge jump for the 22. And a group of cars back on the lead lap, the 14, 42, 34, 31, 47, 38, and 51. So a whole group took the wave around. A bunch of cars now in the lead lap.
And we talked about, keep hearing drivers and crew chiefs talking about how much this track has changed. And check this out. This is all the rubber buildup that gets on the racetrack, driving into the concrete. On your left, that's what it was like before the caution. On the right, look at the bottom of the racetrack. All that rubber has been picked up. Now in this restart, this track will be completely different, and then it'll start changing again as that rubber gets driven down into the track.
So the field has the 11 and the 20. 11 on the inside, 20 on the outside. Keselowski back in the 5th position on the restart. There's TJ Majors.
Go, 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 go. All right, just driving off the 45. No pressure on that 24. 1 outside, 2 outside. 2 outside, 45 sliding up the blind. They're 2 wide now, just 2 by 2 here. Outside. Still there. Still going to be lined up. Cannot get you up after him. Still there, door. Nothing behind him. Clear up by 2. By 1, outside, 24. Still there. Bumper clear up. All good. Clear, all good. By 4, room to play here. By 3, all good. In your track, 3 back. Good corner. Clear by 4, room to give.
TJ Majors, by the way, is wearing a cool shirt as well. He said that Texas a year ago was so hot, they thought if they could do something with a portable suit that would work, he would try it. And so they went to work. He started researching it, found out that actually a lot of doctors and surgeons use a cool shirt like that in surgery to keep their core temperature cool and give them more of an ability to focus on what they're doing. So even TJ Majors wearing a cool suit here as well.
That's the surgeon that I want. Brad Keselowski, you saw he got a good run, middle of 3 and 4. Truex, back of his car was not settled into the racetrack. Brad used that momentum to take this spot. And already, look how that bottom of the racetrack is starting to get black again with the rubber being driven into it.
11 laps complete of a 95-lap stage, kind of rinse and repeat what we saw in the first stage. When teams pit, I think it's going to be a wide window. Some will pit early, some will stay out. We'll just cover it as we go.
Elliott trying to get by Bubba Wallace. Riding along with Busher and the BuildSubmarines.com on board.
Just running in 11th position. Great shot here, what it looks like for him. He's really working hard to try to go where they aren't, but the upper groove, again, at the beginning of a run, it's probably not going to be quite as good. Everybody kind of wants the bottom of the racetrack. Comes 3 of Austin Dillon.
I've been impressed with this 3 this weekend. The 8's really struggled, but the 3 of Dillon's having a good weekend. Qualified better than they have been. Currently 16th, but moving forward here, kind of trying to get by Josh Berry.
Denny Hamlin won the race off of pit road. He's out in front. Dave, feeling better now?
Rick, during the break, I asked his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, if a cool suit that's turned off is as bad as a failed cool shirt, and he said, no, it depends. Listen to the radio he said to Denny.
All right, Denny, I'm good with you flipping your cool suit back on. Just if you get rolling again and you see the same issue, just go ahead and turn it off and let me know when you do.
So it can be situational for Denny. Remember, he doesn't wear one all the time, but he can turn it on and off as he wishes, circulating the cooler water on his torso. Kim?
And Dave, we're talking about the importance of cool suits here today because it is the summer and it is hot. And what what does that mean? It means pop-up showers. Teams already talking about the possibility of incoming weather. Listen to what Booty Barker told his driver, Bubba Wallace.
Plenty of people saw that, and rain's coming, or are going to go to the rain. In order to not get a lap down, trap the lap down, I'm thinking that's what we're going to do right.
And they were not the only team talking about the incoming rain. At least half a dozen other teams on the radios on my end of pit road also talking about it. So, Steve, what did you think about that strategy kind of preview we heard from Booty Barker?
Well, we always say, tell us when the yellows will come out, and I'll tell you exactly when you should pit. What Booty Barker's saying, we're going to go to the rain, is we saw McDowell, Legano, Gilliland run long. Well, you can't pit early because if the rain brings the yellow out, you could be trapped a lap down. You almost maybe not exactly know when the yellow's coming out, but with the impending weather, you assume it's coming out before the end of the stage. So I think Booty's dead on. Now the challenge is most of the field will jump onto that same strategy.
People that were on pit road, and I'll give the example of McDowell, lap 75, Haley, Stenhouse Jr. Some of those guys, will they have to come earlier because of the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, they need fuel earlier, right? So they're going to come right around lap 150, 155. They hope the rain comes before that. This is a heck of a battle between Josh Berry and Austin Dillon. I think they've swapped. Oh, right there, a little hand signal like, nope, nope, I want the bottom, or go ahead through.
Yeah, Josh Berry's like, all right, this has gotten a little too aggressive. Let's work together on this thing. A lot of racing left.
Oh, he heard a little.
Hit the chip.
Yeah, which tells me that perhaps he just is so close you don't have to go to high gear. I can't believe he hit the chip in high gear. Otherwise, I don't know how you would run a qualifying lap. So he must have just run fourth gear out. Shift there.
Right there, yeah. Well, it's more RPMs down the front straightaway. It's the D-shape, right? So the front straightaway is a little bit longer, so you would have to shift on the front. The back's a little bit shorter, so maybe you run it right to the rev chip. See what he does this time. He went ahead and shifted.
Maybe the chip was a test lap. Say, no, that doesn't work.
Up front, pretty impressive for Toyota right now as we take a look at the Toyota driver updates with Hamlin, Bell, Reddick, and Gibbs all running in the top 4 positions right now. Martin Truex Jr. back there in 7th. Corey Heim has the Toyota onboard camera.
Corey Heim running in 20th, and good run for Corey. You know, the guy in the truck series that everybody seems to be chasing. Seems like this team has the most speed over there, and Corey Heim getting the shot here today.
Yeah, he ran a couple races helping out Eric Jones when he was hurt. But this is the first race I'd like to refer to as like planned. I think he got to mentally plan for it. The team got to plan for him being behind the wheel. So behind the wheel of the 50, I'll make sure I get the car number right for 2311, Dave.
That's a celebration of Volvo won in their 50th anniversary. Yeah, he's a reserve driver for both Legacy and for 2311, so he got the call earlier as a reserve driver this year. But this has been a special day for him, and he was even supposed to race in the Xfinity Series yesterday, but the team held him back that he was going to race for because he knew how brutal the conditions would be. They wanted to be fresh for today, and he's having a good run, Marty.
Dave, starting to see that long run speed that Martin Truex Jr. thought he had in the car. He started 17th today. He finished top 10 in that stage and now running 7th, but he's having trouble getting both ends of the racetrack where he wants it. Listen in.
Really hard to try to park throttle, so I can't get 3 or 4 right when I'm running anywhere but the bottom because of the stumbling. I'm way looser when I move up off of 4, and it just kills me to have that damn stumble.
Because of the stumble, we'll have to check into that for Martin Truex Jr. Could there be a bigger issue on the 19? But they clearly have some good speed. His teammate Denny Hamlin leading right now here in Nashville. 113 laps complete.
Caution is out here in Nashville, and it's yesterday's Xfinity Series winner, John Hunter Nemechek, that slid off of turn 4 and into the infield grass. Take a look.
He's running 37th. You can see the back of the pack, so struggling with his race car. Just trying to find some speed. The grip isn't there. Car goes around. I thought he was going to get stuck in the grass, but just stayed in it and kept rolling just enough to get him back on the asphalt and the concrete.
And now this is a big intersection because I think the rain is going to come here in the next 20 minutes or so, but this is a window to make it to the end of the stage. So the leaders are forced to pit, but will anybody gamble and stay out? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's a busy pit road, Marty.
And see, that's exactly what Cliff Daniels said. He said, man, this caution comes out at an interesting time, doesn't it? Kyle Larson said, car, honestly, not much different than that first run. They're going to take another swing at it for exit, security exit on exit, Tim.
Marty, the call for Christopher Bell, Kansas City Chiefs, which means right side tires only. As you look, Tyler Reddick down, bottom left at tight middle, loose on throttle, off the turn. Dave needs a little help there. That stopped looking a little bit slow because maybe just because they took 4 tires, Dave.
No handling complaints from leader Denny Hamlin. He'll get 4 tires and fuel. He will not be the first one off pit road this time.
Yeah, quite a few cars did 2 tires where Hamlin did 4, and you see him losing 5 spots with that strategy. So 2-tire strategy for quite a few. The spin by John Hunter Nemechek brings out the caution for just the second time today. We'll see the restart when we return. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. At the end of the Ally 400 from Nashville on NBC, you will see the winner of this race grabbing a guitar, a very unique trophy for Music City, USA and the Nashville Superspeedway. Possibility that one of the teams we're embedded in will get to victory lane. How about the 6 team of Brad Keselowski, Kim?
Yeah, Rick, well, their pit crew deserves a little praise. This is the 3rd year they've been together, and they have built consistency. Last year, this crew was named the 2023 Mechanics Wear Most Valuable Crew. There's a picture of them last year celebrating with the hardware there. Factors that determine this award include average 4-tire stop times, net passes for position under yellow flag stop. This team routinely cracks the 9-second barrier for a 4-tire stop, and they are hoping their hard work pays off again this year. So, Marty, you talked about how strong that 9 pit crew is. Well, the 6 team wants to give them a run for their money.
Well, Kim, here's a pop quiz for you. Who's the most decorated member of the 9 team? Chase Elliott. I mean, he's won a championship, and he's been the most popular driver 6 straight years. Alan Gustafson, he's won races with Hall of Famers Terry Labonte, Mark Martin, and, of course, Chase Elliott. But they're nowhere close to Nick Odell, the front tire changer. It's year 22 for Nick Odell. He has 156 NASCAR wins between Cup, Xfinity, and trucks, and 2 championships. But his favorite role, playing owner and crew chief to his son Wyatt, who races at Millbridge Speedway just outside of Charlotte. Nick is one of the many crew members here on pit road who are happy to go racing with their kids during the week. And Jeff, you know it better than anyone. When you're a racing family, nothing better than spending time at the track.
Yeah, it's great. You know, Nick and his son spending time at the racetrack, and it brings the whole family in there too, you know, and I think that's what is really special, is it connects everybody. And you're gone so much, and it takes so much commitment to be part of these race teams. The hours are crazy, the commitment's crazy, and when you can go do something together as a family, especially something you all enjoy, it just makes it that much more special.
It's got to be pretty cool for Wyatt to have his hero, his dad, such success working on these crews. All right, Steve, we want to remind people, even though the weather is imminent, it is just outside of the loop here, they don't have wet weather tires for this racetrack, so that's not even an option.
No wet weather tires, and the official race would be at lap 150. It's halfway or the end of stage 2, halfway in this situation. And as we see the cars continuing on the track, the one of Ross Chastain goes to pit road. He had changed 2 tires, but then called for equipment interference. So I assume he's going to come down here and probably get a full load of fuel and fresh left side tires would be my plan.
We've shown how difficult it is to pass. This is a big mistake by this team.
So what's the equipment interference? So basically, you know, it used to be called uncontrolled tire. That's not really the case anymore. They don't care about what you do, but look at that front tire. It goes all the way up into the pit box in front of him. Why that matters is because the 51 was pitting. If the 51 wasn't pitting, look at the gas man right here. This gas man is trying to do his job. This tire impedes his location. While they kind of control it, your job is to keep your tires in your pit box relative to other cars. I have to agree with it. Like, it didn't trip the gas man up, but what's the line? It was clearly in the other person's pit box, and the gas man had to kind of adjust his angle. Well, on board with the 22 of Joe Legano. Crazy strategy in stage 1, then 2 tires. What's Paul Wolf do? 2 more tires. Now he's lined up 4th. Changed the entire outlook just with 2 tire pit calls.
Let's listen in to Trey Poole, spotter for the 9.
In green flag. Run to use 19, tight ahead. You're gonna have a run on entry here. 2, 3, you're 3 top here. 3 top, 3 or 4. 4, 1 outside, clear outside, 1. 2 bottom, now just 1, 54 inside. Just 1 inside here. 3 wide in front of you here, staggered 3 on entry, staggered 3. Even 3 here, even 3, 2, 77 inside on 2, 3 wide, 3, clear bottom, just 1 outside the 5. Still there, clear by half, all good on exit, use it. No run T, clear by 1, you're good on entry.
Boy, you listen to that, it's crazy to realize this is Trey Poole's first full-time season spotting in the NASCAR Cup Series. And to add to that, he's Chase Elliott's cousin. I asked Alan Gustafson, what do you think about how he's done so far in year 1? He said, honestly, it's been pretty amazing what he's done, and he's picked it up so quickly. He was only a part-time spotter before this, Rick, but he's doing a fantastic job as a rookie full-time spotter.
Yeah, so much to do, and we were able to listen in. What a great listen that was to Trey Poole and how he was negotiating for Chase Elliott to see behind him while he kept his eyes focused in front. Oh, and around goes the 54. Gibbs slides into the grass. The caution comes out.
Roll it out to the asphalt here. Roll it out to the asphalt. Right here.
So Gibbs, coming off of 4, may have had some help there. As he slid down into the grass, we'll have to take a look and see how that started.
Yeah, he's on the bottom underneath the 48 coming up. The 48's all the way against the wall. So really, I think Ty just needed the racetrack. Obviously, he was having some handling concerns, either loose and didn't dare turn the wheel, or tight. It's hard to tell. You know, 48 doesn't do anything wrong. He can't move right anymore.
Yeah, you see right there, almost just looks like Ty may have thought he was going to slide in behind Alex Bowman, but either way, contact, and around he goes. All that track position gone. And we showed the 22 car before the restart, the strategy that they played to gain position and get in fourth. Right behind him is Denny Hamlin. This is the restart. Joey Legano is now running 14th. So what happened? You drive into turn 1, the 22 car never takes a set in the racetrack, and you wonder, you know, back-to-back 2 tires. Back-to-back they put 2 tires on, so old left side tires just not the grip. And that could have been it too. They could have stacked up, and the 5 gets into the back of the 11. Yeah, they're all stacked up on top of each other. That's why, you know, the rear tires don't make grip when they're not on the ground.
That's what I was going to say.
That is the key. They got to be on the ground.
I was going to give you the 2-tire call, but I also think the 11 and the 5 helped the 22 not make the corner. And unfortunately for the 11, it cost him spots because he got parked behind the 22. He's all the way back in 13th.
A quick caution means another restart. Let's listen in to Logano's radio.
Got one coming. Mother. The freaking drive threw me into 1. Where's he going?
And he doesn't know that he was getting pushed from behind by the 5.
I'm not sure he cares.
He doesn't.
Now, look, this is
He was
picking up.
pushing you in the corner, but the one that sent both of you up the track, Larson ping-ponged into him.
So I think that matters, and here's why. I'm not going to tell, if Joey Logano's my driver, I'm not going to say, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. But I want to make sure he at least has this anger or disappointment with the correct driver. I don't want him thinking Denny Hamlin did it and start some sort of feud on the racetrack that poor Denny didn't think he was a part of.
Give him the whole story so he can make his determination.
Caution came out for the 54 of Ty Gibbs going around. You're watching the Ally 400 Nashville Superspeedway.
Welcome back to the Ally 400. While we have a second, let's talk with crew chief Matt McCall. Okay, rain is coming, weather is coming. Your driver has track position. How aggressive does he need to be on this restart?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, get all he can, but I don't believe we're going to finish right here. I think we're going to get some lightning and some rain and then get back going again, most likely, unless the lightning goes the other way. I don't believe it's going to, though.
How good is the car today?
We're still off a little bit. We need a little help off turn 4 still. I mean, everywhere else seems okay, but we'll keep tweaking on it, see if we can get there.
That's crew chief Matt McCall. Again, a big thank you for this team letting us embed with them during stage 2.
And Kim's with the 6 team. Take a look at that. The weather is coming, but we heard Matt say, we think it's just going to pass through, maybe a little bit of lightning.
It's a very narrow band, so we saw last week, right? The weather went through, they got the track dry. Actually, rain tires last week, but they can get the track dry and we can get rolling again.
10 out. 5, 10, green flag. Tight ahead, tight behind. 5's right with you, quarter off of you. You're 3 mid if you stay there. 3 mid. 3, stagger 3. Clear up, all clear right here. 24, run to you, he is cleared. Still there, door, quarter. 20 for your lane, 1 back. Door, quarter, door, back door. All good there. All clear.
You know what I really like about Trey Poole is he doesn't say anything, even when cars are side by side, when he knows Chase can see him. They have this confidence level where I'm not going to talk. You know that car's there. You can see it. I'm going to say enough. Plus, normally spotters are so calm. He gets a little animated. It gives me hope that maybe in my retired life I can be a spotter. Get a little animated as well. Be a lot of talking. You have to be okay with a lot of words.
Saw Carson Hocevar in the 77. He was running down on the bottom of the racetrack there. Bell still in front of, now it's Tyler Reddick. Larson in that 3rd position. Keselowski and Elliott in the top 5.
One back to the 38 with you.
Ominous clouds, the backdrop here at Nashville Superspeedway. And these drivers racing with the anticipation that at some point in time they know the yellow flag's going to come out either from precipitation or possibly lightning in the area. The front is coming through.
It's a great shot right here. Corey Heim racing Austin Cindric. Now he's side by side with him. He sees in front of him is double wide, so he knows now that this pass will be even more difficult.
We are limited right now on some of our camera angles that we can show to you because of lightning in the area. Now we're seeing the caution come out. Some of our camera operators had to come off of scaffolding and off of their elevated positions, and that's why we were going to more of the onboard cameras there, or maybe the robotics. And you're seeing now the weather coming in, affecting this race. The caution has come out. There's the radar. This is what these teams have been seeing over the last 25, 30 minutes.
Well, and 135 laps complete, 150 would be an official race. The debate on, what's going to happen with the weather as it comes through, that's kind of gone, because at this point we're going to have to go back racing at some point to complete this race. As a crew chief, I'm almost a little thankful, Jeff, right? Unless I'm Christopher Bell, of course, then I would think this should absolutely end it. But other than the leader, you want this opportunity, and you see drops on the cameras.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to reset, sit down and have a long conversation, engineers, crew chief, driver, and really dissect the race car, and also have a chance to look at what other people are doing. What are they struggling with? Where am I slow? Where do I really need to be better? Because there's times, Rick, where the driver's saying, hey, I'm loose. I need more rear grip on corner exit. But when you look, that's really not where you're losing time. That's where you're uncomfortable, but that's not what's hurting your performance. Sometimes that's just an honest conversation with a crew chief and a driver, but it takes a minute to sit down and have it.
No driver in Nashville needs this more than this man, Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
36, 1 lap down, he will get the free pass, so he's going to be put back on the lead lap. This is that moment where everybody's going to have to go in the truck, have to have some tough conversations, and at some point it needs to be, this team's too good to be running 36, right? I think there's been a few mistakes on the racetrack, some on pit roads, some with some strategy for some wave buys. This team kind of needs to regroup. I believe they can do it. I'm not saying to win the race, but you got to find some points somewhere. They're currently 61 below the cut line, right? 36, so if you can finish 15th, that's 20 points you could gain. So this break couldn't be better, I think, for any team.
Yeah, he's going to need to cool off. We see the temperature in there almost at 120 degrees now in the cockpit for Kyle Busch. The cars are coming onto pit road, and they will stop in their pit stalls. And a reminder, though, when we go to a red flag, they cannot do any work on these cars.
So even without wet weather tires available, they still stop in the stall because NASCAR doesn't want crew members to have to come out on pit road. You mentioned rain, there perhaps is lightning in the area. This is just more efficient to get the teams. You can cover your car up. The driver then can get to cover and safety quicker and easier. I think this is something that should have been done years ago. It sounds simple, but it's a better process.
And again, NASCAR has every intention of restarting this race. Now, there aren't wet weather tires, but there are lights here at the Nashville Superspeedway, so it's not an issue of potential darkness. And to make the race official, it has to get at least to halfway. So NASCAR, every intention on getting this one restarted, and as soon as this front passes. Marty?
Let's take this opportunity to chat with Alan Gustafson, who we've been embedded with here in Stage 2. So when we were planning all this week, we didn't plan a halftime break in Stage 2, did we?
No, we didn't plan a halftime break. So, yeah, I guess when it's 90 degrees and the southeast, yeah, rain can come. So, a little shower.
All right, so how has the car been, and where are you guys right now?
I think pretty solid. You know, it's so close for everybody. You know, it's just kind of a fight for track position. So super happy with Chase and how he's driven the car. He's done an amazing job on the restarts. The car's got some good pace. Pit stops have been good. So we've kind of clawed our way up there, you know, to 5th spot. So like where we're sitting with a couple guys with 2 in front of us, and yeah, see where it goes. I mean, you got to get up here and with a little better air on the nose and a little better track position to really see where you stack up. So we'll see when we run here how we are, and then adjust from there.
How will you take advantage of this delay to maybe spend some time with Chase to go, you know, hey, what can we do to make you better?
Exactly. I mean, it's, you know, communication is good, but it's just hard on a two-way radio to go into great depth, and we have some tools here we can show them, and the guys back at the shop will supply us some great information. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of information we need to go over with him, but I think every little bit can make a difference. And yeah, like I said, it's just so close. You know, the cars are so close, so any little thing you can do is an advantage is huge.
You mentioned the guys back at the shop. So we see the 4 guys up here, the engineers. We see the 5 pit crew guys. How many people are involved in what's going on today for the 9 team at Hendrick Motorsports?
Well, I mean, I think it goes much further beyond the people that are back in the team operations center helping us out on strategy. I mean, I've got 2 great guys back there, Luke and Caden, who do an amazing job, and you know, they keep us really up to speed and help us out a ton. It's incredible the information they deliver us. But you know, all the men and women at Hendrick Motorsports that, you know, build these cars and the engines, and yeah, from PR to marketing to all the above, we've got just an amazing family there that we love to go race with every weekend. So it's a huge amount of people that make this happen.
I want to go back to one thing we talked about earlier, and you and I have been talking about it all week long, this pit crew. They've been together as a group for 7 years. Most of the group's been together for the better part of a decade, but you made that decision a couple years ago when things were not going well. Nope, we're going to keep everybody together. Why did you make that decision?
Well, I mean, it's all about loyalty. You know, that's a key thing, right? And I've been through a lot with these guys, and they've supported me when we've not had great races, and you know, when I've made a call that didn't work out or didn't go our way, and you know, none of us are perfect, but I think collectively we're all better together, and we all stick together and you know, try to bring each other up. And when you have that kind of relationship and you go through enough, you know, it's one thing to go have a relationship with somebody that, you know, the honeymoon phase where you go and win a race and everything's good, but when you go through it together and you stand by each other, I think that builds a lot of equity and a lot of trust and a lot of belief in each other. And through the years, that just got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. So no matter what happens, I think, to this team, we're just focused on improving and moving forward, and usually can get out about anything.
All right, we appreciate the access so far this week. We're going to let Alan find some shelter, but that's such a cool story with a 9 pit crew, Rick. They've been together for so long, and when everybody's been changing crew members here on pit road, I mean, week to week, really, they've stuck with the same group for almost 10 years.
Yeah, Marty, consistency key there. Steve, you were part of the organization for quite a number of years.
Well, I'm sure that, there are others, but I don't know if there are others that can speak to loyalty better than Alan Gustafson. I've known him since I was a teenager. We started at Hendrick Motorsports roughly at the same time. We became crew chiefs around the same time. So for over 25 years of my life, I've known Alan. His work ethic is absolutely the epitome of what it takes to win at this level. 39 wins with a Hall of Fame list, right? We're talking Chase, obviously. Let's add Jeff Gordon. Let's add Mark Martin. Let's put Kyle Busch. I mean, Alan has found a way to win with the biggest names, and you can kind of tell in that interview. Very informative, but very low-key, very calm in the situation. I looked up to him dramatically when we crew chiefed against one another. Him and Chad, it was a tough group to race against, but a lot of respect in the garage for Alan and what he's able to do.
And when you crew chief for those big names that you just talked about and you don't win every race, everybody points the finger and says, what's wrong with that guy? Well, I can promise you 95% of the teams would love to have him leading them because that guy is an unbelievable talent. He knows what he's doing. And no, he doesn't ever do everything perfect, but his work ethic that you mentioned, but also he's just smart. He's just smart, and he does a great job. But, look, it's a high-pressure business, right? And it's a high-profile business. And if you're a Chase Elliott fan and you don't win, it's got to be somebody's fault, so they point in his direction.
So you see the red on the upper left corner of your screen. The red flag has come out. It is for weather in the area. There have been lightning strikes. There was a little bit of precipitation. The cars are on pit road now. The car covers are on. The drivers are out. And a lot of people will say, well, wait a minute. Last week we saw these drivers get behind the wheel when the racetrack was wet. Well, last week was different at New Hampshire. Explain a little bit of why we could do it at New Hampshire but not here.
Well, remember, this is the first time we've done this at an oval with this much pace and this much speed. There was a lot of concern about putting rain tires on at a racetrack that has this long of a straightaway. It's a 1-mile racetrack in New Hampshire. So this was the very first time that it had been done. We've not even tested rain tires on a track this size. So we're not there yet, Steve. I think there's a possibility one day we could get there where we could run in damp conditions at this racetrack or this size racetrack, but we're not close to that just yet. But this is an evolution of tire technology. Goodyear, NASCAR, the teams are working together to create it to be able to go back to racing quicker, to give the fans at the racetrack and at home the show that they came to see. And it's worked very well. There's been some mistakes along the way, and we've been trying to learn it, but what you don't want to do is make a mistake at these speeds. We've got to test it more before we come to a track like this.
Yeah, we don't want to have not having wet weather tires this week take away from what we saw last week. It was amazing, right? We got to see the finish of a race, and fortunately for this racetrack, you mentioned it, Rick, they have lights. This storm doesn't look like it's too lengthy in time. Actually, if you see it just sprinkled a little bit, it's very, very dark off 3 and 4. So if it misses us by like 1 mile, right? You can see it's kind of trying to go north, but this is old school. This is what Jeff and I are used to, right? We take a little break, we kind of circle up the wagons, figure out what we need to do, and then get to work. Now, the instant thing I'll be talking about is, remember we talked to Chase Elliott at the beginning of this, and he said, well, the race I won had a rain delay, and we came into the lights, and I thought the track would do this, and it did that. So if I'm a crew chief, I'm going back to those notes. We've seen this once before. All right, let's remind ourselves, when we had that weather and the lights came on, how was the track with less Goodyear rubber on it? Well, what kind of adjustments do I need to make? You have to continue to be in the moment. You can't really relax.
Yeah, not only the rain on the racetrack, but then the air tundras blowing across the racetrack and blowing that rubber out of the racetrack. It is going to change it, but eventually it's probably going to get back to where it just ended. You've got to recognize how did you start the race versus how you are right now and make adjustments so you can get this restart when we do get back going.
136 laps are complete. We're under a red flag condition. Weather in the area. 5 different drivers have been out front. Christopher Bell currently scored number 1. He's led 57 laps already. embedded with the 9 team, and this is what they have to do when the wind and the rain comes. They put the sides on the pit box.
Where's Marty to help now?
Yeah.
I mean, Marty was up there bothering him. Where is he helping cover the pit box?
I'll bet Kim is helping with the 6 team.
Yeah, Rick, you know, the benefit of being embedded with the team is that when the weather came, I got to spend the rain delay with them up here. I think the weather's a little bit more challenging than we thought it was going to be here. As you're seeing how hard it's raining, how different is the track going to be once we get back racing?
Yeah, Kim, I think we thought there might be weather, but I didn't think we thought there'd be a torrential downpour. So, yeah, this is a lot of rain, and it's going to definitely change the track with washing the rubber off and all those different things. There's a resin on the track, and it seems to be really, really sensitive. I don't know if that's a tire change from what we had last year, but it's really hard to get the track to widen out like it did last year. And so I'd be curious to see if this rain narrows the track back up. But all in all, we're decent with our consumers however Ford. You know, we're a top 10 car. We're just looking for a little bit more to run with the Gibbs cars. They seem like the class of the field there, and they seem to just turn a little bit better than us and have a little bit more power or straightaway speed. So just trying to figure out what we can do to get our car to beat them.
I know the rain is hopefully cooling off the conditions out here. It's been super hot. What was it like in the car?
Yeah, it's hot, but that's just part of being a race car driver is dealing with that, and you try to train for it. I was reading on Twitter, or wait a minute, it's X now, about how that's not how David Pearson or Kelly Arbor did it. But remember, they got out of their car too at halfway and put another driver in. But these cars here, they're just they're a different animal. They're sealed off to the ground. So there's no air really getting in. The exhaust, Kim, is right in front of the driver where it exits up, so it kind of gets it pretty hot there, and there's just no air flowing. So the heat just is trapped inside the car, and you're trying to deal with it as a driver, and you just try to train and prepare the best you can, and it's a different era for sure.
When we have rain delay moments like this where you're able to get out of the car for an extended period of time, are you putting on the owner hat as well? Like, are you checking up to see what the 17 team of Chris Buescher is doing, or are you strictly focused on what your team needs today?
Well, thankfully they've been running pretty close to me, so I've had a pretty good view for where they've been, and it seems like both our RFK cars are kind of that 5th to 10th place, and that's good but not great, and we're gonna keep working on it until we get where we need to be.
As I've been embedded in this team, the talk has been how much you guys have bonded over the last 3 years, and I know breaking that 110 race winless streak for you personally was a big deal, but also for the team. What's that mean collectively to finally get a win as a team with the RFK banner?
Well, winning is always good, but under those circumstances, maybe a little bit better. But it doesn't take you long. This sport is an every week deal. We're gonna have these 2 weeks off for Olympics, but outside of that, you race every week, and you don't really have a lot of time to relish in your success, which is sometimes unfortunate. But then you also don't get a lot of time to loathe in your pain and your losses. So you keep your head down and you keep moving, and by Tuesday every week, what you did that last weekend doesn't matter. You've got the next week ahead of it, and so we certainly enjoyed the victory, but focused on getting more of them very quickly.
Thank you so much for the time.
No problem, Kim.
Again, so fun, guys, to be embedded with this team here this afternoon, getting all the insight from Brad Keselowski and the number 6 team.
We want to take a look at the playoff standings as they run, so where they're running currently on the track. And again, on the left side, we see everybody in yellow that has won, locked into the playoffs. And now the points as they're running, tightening up a little bit between Joey Legano and Bubba Wallace right there at that cut line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very difficult summer for Joey, for Bubba, for Briscoe. I think all of that is going to get even more competitive as we roll into multiple different types of racetracks. It's just going to get much more hard.
Yeah, you would think that the Stewart-Haas Racing announcing they were shutting down would maybe take a little wind out of their sails, but it's almost done the opposite. I think the 4 car is faster than it's ever looked. The 14 of Chase Briscoe, as you pointed out, I think there are teams below the cut line, even teams off that page. Ricky Stenhouse comes to mind. We have Daytona looming as the next to last race, so there's a lot of different racetracks and still a Superspeedway left.
Well, guys, we're perfect. We've been on air 3 weeks now, and all 3 weeks have been affected by rain or weather. As far as strategy now, Steve, does this even the playing field when they go back to racing again?
Well, it doesn't even it because you don't get automatically add fresh tires and fuel, right? They'll probably go out, run a couple laps, then open pit road again. But it is rare that you really truly get a break. You know, in other stick and ball sports, you go into the locker room, talk to your team, and kind of come out in the second half. How many times do you see games change in the second half? Momentum can swing. We don't always see that in racing. Now, listen, I don't think a bad car is going to all of a sudden drive good or a good car bad, but the track conditions will change. And who uses this opportunity to communicate face-to-face, maybe discuss some bigger changes that you just don't have time to normally?
Yeah, and as you look further through the field, right, you have, except for the cars that have had issues, we have a huge amount of cars in the lead lap. So it's a brand new race. I mean, those guys get to say, all right, I'm running 28th, I'm running 22nd. It is a brand new start of the race for those guys, and it's an opportunity. What do we need to do? How do I need to do a better restart? What can we do to get up there? We saw what Joey Legano did playing that strategy. It worked great for him. I know he didn't have a great restart because he's getting pushed out of the way, but what can I learn from that? And that's what you want. On the days where you're not having a good day, is there something I can salvage out of this? You mentioned Kyle Busch. What can he get out of it? There are a lot of teams in that same situation.
And for the teams and the fans, being short of halfway, I think almost makes it easier. Because normally you have all these conversations, are we going to continue, are we not? I think people kind of have the ability to kind of mentally lapse and just come out of the moment. You know for sure we're going to see more racing at some time when this finally drives up.
For those of you that are video gamers, it's kind of like a reset button. We've hit the reset button. We're not quite to the halfway point. But again, NASCAR has assured us they want to get back to racing. We're going to see racing here. There are lights in Nashville. We just got to get this track dry. The Air Tundras are making their way out onto the racetrack. The rain has let up just a little bit, so they will start the track drying process, but we are under a red flag condition here at Nashville Superspeedway. 136 laps have been complete. How do we get to this point? Well, we're going to take you back to the start of the race. Fans on their feet. It might be a little bit warm, but this is what they've been waiting for. 38 cars coming to life here as they come off of turn 4. Denny Hamlin, Josh Berry making up the front row. And we're racing in Music City, USA.
Thanks for joining us for today's coverage of NASCAR Cup Series racing. Due to weather in the area, today's race is currently delayed. NASCAR is evaluating the weather conditions and working to prepare the track. Until the track is ready for racing, please enjoy this race recap from a previous Cup Series race. It's time for the 66th running of the Daytona 500, the Great American Race at Daytona International Speedway. The NASCAR Cup Series first raced here in 1959, and the Daytona 500 has been the season-opening race since 1982. With corners banked at 31 degrees, a long, sweeping front stretch banked at 18 degrees, and a 3,000-foot backstretch dubbed the Super Stretch, this 2.5-mile superspeedway was built for high speeds and high intensity. Drivers position their race cars mere inches apart as they use the draft to maintain speed all the way around the speedway. Cars go so fast on this track that the engine horsepower is decreased and drag increased to help keep speeds under a 200-mile-per-hour threshold. The race is broken up into 3 stages, with the first 2 stages being 65 laps in length. The final stage of 70 laps completes the 500-mile length of this event. The prestige and chaos of 40 race cars all within a half of a second of each other can be both exhilarating and intimidating. We recently caught up with a few drivers to talk about what it's like to race at this legendary facility, and here's what they had to say.
Running the Daytona 500 it's kind of complicated. It's a race that means so much to our whole sport. And so the pressure's high, but it's a race that's not won in the beginning, but it can be lost in the beginning.
Super speedway racing is crazy. You got guys on your left and your right, you're inches away from them, you're hitting the guy in front of you, they're hitting you from behind, and you're always constantly scanning where those cars are around you.
I think the biggest thing is before you could make a run at the win with 10 to go from 25th. Now I would have to say that your entire race is being strategized on trying to be in the front for the last stage.
In last year's event, after a late race caution forced NASCAR overtime, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47 JTG Racing Chevrolet lined up on the outside row for the green-white checkered. After taking the white flag, a crash in turns 1 and 2 brought out the final yellow. Stenhouse was deemed the leader at the time of the caution and became the 42nd driver to win the Great American Race. Will we see a new face in victory lane today, or a repeat winner adding to their legacy as a multi-time Daytona 500 champion? Let's watch and see.
For 200 laps, 500 miles to start the 2024 season. Green flag, the Daytona 500 is underway. Still building speed in the back straightaway.
Well, they're building speed, Mike, but the one thing I can tell you about the start of this race that all the drivers are going through is going to be experiencing the speed of the pack that they haven't experienced all week. All 40 cars in the pack, they've only raced against half the field so far, and right now they're all lined up, building speed, but speed that they haven't felt before this week.
I think this weather's going to play a role in it, Mike. You told us about the weather. Sun's out. You can see it shining down on this racetrack and on these cars.
These boys are going to have their hands full here in a few laps, and these things start slipping and sliding around, tires wear out.
And after 2 solid days of soaking rain, you don't want to end up in that infield grass. That will be a difficult escape.
Well, we qualified at night. We raced in the duels at night. You see the sun shining like Clint is talking about, and these guys are going to experience that as they get 10, 12, 15 laps into this run. But the thing I can tell you is it will also go through a bigger swing today because of the fact that we're starting in the sun and going to end in the dark.
Chastain was the first to break out to the outside. There you see his blue and white #1 with Josh Berry behind him.
Well, that's the 2 strategies that the other drivers are on in the back of the pack. How do I get to the front? You know, and Ross Chastain's like, man, I'm going to tow this pack with me. And you see a lot of guys in that outside line lined up behind him, wanting to be aggressive and get to the front of this pack fast.
Well, he ain't the only one either. Other guys will get greedy. You see Brad Keselowski in that 6 car jumped up in front of him. He won't be the only one coming to the front.
John Hunter Nemechek, the 42, he's looking up high. Maybe perhaps trying to hold both the middle and the high lane back in his 42.
Can't be iffy in these decisions, Kevin. That spotter says clear up, you better be there.
Oh, crash! 2 cars slam together, and Harrison Burton takes a wild ride through the grass and up into more traffic, gets tagged, turned around, and 5 cars are in it. Ryan Preece.
I think he missed that inside wall. Harrison Burton, big damage on the 21 car.
And Carson Hocevar, the rookie, gets taken out into that very, very wet grass in the ball field.
Well,
the Wood brothers trying for their 100th ever NASCAR win, and Harrison Burton gets tagged and sent.
Well, this is exactly what you don't want to see happen. Something early in this race where everybody's trying to race hard, and we just talked about those guys going to that 3rd lane, and it puts those guys in the middle lane in a bad spot with the handling of their cars that they hadn't really been in. Let's see what happened, Clint.
Watch the 21, Harrison Burton.
Okay, you see Harrison Burton in the middle of that 3-wide conversation we're talking about, and we are also talking about John Hunter Nemechek kind of being iffy on his move.
Now the 42, John Hunter Nemechek on the outside of Burton, the green and white car, and Brad Keselowski and he make contact.
Keselowski got to his rear bumper, just took a little bit of a love tap, turned him sideways, kind of looked to me like he was on the left corner of that bumper, turned him right down into Harrison Burton.
Well, and it's just what we were talking about, Clint, with everybody trying to feel out exactly what their cars were doing, and those guys in the middle didn't have anything to do with the handling. So, you know, you see Brad into the back. Oh, yeah, you're exactly right, Clint. The 42 car of John Hunter Nemechek just got up a little higher. Brad was probably trying to stay square and being pushed by the guy behind him, and they just got a little bit offset right there.
The points earned in each stage, 10 through 1 for the first 10 finishers. They carry with you all through the season. Some of these teams are counting points beginning right now.
How about this? Byron moved up to go around him. Busch made a block, separated those Hendrick cars. Now Chase Elliott to the lead. Final lap of the stage.
Lap car slow on the bottom. Chase Elliott trying to bring them around and pick up the stage win after a truly disappointing 2023. Kyle Larson, teammate to Chase Elliott. Will he ride with him? Will he try to grab those 10 points and the stage ticket for himself?
We see Ross Chastain coming to the back bumper of the 5 car.
Gonna see a push, gonna see momentum. Watch his 5 going to the outside of Chase Elliott.
That's what it took. Now
Big push by Chase. I think the win goes to Chase Elliott. Fantastic.
Chase Elliott gets his 2nd stage win in the day. Back under green, stage 2.
Here comes V11 to hook back up to you. Up a half behind you.
It's Josh Berry's spotter, Eddie DeHunt. 16 spotter changes for 2024. A lot of movement there. Eddie DeHunt from Chase Elliott to Josh Berry.
Yeah, Eddie DeHunt has a lot of experience with being on Chase Elliott's radio for a number of years and now on Josh Berry's radio. The reason Josh Berry is up in the front is because of that 4-tire pit stop that they made under green. They only had to do fuel under caution, and now they are up in the front of the pack.
Same for Todd Gilliland in that red and black 38. Second car back on the outside. Same strategy as Berry.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on Todd Gilliland there. He is just, as we ride on board with Denny Hamlin, Todd Gilliland's on the outside in the 38 car right there. Always does a great job, I think, on these super speedways and finding something that makes it happen to get to the front. And here comes that third line, Clint.
Huge run on the outside, 3 wide. I was trying to get it out of you. How about Joey Legano off the bumper of Chase Briscoe in that 14 car? We are going to the front and doing it in a hurry.
And right with them is the 51 of Justin Haley, who finished 10th in the class. That's the 51. Haley said, that gave us a lot of hope coming to Daytona. Hey, we beat teams that have more employees and more square footage in their gift shop than we have in our race shop.
And he's another one that's done a great job on the super speedways. Has won here at Daytona in the Cup Series before, and always seems to find his way to the front, right behind Joey Legano right now.
Like seeing that Joey Legano. We heard you talking about Eddie DeHunt and the chemistry between these drivers and their spotters. Listen to that guy telling you, how far is he back? Moving back, feeling the energy, all right. Here comes Briscoe on the inside, staying in line with them. Nothing like that. That feeling of being up front and watching in the rearview mirror, those lines form behind you.
So Haley, who has a July race win at Daytona in the 51 for Rick Ware, and down on the bottom, Chase Briscoe in the 14, who is now the senior tenured driver at Stewart-Haas.
Well, he almost needed a tow truck right there because Josh Berry was all over that back bumper, and they got really swirly on the inside line and broke that line up.
A lot of energy in the outside 2 lanes here.
Still bid 3, 1 out front. Let it jump in middle with you. Still 1 out front. Now half out front.
That's Drew Herring, Martin Truex's sponsor, the number 19.
Yeah, and that mistake by Josh Berry and Chase Briscoe on the bottom has just completely demolished the bottom line. You see those guys slip all the way almost to the back of this whole pack here, and really taking 3 lines down to 2, and then 1 line up in the front.
Yeah, all that energy moved to the outside, shuffled them to the back, and away they go. Just trying to establish again, Denny pushing Byron, see if they can get this bottom going back to the front, pointed in the right direction.
Chris Buescher has joined the party, now 3 Fords out front of Kyle Busch's Chevrolet.
Yeah, and here's that replay of Josh Berry on the bottom, and those guys just a little bit off center, and then Josh tried to chase his bumper down there, and it was too late at that particular point.
Look how far it stacked him up behind him. You saw everybody's flames start blowing out of their exhaust. That is everybody lifting, seeing trouble ahead. That was a heads-up move by not only the drivers, but those spotters telling them, checking up in front.
And it just changed the whole dynamic of the whole pack by just the ebb and flow of the way these lines move.
Joey Legano has commanded this second stage. The pole winner for the Daytona 500, the fastest qualifier, has not won the race since Dale Jarrett did it when Joey Legano was 9 years old.
He's
2000.
He's going to stay in line there.
Thanks for making
huge
us
shove by Truex, pushing Gillen way up, but there's that slack in the chain. Watch, he'll have to lift, catch back up, big shot, slows the lane down, backs him up, start the motion all over again.
Yeah, and the problem is they don't have the timing down for the third place car to keep that line moving forward. You see Bubba fall back from Justin Haley in the 51 car there, and it just slows that line down when they create those big gaps, pulls them backwards.
You saw when Bubba moved up to that outside how he drove off. I think if they can get
But this is how you want to do it, Clint. You see how Martin connected right off the corner?
Oh, I see it, but I think they're wanting this Gilliland out of the way. If they can get Gilliland out of the way and line up these Toyotas on the bottom, I hate to say it, I think they're going to go to the front and be strong. We know these Toyotas are fast. We've seen it all week long.
Well, they're maintaining down there, and there's only 6 cars.
They just can't get them lined up.
Joey Logano's pole run the other night was the first pole for Roger Penske in the Daytona 500. He's been competing here since the 70s, but look at what Team Penske has done since last May, when they won the Indy 500 and the Coke 600 and the NASCAR Cup Championship for Chevy and Ford, and then for Porsche, won the Rolex 24 Hours here a couple of weeks ago at Daytona. And then Logano's Ford gives the captain his first ever Daytona 500 pole. Michael McDowell with electrical troubles has now gone 4 and about to be 5 laps down. The outside pole sitter. NASCAR's going back to Chicago. A 4th of July festival, music, entertainment, and racing throughout Grant Park. Headlined by Keith Urban, Chainsmokers, the Black Keys, and Lauren Elena, July 6 and 7. For tickets and experiences, visit NASCARChicago.com.
Well, we see Todd Gilliland slid up in front of the other 2 Fords. First, the second one of Joey Logano there, but now Todd Gilliland is the leader on that outside line and left only 5 cars in the bottom.
Well, I think that's what Truex wanted. He's got a teammate, an ally, if you will, and Reddick behind him. Let's see if those 2 Toyotas can do good. But Logano pushing on that Gilliland on the outside is going to help that line big time.
"34 cars on the lead lap." Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time champion, now 3 laps down. Josh?
Well, the day started with so much promise for the 84 of Jimmy Johnson after racing his way into the Daytona 500. Unfortunately involved in that wreck early in the race. So after that last pit stop, he started complaining about a steering issue after coming out just not able to catch up to the draft. The most important thing for Jimmy now, as a part owner of Legacy Motor Club, he told me earlier, is just about getting data, about being out there so that he can relay whatever information he's able to pick onto to the rest of the team in hopes that it can uplift the team and get them where they need to be, guys.
Well, you can see a steering wheel right there, the markers on the top. That should be clear over to the left side, indicating wheel straight up on your pits. That wheel's way off. A lot of toe damage in the front of that car.
Johnson carrying the Creed Tour on board camera today. Boy, Martin Truex just can't get that low line up to the front, can he?
Well, there's just not as much surge. You've got that 2nd place car and the 3rd place car, but there's just not as much energy behind those 4th and 5th place cars like there is in that outside line to rebound.
The sun setting in Daytona as they come off turn 4 to complete 108 of 200 laps. Todd Gilliland and Joey Logano now have gone to the bottom. Bubba Wallace up to the outside to take the lead in this Daytona 500. Toyota, Chevy, and then 5 Fords. Now pit stops will be coming up soon. Josh?
Yeah, and one of those drivers that's going to come in for a pit stop very soon is Josh Berry in the 4. And as Kevin knows up in the booth, this is a new era for that team. And then crew chief Rodney Childers told me that they worked in the offseason doing some late model races together just to establish a relationship so they weren't starting at ground zero when the season started. He said that was super important for them so they felt comfortable heading into the season and had better communication streamlined. Regan?
Well, Josh, what a great run back to the front yet again today for Kyle Busch as he leads this race right now, up 28 positions since the restart. A little surprising, too, because Kyle does not love that race car as of right now. Said it shoves the nose when he turns the wheel too much, meaning it's tight, it wants to go up the racetrack, but you wouldn't notice that based on him up front. Mike?
Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Preece up in front of Todd Gilliland, Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano. A lot of jostling side to side. Whoa.
A lot of hands out right there. Ryan Preece, he's wanting down. I think they're wanting to pit. He's trying to get down, got his hand out the window. Bubba Wallace, no can do.
Well, we saw the 38, the 22, and the 23 of Bubba Wallace and 8 of Kyle Busch. Everybody worked themselves down a couple laps ago, anticipating coming to pit road.
Not this lap. Time.
Well, and that's the reason I make that point is because Ryan Blaney and Ryan Preece in the 41 and the 12 in the outside lane, there's really nowhere for them to go right now unless somebody makes a hole. And they know it's coming up, so they got to get themselves in position without losing a bunch of spots, if possible.
And that's where trouble strikes. We've seen it time and time again. They try to get down anyway, cross paths, and get spun out. Getting on a pit road, very tricky, very tight quarters.
And the further that this goes and the closer that it gets, that gets harder and harder to do.
All right, Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace with a handout. And Preece drops in on the bottom and takes the lead. The Berlin, Connecticut former modified champ.
Here they go.
And here he comes. Going to drag a big pack with him. This will be half the field. Down to pit road speed at the yellow line. Cars come in, and around goes one of them as John Hunter Nemechek tried to force the issue on Josh Berry.
Josh Berry needed to get down. Hunter was already there and turned him right around.
That's okay. They'll fuel it facing the other way. As long as he's in his pit box, it's a legal stop.
Well, we always talk about how everything is so planned and you want this to be structured and organized, and the next thing you know, you come on the pit road, there's cars crossing over each other's paths trying to get to pit road, and we have wrecks.
Another pack will come this time, perhaps. Ryan Preece, too fast entering pit road. He came in as the leader, couldn't get it slowed down quick enough. He'll have to do a drive-through penalty at pit road speed. We listened in on Ryan Blaney.
Gotta get down. What do you think I'm trying to do? Yeah, well, I'm just telling you what we're trying to do. I'm not either. We're good on fuel. We just need to make sure we pit with friends here, okay?
A third lane on the bottom, further back, dropped in line.
I'm glad you said that, Mike. That bottom line, that's 2 for 2. It does not prevail. As soon as they get stacked up on the outside, those outside lines blow the doors off.
Well, typically you don't want somebody on your right rear because the air just slows you down from the other cars as it bounces off that spoiler.
Kyle Busch has been in 19 Daytona 500s. This is his 20th try. He spent the 2015 Daytona 500 in a hospital bed after a crash in the Saturday race. In 2023, at the end of 500 miles, Kyle Busch was the race leader. But we went into overtime, and it was not to be.
He takes Richard Childress back to victory lane to Daytona. I don't know if this play's ready for a party like that, Kevin.
Well, there's not many people in that infield that know the importance and experience as many things as Richard Childress has at this particular racetrack and in NASCAR racing in general.
Kyle Busch has now led 337 laps in the 500, more than any other driver who has not been to victory lane.
We had him on the pre-race yesterday, and you could, oh wow, big hit by William Byron.
That hit came all the way from Allmendinger in the 16.
A lot of energy behind him, but you could just feel it, Kevin, when he was talking to us. The sense of urgency for Kyle Busch in winning this race, it's very, very apparent.
I interviewed Kyle Busch leading into the Daytona 500 and sat down with him, and I couldn't believe how relaxed. Maybe he was just trying to be nice because he knew it was my first interview, but he was so close to winning the Daytona 500. He's won everything else in the sport. You know, I think having a year under his belt at Richard Childress Racing and knowing how that whole operation works, I think he understands the significance of him wanting to win the race, but he understands the significance and what it means to Richard Childress Racing to come down here and just as a privilege to race in general. Richard makes it very aware that we are going to put as much effort as possible into winning Daytona.
Coming to 2 to go in stage 2. Lapped cars well to the inside, or about to be lapped cars.
Those teammates are holding strong in that middle. Big shot by Blaney, giving Cindric a shove. Byron on that outside, pushing Busch.
Those 3 cars just getting lapped all had some pit road issues, but Berry getting turned around. And that's why they're now going a lap down.
Gosh, this side by side with the bottom lane moving so close to the outside lane, they're obviously in a position where they feel like it's helping them keep up and keep the momentum, but it keeps getting tighter and tighter and tighter, and it's going to cause a problem at some point.
And that point is off the corner. When you get tight, you lose the nose off that car in front of you. There's no room for error. You're going to be up in the side of that car. Seen it time and time again here. On the exit of the corners.
Daniel Suarez coming up into play here. He is 5th as they have half a lap to go to complete stage 2.
Well, you see Daniel Suarez right here with this throttle percentage. What he's doing right there is checking up so he doesn't run into the back of the car in front of him, and that's the kind of momentum that they have right now, able to just run up there and ram that car if he didn't let off the throttle.
Battle for the stage win, battle to be the first car 1 lap down and get the free pass. That's Priest versus Gibbs as Cindric takes him into turn 3. Blaney to the bottom. He said he wasn't going to help his teammates. He didn't. He dropped to the bottom to try to win stage 2.
Great move by Cindric to move up before Busch got to his outside and get caught in the middle. That was a heads-up move by Cindric.
Champion Ryan Blaney wins stage 2 from Austin Cindric, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Busch, and Tyler Reddick. 50 laps to go, next time by. And in 6 of the last 7 Daytona 500s, the eventual winner had not yet led the race by this point. Tonight, that includes Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex, among others.
Kevin, when I first came into this sport, I vividly remember you telling me when we were talking about Daytona, when is it time to go? 50 was the number you told me.
Yeah, and we're seeing 50 as the time to go for a lot of these guys because the intensity level has picked up as we've gotten towards the end. That looked like Denny Hamlin almost brushed the wall right there off of turn 2.
Almost. Corey LaJoie, the leader. 3rd generation racer. His granddad, a modified champ. His dad, 2-time Busch Series champ, and now racing safety advocate and seat builder Randy LaJoie. And here's Corey. Half of his 8 top 10 finishes in the Cup Series have come here at Daytona. Regan.
Well, Mike, Corey LaJoie having a great night up front right now. Something he told me earlier today, though, that this team would have to focus on as they continue to grow this year is being able to handle the pressure of being up front. Not only him as a driver, but the pit crew when it comes down to big moment situations. Well, if he can come in the lead of the Daytona 500 for his last stop, that is going to be a great lesson for handling that pressure.
Absolutely.
Well, that's a great point. Great view of the back of Corey LaJoie's car, but racing in the front and dealing with the things in the front is not how you deal with things in the middle or the back of the pack. Otherwise, those guys, here we go.
Denny's tired of following him.
Yep.
Denny Hamlin trying to lead for the first time tonight.
Going to be right back up in front of him. The block start. Question is, will he stay in front of him on that outside or try to weave back and forth and slow both lanes down?
Well, I think we know what Denny Hamlin wants to do. He wants to be in control. And being at the front is being in control. He can block and do all the things that he wants to do and be in the lane that he's the most comfortable with.
Let's ride along with driver 11.
Well, watch his eyes, because that's really the most important thing that happens here at Daytona. You watch the eyes, you try to gauge the run of the lanes behind you, know when you need to keep your car square. When you see the bottom coming, you'll see him come down, not come down, because that's a choice that you got to make, because you as the driver are the one steering the ship. And if you like the guy pushing behind you, sometimes you just won't even make that move like Denny just did right there. He thinks that inside lane is not going to be the lane to be in. Let's listen to Denny's spotter.
One off of you, bottom tighter.
That's Chris Lambert.
Still half off, 3/4 off, 3/4 off.
That's all that help. Talking about the help behind him.
3/4 off. Both lanes are equal here as far as gap.
As we listen. You can hear the not the intensity, but the importance of the spotter and the communications to the driver. You want that spotter to be as calm as possible and do everything that he can to relay all the information about the energy and the lines and everything that's happening.
Toyota out front. Chevys fill the rest of the front 4. The highest Ford in the race is now Chris Buescher, back in 8th with Joey Logano. A lot can happen, though, in 46 laps. 34 laps to go, and Joey Legano, the pole sitter for the 500, along with David Reagan, Brad Keselowski, and Chase Briscoe, have put 4 Fords out in front of the field. There will be one more pit stop. What do we expect if it happens under green? Josh.
We'll start with the 48 of Alex Bowman. About 10 laps ago, he was running inside the top 10. The team came over the radio, told him they weren't conserving, that is, enough fuel. They're concerned about that. Well, he's dropped back further than they wanted. Now back in 26, Regan.
Josh, at the top of the show, I said Kyle Busch, one of the most fierce competitors on the racetrack. Usually with that fierceness comes fieriness on the radio, but he has been abnormally calm today, even with adversity, hitting the wall, a tire nearly coming off after a pit stop. Kyle has not said a word. He has been calm and focused in that race car. Jamie?
Joey Legano, your leader right now, right where he started this race up front. He's been really happy with the race car. They just told him, manage your fuel when you can, and that's something hard to do that you guys in the booth have been talking about when you're leading this race.
Why is it so important to save fuel now?
Well, you want to be in the window that everybody else is in, and we saw Joey Legano go 100% and back up to 74%, but you don't want to have to pit by yourself. We heard somebody earlier talk about having to pit by themselves, but those Fords have taken control. I saw Brad Keselowski several laps ago duck down and started this Ford train on the bottom.
Also gives you options on that pit lane. The more fuel you save in that race car, when you get it to pit road, the tighter you have a pit stop, the quicker you can get out of your box, less fuel they have to put on.
Well, we saw Denny Hamlin do that the other night to win one of the duels. He went from 17th to 2nd, and next thing you know, he's right up in the front having a chance to win.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, if you go back to the first 2 stages, these drivers should be able to go to about lap 180, 181, 19, 20 to go. But I think you're seeing the Fords assemble on the bottom of the racetrack. I think they're thinking about coming a little earlier, maybe in the next 5, 6, 7 laps.
Like what you're putting down right there, picking it up, Larry. These Fords, as soon as they all move down, Kevin and I raise an eyebrow. They are definitely in position to pit amongst one another.
So why is Brad Keselowski keeping close tabs on Joey Legano? Because Brad said Joey has been the best, 1 second better than other drivers on the last 3 green flag pit stop cycles we've had in the 500 going into this year. There's something Legano does better than anybody else.
Well, he gets on the pit road better. He's just better under braking on these super speedway tracks. He gets all the way to the left and is able to make up time, but that also goes with getting down pit road better, doing all the little things good, and Joey Legano just steps up when it's time to win races.
Pit stops.
Ford, here we go.
A couple of the Toyotas break off. 5 cars coming this time by Ty Gibbs. Well, it's 2 Toyotas and 3 Chevrolets. Kind of a mixed bag.
Well, that's actually Riley Herbst there in the Monster Energy car.
Yeah, it's Riley Herbst.
Yep. I think you're going to see possibly these Fords stacked up on the bottom trying to make their move to the pits. This is time for that magical stop. No mistakes. Do not get caught speeding. Cannot recover from it.
And from a driver's standpoint, this is the most intense time when you know you have to get to pit road and get everything that you can get, but also not hit anybody.
There is Ty Gibbs. Now, the cars that just pitted were not among the leaders at the front of the pack.
Come the Toyotas.
And they are from the back of the pack. 7 cars, 8 cars pitting here.
No, Reddick, Truex, it's on most of the Toyotas. Denny is not amongst them.
Eric Jones, Bubba Wallace, there's Ty Gibbs in the 54, and Nemechek. Fuel only and away. They'll come out in a pretty tight pack. At least 5 of them will here. All right, how long do the Fords and Chevys stay out? Every lap you run, that's less time you have to spend on pit road. Another group, a small group of 3, peel off from the back. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch, unlikely allies pitting here.
Well, they were together on the racetrack, and sometimes you just have to go with the fastest car and whoever's around you at that particular time. And this is what we talked about earlier. Sometimes your strategy is out the window, and you just have to do what you have to do when it's time to stop.
Kind of surprised me it was just a couple cars, though.
Justin Haley pitted with them, but it took them a while to get the fuel can connected to Haley.
This time.
Here they come. That's the Ford boys. No mistakes.
Joey Legano, Brad Keselowski peel off. That's Josh Berry, Ryan Preece, David Reagan, Ryan Blaney trying to muscle up through 5 wide. They come to the timing line.
Well, and we saw exactly what Brad Keselowski was talking about with Joey Legano. Look at that lead that he has on those guys, and that all came in the braking zone.
See Chastain still on the racetrack, still leading the Chevrolet camp. Stenhouse in tow.
Legano and Keselowski get out first with Reagan. And those three hooked up may be tough to beat if we stay green here.
Well, the games are going to begin on the back straightaway.
Here comes everybody else. Ross Chastain in front of Kyle Larson on the outside. Stenhouse and Suarez on the inside. William Byron, Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott, all the Hendrick cars. And Anthony Alfredo.
Yeah, and all these guys that are on pit road right now, they're pitting later, so it should be less time in the pits because of the amount of fuel that they're taking.
Big pack coming off turn number 4 as they leave and try to get back up to speed.
You see the Ford camp right there in your screen, folks. Got a good chain going.
Yep.
Getting up through the, but there is a huge pack behind them coming.
Logano, Keselowski, Reagan, Blaney, and more. If that outside lane stays open, they're just going to inhale this whole field because they are at speed.
You see all 3 groups right there connecting, merging in one.
Logano drops to the inside, trying to sniff a draft from the Toyotas ahead of him. Back to the outside.
Well, and that's all that momentum that you have with the more speed because you've been out there long, and you see Kyle Larson do a great job. That's exactly what they needed to do. Kyle Larson and William Byron staggered themselves, and Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski have to weave in and out like you're going through a set of cones.
You see Chastain, they were the last ones to pit. So far, so good. They were able to make those blocks. Logano, can they hold him back? Chastain's going to have to slow him down, and he does. Stenhouse, not so much.
Boy, Logano and Keselowski are going to be a tough combination to beat.
Well, they got beat right there because of some guts, and those guys putting those blocks on and slowed that line down because they did a way better job getting on and off of pit road and had those guys beat by a fair amount of time, and that all came from defense with those Chevrolets.
Stenhouse leads the inside, Chastain the outside. There's Logano and Keselowski.
I agree with you, Kevin. The Ford camp led by Logano, they did a fantastic job on pit road. Collectively, their efficiency of the pit stop was much better than the others. But them slowly but surely, one by one, slowing their line down by the blocks, enabled them to stay in front. Talking about Chastain.
Yeah, and Chastain gave up that outside line to go down in front of Ricky Stenhouse in another Chevrolet. I'm not sure that was the right thing to do because I just believe that Joey Logano has always been one of the best pushers. But as this goes, you can see that it's getting physical. We're 3 wide in the middle of the pack back there, and things are going to start to happen in a much more physical way than they have.
Coming to 10 laps to go. 30 drivers on the lead lap. Each trying to find the way to victory lane in the sport's biggest race.
Give is over. Take from now on. Don't give an inch.
Denny Hamlin said it all week. He said, I'm going to be selfish. Don't care about manufacturers, don't care about teammates. I'm here for me.
You see everybody lifting, you see the flames out of the pipes, both lanes, all 3 lines for that matter. That's them stacking up. That's blocks up front, stacks them up behind. That's where the trouble's going to happen.
And when they stack up that bad, you have to let off the throttle in order to check the car up enough and probably touch the brake as well. But that just gives you an idea of the energy of this pack as they all keep pushing and shoving their way forward. Here we go again.
Chastain, lone wolf up here leading this pack with those 2 Fords behind him. Block, block, block. He knows they're wanting around him. They're going to make a move. Speaking of moves, Keselowski to the inside again. Back up in front of Legano.
And Chastain saw it coming and went up with him.
Now Legano to the outside. They can't get around.
Oh, no! Keselowski gets turned by William Byron. Blaney gets caught up. Gilliland, Truex, Hamlin, and more.
All those Fords were struggling to get around Chastain. Who could get around and get that clean air track position first? That's what happened.
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. I mean, it's a parking lot down there. Cars parked everywhere.
Blaney out. Big damage on him.
Toe link broke on the back. That one's done.
Keselowski all wadded up. Gilliland, the black and red car, right with him. Anthony Alfredo there.
Reddick, massive damage on him.
Thursday night winner Tyler Reddick. Martin Truex. Eric Jones comes to pit road. So does Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin made it back to the pits. So did Chris Buescher.
Well,
a lot of damage.
It just always gets to this point as you get to the end of the race. The pushes get harder. Everybody's just throwing caution to the wind to say, the heck with it. I'm going to the front. Martin Truex tore it. He's tore it bad right there.
Well, Chastain, I mean, I'd say he was a lone wolf up there. He was throwing blocks left and right, and they were making moves.
It was Alex Bowman with a push into William Byron that did not go well.
But it was the movement in front of them started stacking those guys up.
Yeah, when they get to blocking and moving out of line, those bump drafts just become misaligned, and all that energy going forward, they can't stop it, and they wind up running into the back of each other, misaligned, and they wreck, just like they did right there.
He said stopped. Eric Jones, Ryan Blaney. Here's some audio from William Byron.
Yeah, I think we just got crossed up there, like the 6 and the 1 were changing lanes a bunch, and I was getting pushed.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we just mentioned. So let's take a look at it. Yeah, and you're going to see William Byron right here. Oh, we got.
Actually, all 3 of those.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good.
all 3 of those.
I'm glad you hit that.
And you see Alex Bowman up the racetrack, and then they start zigging and zagging here. And
well, obviously, William Byron and Bowman, that's where it ended up. But the movement from the 6 and the 22, jockeying for position, trying to outduel one another to that position of passing Chastain, that's what stacked all those guys up and got them in trouble. Those guys were going for it. Chastain was holding them up. You saw the 6 go to the bottom. You saw the 22 go to the outside. The race was on, and unfortunately, those guys behind him.
This gives you a much better view right there. You see the 24 car just being pushed, and sometimes you're not aligned, and you know you're not lifting, and that car gets to moving around, and you hope it works out, and it just didn't work out right here.
We saw this same scenario playing out at the duels the other night when Blaney got in a wreck. You really can't pin it on anybody. It's hard racing, everybody going for it, but when those cars move in front of them, it slows the energy down.
Let's ride with Alex Bowman.
He was trying to stay off of him.
And you heard him lifting out of the gas.
Several times. This probably tells the other part of the story. You're not going to run 3 wide that long.
Well, we said it several laps ago, right? We both said it. The way that the pushes were coming, it was just a matter of time before this happened. And with the energy and everything that there is right now, it's just too much for the cars to handle to go straight. And that was a classic example of just getting shoved a little bit too hard and getting out of shape, and it's not time to lift.
Here's Denny Hamlin.
terrible feeling.
Nothing you could do. Long for the ride. Landed right in his lap.
Ross Chastain won the last race of last year at Phoenix. Last person to do that and then win the 500, Jeff Gordon, 1998 to 99. 4 laps to go. We're back to green.
See that top row, really everybody's formed up good, and I think as we just saw that huge wreck, I don't think that's going to keep any of those guys from pushing any harder than they were before. They're going to all keep pushing and shoving and trying to win this race.
Yeah, that's out the window. Not an option anymore.
Strength in numbers, Chevrolet dominates the top 10 right now.
Keep an eye on that rearview mirror. The energy is going to come from these pushes from behind. The accordion's going to be in effect. They're going to come fast.
7 of the top 10 are Camaros, with Cindric's 4, Bell and Nemechek in Toyotas.
Somebody's going to make a move. Where's this move going to come from? See that energy. The shot from Chase Elliott into his teammate Bowman. That's going to provide an opportunity for them to make a move.
Cindric gave Byron a shot, pushed him to the lead. Can he get him far enough in front for Cindric to make the lane change and have a shot to win it?
Comes this outside lane again, Kevin.
Well, that's going to change the momentum of that middle lane, and that bottom lane still formed up. You see Chase Elliott pull in front of the outside lane, and there goes Ross Chastain because it all broke up.
Bit of contact there midfield as William Byron, who succeeded Jeff Gordon in the Hendrick number 24, is out front.
Huge pushes on that outside. They kept getting in one another, had to back off. Accordion effect, stacked them up. Everybody had to lift. Broke that line up big time.
Cindric tried the top, no, got back in line. Now Chastain has a push.
A lot of energy on this outside. Chastain, here he comes, Kevin.
Well, we saw the same thing that happened to the top lane with the bottom lane. They got broke up, and now we've got William Byron leading the bottom lane with Austin Cindric behind him. Ross Chastain leading the outside lane.
And away they go. That is Cindric into Chastain and up into traffic.
Did they complete that lap?
Did the leader get the white flag?
This could be it.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
I don't know if he got it out in time. I
believe they saw the white flag.
I think it's William Byron.
I think so too.
It was a block by him, caused Chastain to move down.
Ross Chastain gets away and will come around to see the final flag of the night. We are under caution with the accident happening just past the start-finish line. Austin Cindric going for a wild ride here, as did Ross Chastain.
You see the light on, you see Bowman ahead of Byron right there, but need to back it up and see this again.
Stage 1 ended, and we see the drivers. There's Christopher Bell, race leader. He has been called to his car, just like all the rest of the drivers as they are climbing in. And Marty is standing by with Chase Elliott.
Yeah, let's chat with him. We've been embedded with the 9 team all day long, but I want to go back to what we talked about at the beginning of the day. Do you remember that? And you said, last time we won here, it was a rain-delayed race. Guess what? Rain-delayed race right now. How will the track be different, you think, Chase?
Yeah, I think we need one more rain delay for it to be just like the last one, and then try to get it to go under the lights. But yeah, the track has just been super interesting. And I think I told you there early, this place is just kind of weird. Usually when a track is hot and slick, it makes you want to widen it out and move around. And then when the sun goes down, it gets narrow. And this place really has done the exact opposite. In my opinion, it's been more narrow today than I remember it being when the sun was down and we ended at night, a couple years ago. So it's been odd. You can move around some, but not as much as I think we would like. So we'll see. I think that obviously when you get to traffic and you're trying to make passes, you don't really have a choice. You got to kind of make something work. So we'll keep scratching and clawing and try to get the old Napa Chevy a few spots forward.
Interesting stuff from Chase Elliott, who's worked his way up to 5th, Kim.
And Marty, Christopher Bell, top of the board before that rain delay, but the track has been cleaned. What is it going to be different this time as you get back in the car?
I would expect there to be a lot of grip and probably going to be pretty loose. So going to have to be hanging on here until we get this thing rubber back up.
All right, Christopher's going to climb aboard his race car. I did ask, because he wasn't feeling well the last couple of days, how helpful was this break? He said, man, it was nice to be able to get out of the car and kind of catch my breath for the second half of this race.
Interesting comment right there. Christopher Bell said it was going to have a lot of grip, but be loose. And the reason why is normally when the grip increases, the front tires work really well. So the front of the car is very positive. It turns and the back of the car can't keep up. But Steve, if you adjust for right now and you over adjust, then later when the track starts to change, then you may have gone too far.
That's really the whole idea to this. You kind of have to guess what you need at the end of the race. And I think, look, we've run 136 laps. We have to run 164 more. So I expect, Dave, that the track will kind of get all the way back to what we saw right before the rain.
Check with Denny Hamlin. His car's been handling well. Can you live without the cool suit now? Is that kind of the smart move there, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, we're just managing voltage, and so usually don't run it that often anyway. So yeah, I can run without it.
All right, he's led a lot of laps today, guys, in a very fast Toyota.
So it's interesting, right? You wonder if he took it off, you know, because we talk about you put that cool shirt on, you still see the cord right there, so maybe he still has it on, I don't know, but having some sort of voltage issue on the 11. They have the ability to turn the alternator on and off for some power gains. So we're reading through where he cycled that a bunch of times. This guy right here, Kyle Busch, he's going to be happy he gets another shot at this. Get back on the lead lap, try to gain some spots.
So you can hear the crowd in the background. They're excited about this. The drivers are strapping into the cars, getting ready to fire them back up again. Let's look back at stage 2. You already saw stage 1, but this is how stage 2 went.
John Henry Nemechek just lost control of his car, spins into the grass, ends up driving around the racetrack and just destroyed the right front fender.
Got a penalty on pit road for the one of Chastain. He was inside the top 5, took 2 tires. Front tire gets rolled into the 51's pit box.
Little contact, Ty Gibbs and Alex Bowman. Ty Gibbs through the grass, but no damage to that car that we can see.
Then the weather came, Rick. It started with some lightning, a few sprinkles, then some heavy showers and some wind, but it moved through very, very quickly. And the track is looking good. Little rainbow off the backstretch.
Brad Keselowski about to climb into his number 6, again embedded with the 6 team and the 9 team today in stage 2. There's still 49 laps to go in stage 2. Track drying pretty much completed now. Even the access roads are dry. They'll let the cars roll off of pit road, and then they'll work in just the pit stalls to make sure that they're dry also. What a crowd, though. You hear them in the background. They're having some fun here. Enjoying the sun coming back out and knowing that racing will continue here at Nashville Superspeedway. Get a few more updates from pit road, and we'll go to Marty first.
Cool to see these fans coming back out after the rain delay. Looks like no one left. That's going to be a fun rest of the afternoon. We heard the radio in stage 2 about Martin Truex Jr. talking about the car stumbling for the 19. I asked Martin and James Small about that a moment ago. He said, yep, that's an issue we had in qualifying yesterday, but the engine mapping for the 19 is already locked in. That is not something they can change here mid-race, so that's something that he's going to have to live with, despite how much speed they had in this car on the long runs, Kim.
Well, Marty, I talked to Tyler Reddick this morning, and despite already having a win on the season and being locked into the playoffs, they feel like they need to pick up the pace. A lot of things they need to work on. He said execution-wise, they've just been a 10th place car at best. Need to be running top 5 consistently. He said that top 5 needs to start today. Well, we're seeing it right now as it stands currently in the 2nd position. Dave, before that rain delay, he was reporting tight in the middle, loose on throttle, off the turn, just needed more rear lateral grip. We'll see how that changes when they get back green.
Again, when I was talking to Chris Chris Buescher's crew chief, Scott Graves, this morning. He said, we need to pass some people. And what he was talking about was the people close to them at the cut line for the playoffs as they run right now. They're 15th out of 16, so they're close to that bubble. He said, we want to make sure we get ahead of the 48, the 1, and the 54. Well, as they run right now, they are ahead of them. They're going to gain some points on them if they can keep what they've got. 7th place right now for Buescher. Picked up some track position as they were one of the teams that took just 2 tires on that last pit stop. So Chris Buescher now has that Ford up where he needs it to be in the top 10. Rick?
Thank you, Dave.
We heard Chase Elliott kind of questioning how the track is widening out. You know, the rubber's being laid down on it and why it hasn't gotten any wider. Well, let's look. On the left is before the rain. Look at how black the racetrack is. The rubber just driven into the racetrack from the bottom up to the middle. To the right is right now. And so it's going to change again. And all you can do is guess. And we saw cars that ran well early in the race that didn't run well as well later, and vice versa. So what's the play here, right? You have 49 laps until the end of this stage and then the end of the race. So the best car may have to sacrifice a little speed right now, Steve, to be as good as he really wants to be later.
I think you have to worry about your adjustments, and you also have to worry about how you're going to consume these 164 laps, knowing that we are 49 away from the end of stage 2. Most teams were last on pit road at lap 117. That was about 20 laps ago. So I don't expect everybody to come to pit road, but there's some arguments that says it'd be a good time to come to pit road because you could make those adjustments you talked about, Jeff, and you could also get into this kind of really close to a one-stop fuel window, which now it's 164 lap. I wonder what the intensity is going to be like. You know, these guys normally strap in thinking that it's, you know, 400 miles, and now it's just a 164 lap race.
They'll leave pit road the way they're scored. That's why you see Christopher Bell going out. We're hearing the 2 of Austin Cindric is actually going to get a penalty. They did not follow rules when they came onto pit road or were on pit road. And so a penalty will be assessed to the 2. They'll have to go out at the back of the field.
Yeah, that's too bad. I'm not sure. They said that they made some sort of adjustment. So something was done that NASCAR deemed outside of what was approved. Normally what you're allowed to do is clean the windshield. You can help the driver get strapped in depending on the length of the red flag. Sometimes you could reset the tire pressure. Sometimes you can't. Only being an hour, I'd be shocked if they let them do tire pressures.
You know, the other thing, Steve, is that, you know, NASCAR is kind of stepping up the policing of pit road, and we're starting to see a lot of penalties, cars rolling out of tech onto pit road. You wonder if they have some surveillance technology that they're not letting everybody know about, because we've started to see a lot of these penalties and just trying to keep people honest.
Still seeing the 2 sitting there. And again, the cars will be rolling back onto the racetrack in the order that they came off the track. And that's why you're seeing them on the backstretch stopping there. Getting back in line before we go to a yellow flag condition. Just over an hour and 20 minutes already of this red flag condition. But what a job that the track crew has done to get this racing facility back ready to race again. A deluge of rain came down, and then just as quickly the sun helping that drying process.
One thing, when you got back in this race car, you have to double check everything. Is your wheel tight? Are your belts on right? Is all that stuff that you do every single day, but we've seen multiple times that drivers make a mistake. They don't get everything done. And on a day like this, it's still hot. I know we had this rain come through, but it did not cool it down. So make sure you get your helmet hose hooked up. Make sure your cool suit gets hooked. All those things that seem like simple procedures can get forgotten.
112 degrees inside the car for Kyle Busch. And Marty, give us a rundown on what happened with the 2 team and why the penalty.
Yeah, a little context as Austin Cindric finally leaves his pit stall. So Jeff said NASCAR's patrolling pit road a little bit stronger. Well, what happened with Austin Cindric was, Steve, they had a fan that was on the pit box during the red flag. NASCAR officials felt like that fan was too pointed towards the car. They felt like in some way it was maybe cooling the car, so that's what they dinged them for, and that's what they got penalized for.
There you have it.
once everybody gets in line, they will make one pass across the start-finish line, and then they will open pit road. So those that choose to come onto pit road, make adjustments, change tires, add fuel, that can all be done after they have gone around one time, and pit road will then be open. But you do see yellow. We have gone to a yellow flag condition. The red flag officially 1 hour and 21 minutes. Great crowd here at Nashville Superspeedway. A sellout. There are fans from all 50 states, 13 countries represented. Second straight year, a sellout here at Nashville Superspeedway. We mentioned the entertainment mecca now here in Nashville, and fans coming out and appreciating the racing that takes place here at the Superspeedway. Sticking it out as well through that rain delay. And now waiting to see the conclusion of the Ally 400. 163 laps remaining in the race, just 48 that will be remaining in stage 2. We're riding along with Ross Chastain and that Busch Light onboard camera. Last year's winner, Chase Elliott, as we're embedded with the 9 team. We've been able to ride along on the Coke Zero Sugar number 9 on board. Consumer Cellular helping us out with Brad Keselowski, the other team that we're embedded with in this stage.
See on the left there that green and blue number 8 Kyle Busch, he gets the free pass, and that will make 36 cars on the lead lap. Only John Hunter Nemechek, which we saw in the recap of stage 2, spun and then had damage. He's 2 laps behind, and Chad Fincham is currently 5 laps off the pace. He actually might be retired, I think. The 66 might have decided to go to the garage.
Fincham is in the garage, so he's off the track, and pit road's open. So we'll see if we have any takers. Crew chief, would you be coming to pit road?
I think if I was outside the top 20 or 22, I would. I like where Alex Bowman is right here. That's probably a great decision. He's 16th. Probably get a few to come behind you. See Austin Dillon following as well.
Kim.
And you see Joey Legano making a stop right now. That car is still looking for a little more handling-wise, tight center, building free off, but that free off was the majority of the problem for Joey Legano. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, a little air pressure, Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Opposite problem for Alex Bowman. His car was tight, wanted to go to the wall when he turned the wheel, but he only took 2 tires last time, so they want to make sure they got 4 fresh and a chassis adjustment here.
Still a lot of racing to go, over halfway of this race to go, with 162 laps now to go of the 300 scheduled.
A little longer stop. I believe that's a 51 of Justin Haley. Going under the right front there, making adjustments.
Steve, it's a little bit of an interesting call. You don't want to give up all that track position, but when you have tires that were on this car and then you sit with them for over an hour and a half, you're never real sure how they're going to respond. Like when you drive into turn 1 for the first time, what are they going to do? They're cooler. They're certainly way cooler than they were on the race car the last time. But from a driver's perspective, I don't trust them completely because I've been so inconsistent in that type of situation.
And here comes the choose. Bell's going to choose that bottom line, and Reddick will be on his outside. Larson also down on the inside.
Really pretty split. I don't know if there's a real dominant lane yet on the restarts. Maybe later. Marty.
Steve, you've had a halftime break with your driver, and I'm intrigued by the comments from Chase Elliott talking about how narrow the groove is and how hard it was to pass. So have you talked to your driver about maybe changing the strategy a little bit, thinking about maybe 2 tires here in the second half of this race to gain some of that track position you need?
Well, I think anything was on the table before the race even started. I know that Chase had hoped that the groove widened out, and I understand what he was talking about, but even then, you know, every car is so equal, and new tires just didn't seem to be a huge advantage. So every race, no matter how unpopular the statement, is a track position race. Clean air helps every race car.
Field 2x2 now as we're getting ready for the restart, again embedded with the 6 and the 9 team. this restart, we're going to be listening into TJ Majors, the spotter for Brad Keselowski, as he calls them to the green flag in the restart.
Green bit ready, go, go, go. 45 lost, 20 bumper already, just lined up bottom here, 9.5 off of you. One inside, just Chris here. Driving off the 9 in your mirror, keep him in your tracks, you're good. Just driving off Chris down there. Door, pulling him. Bumper, clear, all clear. He's under attack from the 9 here. They're side by side, better cover the bottom, cover the bottom. One back a lane higher to Chris, half back, cover it, keep him in your mirror. Keep him in your mirror. 5, now just grab the tape for me here, it'll hurt the 9 to help Chris here, by 2. Here we go, by 2 over both lanes. Perfect, by 3.
Very interesting. Chris Buescher, obviously the teammate to Brad Keselowski, and TJ Majors is really spotting to help Chris Buescher as well.
Good battle. We talked about the concern will the outside lane come in this early in the run. Seems like they have a pretty good amount of confidence that it's got grip in there.
They stay side by side for that 5th position. Elliott and Buescher.
Oh, wiggle out of the 17 of Buescher.
Look at William Byron. Almost into the wall. William Byron has to catch it. He was right behind Buescher.
And that started with Buescher. Buescher has a wiggle, goes up the track. It kind of gets the 24 checked up, and then right behind the 17, right in that dirty wake, you try to offset, and that's what drives the 24 up, Jeff.
Yeah, see, up the racetrack. Now he gets in that on the dirty racetrack you talked about, and to be honest with you, I'm surprised he didn't hit the wall. I mean, it shows you how clean the racetrack is up there, and that's probably because we just had all the jet dryers on there, and it blew all that debris down the racetrack. Had that happened later in this race, he probably is wrecked.
He was in the 7th position before having to catch that race car.
It's one of those saves that you're frustrated you lost spots. You're so thankful you still are racing. Could have been the end of the day. Up front, they're pretty organized, kind of spread out. Everybody minding their P's and Q's, but it's anything but back in the pack. We're riding on board with the 50 of Corey Heim. The Toyota on board. You see it, 24 still up the track a little bit.
Corey right now in 12th position. Really good run for that 50 team and Corey, as we see now the 43 of Eric Jones and Ryan Preece. Maybe a little paint swap there between those two.
When we talk about strategy, this is what we mean. You know, when you're 20th and you pit, you come out 25th, you think it's 5 spots, no problem, but every spot is so contested. 3 wide up in front of Joey Legano. See if they work it out. Now Joey has this nice wide entry into the corner. We'll see if he can get some momentum even with the car to his left.
Daniel Suarez in the 99 on the inside of that 2-wide battle in front of him.
Looking at lap times too. The rain cleaned the rubber off. I know it doesn't feel a lot cooler out, but I do think it's cooling a little bit. And everyone is faster. The whole field has picked up pace from the beginning of the race.
Turning the fastest laps of the day. And we see Suarez able to make the pass. He completes that on Ryan Preece. Legano trying to clear the 16 of AJ Allmendinger, and he does. Top 3 separated by 1.2 seconds. That's Bell, Reddick, and Larson up front.
I like that bright green 54 Interstate Batteries Toyota. Ty Gibbs didn't pit under this last caution, but pitted back at lap 128, and he slowly moved forward. We saw that he had spun out at one point, but here he is, 13th, trying to get to the outside of Carson Hocevar for the 12th position. He's able to do it. Nice move.
So much confidence in his race car to be able to carry that much speed on corner entry to get on the outside of the 77. Shows you how good that car is driving.
On the bottom of the screen, Daniel Suarez trying to go by the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace way up in the light gray.
Oh, wow. You saw the fire come out of the pipes. He was way out of the gas on corner exit.
Fight for 20th as Priest has taken it away from Bubba Wallace. And here comes Legano. Bubba Wallace looked very strong in practice yesterday. And then the qualifying effort didn't go as planned and has not been marching toward the front as we had anticipated.
Talked about Bubba Wallace a little bit ago. Here he is, just up the racetrack, and he's just not happy with his car at all. Again, another guy that probably pretty happy wasn't wrecked right there.
There's Austin Cindric in the 2, trying to clear that 15 of Riley Herbst.
Good to see Riley back in the car, man. He got overheated yesterday. They had a cool shirt issue, and then they tried to drain it, got it unhooked. They actually had to stop, unscheduled pit stop under yellow to try to assist him and cool him off. He was able to actually, nice recovery and finish okay in the Xfinity Series race, but when we talk about double duty, he definitely had to work overnight to kind of get rehydrated and rested for today.
Kyle Busch again was the recipient of the free pass, so he's back on the lead lap and currently running in the 30th position.
Talk about this battle back here is always crazy intense. Right in front of this battle is the 4-car, Josh Berry. Remember, he started on the front row today, and he was fast in practice yesterday. He looked good, but he has not had the speed at all today, all the way back in 27th spot.
We mentioned that the lap speeds have been picking up. How about we look at the Xfinity fastest laps now, and it was the 45 car, almost a 30 flat. That's really looking almost like qualifying speeds that we saw yesterday. That was lap 144 when that fast lap was turned 10 laps ago. So after the rain has come through and the track was cleaned off, a lot of speed now. Bell has a half a second lead over Tyler Reddick, as well as Larson, Keselowski, and Elliott, all running in the top 5. 26 laps to go in stage 2 of the Ally 400 from Nashville on NBC. And this has been a very interesting battle. The 41 of Ryan Preece and the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Take a look. A little bit of paint traded right there.
Guys just battling for position. 25 laps to go in this stage. You know, a little concern for them, this crowd. You know, you got to make enough pace to not go a lap down. They should be safe, but it's not a given.
Kyle Busch running Riley Herbst up the racetrack just a bit.
Quarter driving in hard with his door. Even 3 back bottom, south their door. 1 back.
That's in the 28, 29, 30 range between those two cars. So up front, it's Bell, Reddick, Larson, then Keselowski, Hamlin, Elliott, and Martin Truex Jr. all running in the top 7. Let's go through the field. Brought to you by Homes.com.
Let's go to 8th place, Chris Buescher. You're going to start with Christopher Bell, aren't you? Oh, there he is. There's 8th place, Chris Buescher now. The car has been good most of the day. Scott Grace told me this morning they just need to be consistent to be where they are and continue on to get into the playoffs. He's been fast at times, just a little bit free right now. Marty.
How has the fire-off been for Ryan Blaney after the rain delay? Listen in.
Just a little bit snug right now off of 2. I drive off of 4. It's way better. Slower it goes.
So the interesting part about that comment, he feels like the car is actually handling better. It is cooling down now that the sun is dipping behind the grandstand. We'll keep an eye on that. If any driver needed the halftime break, how about Noah Gragson yesterday in the Xfinity Series race? His cool suit failed. He said he barely made it to the end of the race. I asked him what he did. He said simply, got some fluids, took a rest. Gragson using that 2-tire strategy, hanging in the top 10, Kim.
Well, Marty, Ty Gibbs running in the 11th position after a spin early, and this has kind of played into exactly what they've been trying to correct, executing from start to finish. The last 4 races, they have not gotten the results they needed. They've bled a lot of points, and right now they want to right the ship. There's definitely a little frustration there, and right now Ty's saying he's getting tighter as the track rubbers in. Dave.
Corey Heim started this race 29th. He's all the way up to 12th now, the 21-year-old from Georgia, turning his first laps for 23:11. A reserve driver getting a shot here. He's putting it to very, very good use in the 50 car. Kim.
Carson Hocevar running in the 13th position. Remember, he won the Truck Series race here last year, and the team felt like he was leaning on that knowledge, knows what to expect from the track. The goal is to maintain the average finishing position they've had over the last 4 weeks. That's about a 17th place finishing position. And Marty, as we look at what they've been able to do, they're just trying to get base hits right now, not home runs, as they continue to build this program.
Kim, since that bobble by William Byron, he lost all that track position. He's gained a couple of spots back, about to get another one there with Carson Hocevar. That'll put him up to the 13th spot. Rudy Fugle told him on the radio a moment ago, William, stay calm. I'm working on a plan to get our track position back, Dave.
Michael McDowell, who led 31 laps earlier on an off-strategy long play. He is now working his way back through with a very tight race car. Interestingly, he was told that the one car in front of him was making some ground in the high line. He should try that. As for Ross Chastain, yep, his car is the same way. The one not turning well, so he's looking to the high line to try to make better lap time. Tim?
Dave, Chase Briscoe running the 17th position has dropped a couple of positions, just way too tight, will not turn. And he's coming off a 2nd place run in New Hampshire, but bigger than that, the official announcement that he will move to Joe Gibbs Racing next season. And when I talked to the team, crew chief Richard Boswell said the team is very excited for Chase and his opportunity, but the message for his driver has been, we need to focus back in, perform, and solidify opportunities for every other person on this team, Dave.
And Todd Gilliland in the 38 car running in the 19th position. Good run for him today, using that high line as well to his advantage. He's been solid all day long.
Ooh, a little wall contact right there for the 38 off turn 2.
So only 16 laps to go in stage 2. Those of you that play fantasy, make sure to check your fantasy lineup. Make sure you don't have somebody in the garage that would benefit you if they would be a part of your lineup. As Jeff and Steve both grab their phones.
Thank you, Rick.
Brad Keselowski restarted in 4th. He's fallen to 5th, but staying right up there in the top 5. Christopher Bell won stage 1, trying to sweep the stages here in Nashville. Great battle going on here for 10th between Noah Gragson and the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Want to give you a reminder at 7:30, bottom of the hour, the NASCAR coverage will move to USA and the NBC Sports app. So the conclusion of this race will be on USA and on the NBC Sports app because of the hour and 21-minute rain delay from here at Nashville Superspeedway. And that means at the bottom of the hour, it will be U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. That coverage will continue on NBC, right here on NBC for the final day of the U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. And again, a reminder at the bottom of the hour, we'll be on USA for the conclusion of this race from Nashville after the hour and 20-minute rain delay as we ride along with Corey Heim. Really impressive run for Heim, running in the 12th spot right now.
How about the battle in front of him? Yeah, how about the battle in front of him? Like these guys, lap after lap, side by side. It's like Noah may get him this lap.
So Noah clears Gibbs as Corey Heim just behind them, running 10th, 11th, 12th. Starting to see some of the cars move up the racetrack just a little bit, widening out.
Yeah,
more options.
Old enough on tires where moving up is an option. You see how dark the racetrack is now, so kind of getting back to where we were before the rain delay. 7 laps to go in this stage. Going to see some adjustments, very important as we enter that final stage to continue to chase the racetrack's balance.
Bell has a little over a second lead over Reddick. Then it's Larson, Hamlin, Keselowski, Chase Elliott. And again, Keselowski and Elliott embedded with those teams. Want to say thank you to those two, and we'll get a little more information from the 9 team and Marty.
Hey, Rick, just wanted to check in with a couple of crew chiefs here, including Alan Gustafson. And Steve, I've heard a number of crew chiefs say that Hey, our car's actually getting better. It is cooling down. I mentioned that, the sun going down behind the grandstands. Concrete, Steve, normally not extremely weather sensitive, but how much will this track change, and how important is this next adjustment for these crew chiefs?
Well, I think this is very important, because if it runs correctly and we don't see a lot of yellows, you're going to get one more shot in the middle of the final stage. But you know you're down to basically 2 pit stops. So the goal would be you've kind of reset after the rain. Now the rubber's going back on the racetrack. The sun is starting to kind of get behind the grandstands, as Marty pointed out. Now it's time to make those very, very important final adjustments.
Battle for 16th. We see Chase Briscoe chasing after Michael McDowell on the bottom of your screen. But on the top, Gregson has cleared the 54 of Gibbs, but Gibbs definitely not falling back. Under 4 laps to go in stage 2, and Christopher Bell has now led over 100 laps, 102 back-to-back races, and that's the first time that he's ever done it in his career.
It's an odd look out of the 54. The back of it was kind of dancing around a little.
You can see his hands inside the race car, wearing white gloves. See how much wheel movement he has. Car looks like it's a little bit loose.
Looking to the inside now as Gibbs trying to take that spot back from Gregson. Not able to throw it into turn 3 as deep as Gregson. Under 2 laps to go. Pit road is closed as Bell can't quite complete the pass on the 3 of Austin Dillon, trying to put him a lap down. And the fight for that 10th position continues. That's a point at the end of the stage. One more time around for Bell, who's door to door right now with Dillon. Dillon fighting to stay on the lead lap. And out of 4, that is going to be a sweep of the stages for Christopher Bell. It's the 4th time that he's swept the first 2 stages of a race. He definitely wants to change history when maybe not so happy between Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson.
Denny radioed that he was okay, he's going to get him.
Grab at him later.
That's right, they're radioing to his driver to calm down, but Denny said I was going to get him. Didn't like something about the way that Kyle Larson raced him.
It's interesting, these 2 are friends off the racetrack, but on the racetrack it doesn't look it. And right at the finish line, the 5 gets by. Apparently Hamlin not too happy about that. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by Ally. Do it right. Marty.
Kyle Larson on pit road. He said, I just need more overall grip. He also mentioned that the brake pedal started to go long towards the end of that run, Kim.
Marty Christopher Bell, top right, said, I think my balance is pretty good. No major changes there. Tyler Reddick, bottom left of your defense. Like he had good speed, just a 1.5 or 2 tight towards the end of the run, Dave.
Ultimately, 4th place there for Denny Hamlin in the stage. His car was tight, but he was charging the entry, which was giving him great lap time. 4 tires and fuel, and he's out of here.
Really close there for Hamlin, and he gains 2 spots to Bell.
Nowhere near in the top 10 is the 5 of Kyle Larson. This is what the race off looked like. So close between the 20 and the 11. The 5 comes in, stops pretty well on its mark. Jack goes up. Jack, see, he drops it. We saw that happen last week with the 19. He had to jack it back up to tighten the right rear tire. Cost some extra seconds, over 10 spots lost.
Again, a reminder, approximately 15 minutes at 7:30. We will move over to USA and the NBC Sports app to see the conclusion of the Nashville Superspeedway Ally 400. That's because of the hour and 21-minute rain delay that we had to experience here. And at 7:30 here on NBC will be the U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. That will all culminate. That's very impressive 400-meter hurdles featuring Sydney McLaughlin-Levronic. She is the world record holder in that event. Well, Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin have continued their, I guess, reckless ways. We've seen it before. We saw it at Atlanta earlier, Kansas a year ago. Pocono was a part of that as well. It always seemed as though the 5 was maybe getting the raw end of the deal.
This was last week. Tight racing. Hamlin eventually gets Kyle Larson way up the racetrack, and spotter Tyler Maughan's like, hey man, that keeps happening because you're letting it happen. You got to make it stop. Kyle pushed back on him a little bit on the radio, but here's Kyle Larson answering that call, saying, all right, you race me like this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it to you.
Then we saw the green and checkered, and Denny Hamlin very upset, running into the back of the 5. Gabe Hart had to get on the radio and tell the 11 to calm down. Dave.
And here's what that sounded like, Steve.
All right, I'll get him. Take care of it right here. Take care of it. Yeah, we're good enough to win the race. Don't worry about that. We're good. Hey, we're good. Stop. We're good enough to win this race. That's what we're going to... Stop!
So Gabe Hart gathers it back together. We hope Denny has, and maybe he can, to win this race.
What makes it worse, 90% of those altercations are at the front of the field. They aren't disagreeing for 10th or 15th. It's normally the lead.
Teammates up front as we get ready to go back to racing for the final stage. Hamlin, Bell, back into the gas. A great restart for Christopher Bell. Tyler Reddick in the 45 trying to follow him on the bottom of the racetrack and clear that 11 of Hamlin.
And you can feel the intensity. Bell looks clean out front, but back too wide through the field.
Reddick not able to clear the 11. Again, that's his boss. Denny Hamlin, co-owner of 2311, who Tyler Reddick drives for.
Denny up the track, but you see the available grip. That wide exit looks odd. It looks like he's out of the groove, but there's still the grip to accelerate.
Yeah, he never lifted, did he?
He stays on the gas here as he tries to stay to the outside of the 45.
What a great battle between these two guys. Tyler Reddick trying to just paint his left side tires on that bottom line. Go back to the throttle as quickly as he can. Now starting to use a little more racetrack.
Oh, the 34 McDowell really high and out of the groove, but continuing to slow.
I believe we have a tire down.
There you go, tire down on the radio.
You guys here?
Left sides. Yeah, left sides are up, right sides are up. Maybe it's a vibration or maybe just stuff in the tires.
Yeah. Or here, won't go into 5th.
Oh, you heard the drive line. Won't go into 5th, so they go from 4th to 5th during the lap. McDowell reports it won't shift correctly.
Reddick completes the pass on Hamlin for that second spot.
And as we look
here, I'm not sure what you want me to do. I can keep trying to get in 5th, but it won't go.
So he's basically stuck. If you have to run only 4th gear, you have to lift at the end of the straightaways. You can't even run top speed. And if you look at the rundown, the cars we talked about in practice, it's taken 196 laps. Hamlin was great in practice 3rd. Blaney showed great speed 4th. Keselowski 5th. And Truex, been a quiet day, but he looked great in practice. Here he is in 6th.
You see Michael McDowell and the telemetry there, not able to stay in the gas. So he starts to fall off the pace now. Blaney in front of Keselowski in 4th.
Keselowski trying to guess where Blaney's going to go. He went to the top. Blaney went to the top, so then Brad had to slow his entry down, trying to turn underneath him. Again, it's a guessing game. Where's he going to go? He goes to the top, so I got to go to the bottom.
Let's watch the progressive telemetry on the 6 team.
Talked about the shift for McDowell. There it was for Keselowski, 4th to 5th, Jeff. Nearly 180 miles an hour at the end of the front stretch.
And he's a little bit quicker. You can see he rolls the center of the corner a little bit better than Blaney. Let's see if Blaney gives him the bottom again. Nope, changed it up on him. But Brad almost anticipated it. He never turned to the bottom. He immediately went to the top.
And adjusted his entry speed. Didn't overdrive the top. You have to kind of back off a little easier to run the top, and that's what's paying dividends now. As between the draft and running the top, he gets a good toe. We'll see if he can do it again here in 1 and 2.
Oh, he's got to run right here. Let's see if he gains on him down the back straightaway. Here he comes. Now what does he do? He's guessing. What's Blaney going to do? All right, Blaney to the bottom. He's to the top.
It was almost like a slow lift, like he wasn't sure which direction he wanted to go.
And so why does that matter? Because to make the top work, you have to have the right entry speed. You have to have the right angle of attack. And if you're not able to commit because you don't know what the car in front of you is going to do, it doesn't make the rest of the corner like it needs to. We're talking about a 1/10 of a second difference between getting it perfect and not.
Caution has come back out. It's the 6th of the day, and this one for Riley Herbst. He got up into the wall. And just a reminder, in just a few minutes at 7:30, our coverage will continue on USA and the NBC Sports app again because of the rain delay that we had here just a little while ago. That means that at 7:30 there will be U.S. Olympic track and field trials right here on NBC from Eugene, Oregon.
97 laps to go. It's not really close enough to the finish to make it on a tank of fuel. For that reason, I don't think the leaders will pit. Maybe someone further back will come to make adjustments, adjust their race car. But I think the leaders know that they can't come to pit road until they can make it all the way to the finish on fuel.
Dave.
So Buescher is one of those cars that was called to pit lane. Scott Graves is crew chief. He liked the numbers that he saw for strategy, Steve, all the way down here. So they took 4 tires last time, but they lost 5 spots on pit road. They figured they got 2 back while he was racing. They'll take 4 more tires here and fuel.
Reason for the caution again, the 15 of Riley Herbst, but the 7 involved in this one.
You can see they're side by side entering turn 1. 7 car, Corey LaJoie, on the bottom of the racetrack. Never is able to stay on there where he needs to be up the racetrack. Gets into the 15. Riley Herbst into the wall. Damaged the right front control arm. Well, Riley's going to be frustrated with that. You know, Corey didn't mean to do it, but you know, Riley's like, hey man, it's your job to keep your car in the line it needs to be in.
This was just Riley's 3rd start in the Cup Series this year, running full-time in the Xfinity Series. Huge weekend coming up next weekend, and that is on the streets of Chicago. And once again, we will call that one radio style as we dive into the streets of Chicago. We'll see Mike Bagley once again on turns 1 and 6. Then Dylan Welch will handle the turns 3, 4, and 5. He'll hand back off to Bagley at 6, but we have Mayor Jeff Burton over in turn 11, and Steve and I will be in the booth covering all the action from the front stretch. Peacock Pit Box once again near Buckingham Fountain, and it all starts Saturday on NBC and Peacock. Countdown to green for the Xfinity Series at 3 o'clock to 3:30 for racing. On Sunday, 4 o'clock and 4:30. And we'll be embedded with Tyler Reddick in stage 2 next week.
Rick, and I know we were there a year ago, but the weather did not cooperate. It feels like a second chance for a first impression. The race ended up unbelievable. SVG, there was more passing, Jeff, than you and I ever dreamt would be at a street course. And the weather looks, knock on wood, looks great. Yeah. And the fans came out even with that crazy weather. So I think the scene is going to be electric. 4th of July week right there on the shore. It's going to be a good time.
Concerts. I mean, it's going to be just an event that you do not want to miss.
It is such a fun event. I was out there on my perch last year, and all the fans are walking by on Michigan Avenue, and the excitement, the enthusiasm was crazy, and that was in the rain. Yeah. And so much of the stuff, like you said, the concerts got canceled. So much of that stuff got canceled, and it took some of it away. This year, I expect it to be a brand new, fresh start, and it was a good time last year. It's going to be even better this year.
Saw the temperature there inside of Kyle Busch's car. It's been right hovering around the 120 as far as temperature. And again, we remind you, at the bottom of the hour, 1 minute from now, we will move over to USA Network and the NBC Sports app for the conclusion, the final 94 laps of this, the Ally 400 from Nashville Superspeedway. And coming up at the bottom of the hour, from Eugene, Oregon, it's the U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials. A lot of great events still in front of those team members trying to make Team USA in track and field. There you see the temperature once again at 118 degrees, waiting for the restart here. Guys, definitely looking forward to Chicago next week, but can't wait for the end of this one. And again, a reminder, we'll be on USA Network right after the break and NBC Sports app. And coming up after the break as well, U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. That coverage continues on NBC. Conclusion of the race on USA. Getting ready for the choose from here at Nashville Superspeedway.
1 hour, 20-minute rain delay has pushed us later into the evening than we thought. The track was kind of cleaned off, speeds picked up, and now here we are, 93 laps to go. Bell has had just an unbelievable day. He's won stage 1, he's won stage 2. We've seen Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Blaney, everybody seems to kind of matriculate to the front. The cars, Marty, that we thought we had good pace in practice.
Kyle Larson still trying to recover from that bad pit stop a moment ago. I want to show you the right front that came off his car, though, on that last stop. Look at that cording all the way around the inside of the right front. His teammate William Byron had one as well. That was actually on the left front. So, Steve, help me understand this. Was that the faster pace you just mentioned, or was that because the racetrack was green after the rain? And will that be an issue moving forward tonight?
Yes to both. The issue, I don't think so. Faster pace, greener racetracks. I think the color has already changed on the racetrack. That wear should improve dramatically. I wouldn't be concerned.
This restart on a lot of these guys in front did not pit.
Bell on the inside, Reddick on the outside. Denny Hamlin in that second row. Hamlin trying to make a 3 wide. Contact made. Far up into the wall behind them. And that's the 43 of Eric Jones. Caution comes out once again.
Brown blue or fell off.
Denny Hamlin seems to be racing a little more aggressively now. Saw him get into the side of the 20 of Bell, fighting for the lead. Eric Jones in the 43 has a right front down.
There was some radio, whether it was like he thought maybe the wheel came off or something like that. I see the wheel nut. So the wheel nut is still there. So the wheel is still attached. I don't know if it came loose or if the tire just went flat. Either way, right at the top of the screen, you see why he says it, just straight up the racetrack.
It seemed like he never had control of the car. As soon as he got down in there,
three wide in front of him.
I'm going to say flat tire, ran something over. You know, we haven't really seen any tire issues. Once again, wheel is, best we can tell, secure with all the damage.
It looked like the left front tire was down too as he was headed to the wall.
It was lower on air, but I think it had some air in it. Either way, this has just not been the day for Legacy Motor Club. The 42 spun out earlier, had damage to the fender driving around on a flat. Now the second car.
Well, look at this restart. Things are picking up. It's starting to get really aggressive. Josh Berry making it 3 wide in the back. And then in the front. A little bit of contact there with Hamlin and his teammate Bell. Getting that point in the race. No one's going to give anything. They used to say, game of give and take. Give a guy a shot, take a spot. That was what was happening there.
Very awkward timing for the team. 75 to 80 laps, the expected fuel window. I always feel like they short me a few laps when they're nice enough to give me that information. So let's say they could have gone 82 or 83. We're at 90, it'd be 89 when pit road is open. This is a track, because you use brake, you actually can save quite a bit of gas. You can lift early, not use any brake, kind of coast the car into the corner. Look, I don't think the leaders feel like we're inside the window. I might be wrong. We'll see if they pit here. But someone's going to. We already saw Bubba Wallace top off at the end of the last yellow. So I think we're close enough that these crew chiefs are going to have to really decide. Someone in the middle of the pack, I think, is going to force this decision to make it uncomfortable. You wonder if it's Joey Logano. They've been aggressive with the strategies all day. Or someone further back. No takers yet, so their mileage just must not be good enough. I would think the 23 would come back in if he topped off the last time.
Yeah, from 22nd back, pitted that time.
Coming at you, Marty.
Yeah, it has not been a good day for Kyle Busch and Randall Burnett. They have struggled to get better than 25th today, so they pitted the last time as well, taking advantage of this caution to come down pit road and see what can happen. 89 to go, though. They cannot make it all the way on fuel unless there was a lot of caution.
I've learned to not trust them, Marty. I don't trust what they tell me. I don't trust the fuel. And that's a compliment that they have the way to find some better mileage when they need it.
So many great sports in the Nashville area. You got the Tennessee Titans, the Predators, the Sounds for the baseball team here, soccer club, professional league. Then Vanderbilt and Belmont for the universities in the Nashville area. Once again, 2x2. We'll try the restart again. It didn't go well for Eric Jones on the last restart, and a little bumpy for Denny Hamlin. We'll see if he'll go aggressive again. The 45 will be on the inside this time, and the 20 of Christopher Bell will be on the outside as we get ready for the green flag. 87 laps remaining here in the race.
Ready, green.
Really good restart there again for Denny Hamlin. Let's see if he can capitalize on that speed going into one. But here comes Blaney. What a run he has. 3 wide as they're fighting for that third position.
And Truex with a great run on the very top of the racetrack up to third.
Side by side for the lead. Reddick on the inside, Bell on the outside. Here comes that 11 of Hamlin. He's able to clear the 19 of Martin Truex Jr.
That's a power move by the 11, too, to just roll the bottom. Look at this big block. See how they figure it out on corner entry.
Carson Hocevar in the 77 in the middle. Legano's on the outside, but the aggressive move was the 50 there by Corey Heim.
Still side by side for the lead.
Oh, a little bit of run right here by Reddick. Now the 20 of Bell has forward momentum.
It's amazing that they can run side by side yet still keep that car length gap back to the 11. You would think the 11 would be able to close right in, but both cars able to create some great lap times.
This is where Reddick was a little better the last time around these corners. Just a little bit of pace right there. This time Bell able to stay right with him.
A year ago it was 3 wide for the lead for multiple laps. 2 wide for the lead now between Reddick and Bell.
See Bell right against Reddick through the corner, not running up the racetrack, trying to run the lowest possible line he can.
And Nick, this didn't happen 5 years ago. No way did you see this many laps at a high-speed track between the side draft or the outside car making the inside car loose. They just didn't have the ability to run side by side. Now we're seeing continuous laps. I don't think Denny knows which lane he's looking for.
Bell shipped it down in there that corner. He drove it way down in the corner, but it hurt him on corner exit.
Oh, a wreck behind him. We see the 9 of Chase Elliott, Rick.
Sliding into the grass. Caution comes out for the 8th time.
Easy.
Couldn't see what happened. I just saw at the top of the screen, he kind of got spun out of line. I don't know if it was on his own or if he had help.
He was running in 6th position. Here he is in the 2nd lane. Everything looks fine right there, but around it goes. And that's the razor's edge that these drivers are on. I spoke to several drivers this morning, and what they said was that to get the car to turn in the middle of the corner, the back of the car doesn't feel like it's stuck in the racetrack. It doesn't talk to them and let them know when it's too loose. That's what happened right here. He was in the gas, and it started coming around on him. He did not expect that at all.
So think about that. Chase Elliott, an amazing race car driver, spins out with no contact. Yet the 2 leaders are side by side. The racing is just shocking.
Here we go, let's ride along again.
Rolling the bottom, 1 back. Hold on to it, hold the brake. Keep it rolling.
So the art of driving a race car is being able to operate on the edge of grip. And when you step over it, that's the result. But if you're never willing to get there, you don't have enough pace. Let's listen.
No damage to the car besides going through the grass? No, sorry. It got loose. No, man, it's all good.
So I love that. It's all good. And why is it all good? Because That's what you have to do as a driver. You have to operate in that margin, and if you're not willing to, you're not going to go fast enough. This guy, Allen, has been around long enough to know that. It's just part of racing.
He knows you can't have it both ways. You can't ask your driver to try, extraordinary feats without understanding you're going to kind of cross the limit at times.
Right now, tied in the regular season standings, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson came into this race with 620 points apiece. And the reason that's important, you win the regular season, there's another 15 playoff points that you are able to earn for that win. Why didn't they come to pit road there?
Well, the pit road was closed right there, so I think they feel like the tires are not flat spot enough where they'll pop, because they, I think, at just a normal pit stop, try to keep their track position. Now, for the rest of the field, 79 to go, pit road being open and green, I believe, we're to this point where it might be uncomfortable, it might be a stretch, but I think all of these teams have to come to pit road as we see the 9 kind of arguing about where he should be in the lineup. We'll see what NASCAR says about this, because he's continuing to pass cars as we're coming to pit road being open.
Pit road open. All the lead lap cars are making their way down, Marty.
Rick, to Steve's point, James Small told Martin Truex Jr., we're close enough here that we're going to come down pit road. Truex said, I can't quite get it turned in the middle like I need, but my exits are really good, Kim.
Adam Stevens, Marty saying the same thing to Christopher Bell. We're right on our number. We need to come down now. Christopher needed to be freed up. You saw the chassis adjustment, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, no-go fuel. And Tyler Reddick also taking 4. Still tight on that machine, Dave.
Denny Hamlin said, I was a little bit tight, but that was behind those 2 who are racing for the lead. 4 tires here and fuel to get to the end. He won't be the first off pit road. That may be by strategy.
Yeah, not everyone on the lead lap came to pit road. We saw Ryan Blaney stay out on the racetrack. Allmendinger stayed out as well. So a few cars that were on the lead lap stayed on the racetrack. Caution came out for most popular driver in NASCAR, spinning off of turn 4 and into the grass he went. We'll have a restart when we return.
Welcome back to the Ally 400 at Nashville Superspeedway. Powerball wants to send you to NASCAR Championship Weekend for the chance to win $1 million. Ahead of Saturday's Tennessee Lottery 250, lottery players got exclusive access to the garages, pit lane, and the infield. If you want to experience NASCAR like this, check your local lottery and enter the NASCAR Powerball Playoff. You could win $1 million plus a portion of your ticket purchase will stay in your state to support good causes. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. And as we just saw cars pitting on that caution, some of them were right near their window. Take a listen to what crew chief Adam Stevens told Christopher Bell.
Save it. It's going to be on fumes.
So guys, if you hear that, you're going to be on fumes. If they stay out to the end of the race, it goes green. Does that make you a little nervous?
Well, one thing that tells me, though, is if Bell, who pitted at 221, is going to be on fumes, then this group up here can't feel very good about it, right? We have 188, 204, 212, 211. They're obviously going to try to stretch it. Adam Stevens is as good as any of figuring fuel mileage and risking it. But, you know, look, I don't hate the call if you're the 7 or the 23. You're trying to make something happen. You maybe can split this stage in the middle or something can happen for yellows. But, Marty, I think the leaders don't plan on pitting again.
Yeah, and talking to Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney. Blaney said on the radio how many stayed out. They told him 3. He went, ugh. So Hassler told me just a moment ago, Steve, he said, I certainly thought more would stay out with us. This does not put us in a good spot. I really, really, really need a long run right here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the toughest thing about strategy. I say all the time. They say, well, it's the right call. Well, when are the yellows going to come out? What's everybody else going to do? Because you can make the same call, Rick, and depending on the field, it's good or bad, and you've done nothing different.
Look at the 8th car at 10th spot. Where has he run all day?
Yeah.
In the 30s.
Right.
And pitting earlier has given him an opportunity to make something happen.
And you see the variety of tires as well, right? We're talking a lot about fuel, but some are on fresh tires, some aren't.
Blaney on the inside. As we get ready for the restart, Allmendinger on the outside. 75 laps remain here in Nashville. Again, the 5 cars up front all stayed out on the racetrack when the others on the lead lap came to pit road. And a few falling back early on this restart.
That 42 car in the middle, John Hunter Nemechek, it's missing a right front fender. So I understand that it's lacking the pace. Joey Legano, though, bottom 3 wide. That bright yellow 22 inside of Chastain and Bubba Wallace.
Chastain surging ahead of the 22 and 23. Take that spot, and here comes Legano and way up the racetrack.
Ty Gibbs was on the cushion.
Yeah, he was right up against the wall. Riding along with Chris Buescher. So how does this strategy work out for Blaney, Allmendinger, LaJoie, Chastain, Legano? Do they have to run a long ways?
Oh, Christopher Bell
Don't have
around.
to.
Big damage on the 20.
Huge hit for Christopher Bell. Caution has come back out again.
Broken toe link.
The dominant car today led 132 laps, and Bell now wrecked. He was running 15.
Yeah, he's
I don't have any power either.
Doesn't have any power. He got cycled back to 15th between the strategy calls. Let's see what happens.
Austin Dillon making it 3 wide. Oh, he just gets loose. He's all by himself. We talked about dancing on that razor's edge and what happens when these cars get loose, and there it is. Christopher, that thing came around on Christopher before he even knew it. These cars are difficult to drive, and being in all that traffic makes it that much more difficult. You just don't have the downforce on the race car back there in traffic.
He had been up front for most of the day, so that clean air definitely a lot different than what he was experiencing there as he was following John Hunter Nemechek through the center of the turn.
So to answer your question, Rick, Blaney's kind of in no man's land because everybody that was close on fuel who just pitted a lap 221 with these caution flags, they are absolutely not pitting. So now you have from basically, I'm looking at our timing and scoring, I want to say it's Josh Berry Josh Berry and even Joey Legano, they have enough fuel to make it. So there's 15, 20, 25 cars, Marty, that aren't going to come to pit road. I just am struggling to see a pathway out for the 12.
Yeah, and that's what Jonathan Hassler just told Ryan Blaney a moment ago. He said, quote, our bet is made. We got to stick in here and just see what happens. So they, again, want that long run right here. But Blaney kind of in no man's land, as you mentioned, Steve. They pit here. They're going to be behind everybody else that came to pit road a moment ago.
Yeah, so what has this strategy done? Look at the 16 car of A.J. Allmendinger. Average running position so far today, 28th. And here he is with 71 to go. Gambling a little bit that he can make it, but he's got a shot. I mean, he had no shot running 28th. Now maybe he can make something happen. Let's sneak in on the radio and see what they're talking about.
We've kind of made the bet in this, like we'd just be screwed if we pit now, so just ride it out here.
Yep, that's what we're willing to take, and if it works out.
So I really look at Blaney, Allmendinger, and LaJoie. I'm not willing to say they can't make it because I've seen crazy things happen in the sport, but it would really shock me. Now, Bubba Wallace, you know, at 212, that seems to be a more manageable number. Not easy, but maybe more manageable. And then the 221 cars, I believe, all can make it. Dave.
Before that last restart, I went to the 16 pit box and checked with Travis Mack. He kind of laughed and put up his arms, and he said, I mean, we need 15 laps. So they need about 30 laps of caution, right, to make that happen, but start counting. And behind them, the 7 of Corey LaJoie. Well, that's Ryan Sparks at the helm there. You know he'll take any chance he can to get his driver up front. He's going to do it here. I believe he said we're just going to run it out.
So if they can't make it, let's talk about the other option. To their point about a long run, if we went, say, 50 laps green here and then had a caution with 20 to go, while I do believe some cars would still stay out on old tires, a lot would pit for probably fresh tires, right, Jeff? So now, if they pit, they may restart 10th or 12th or 14th. You know, they would still lose some track position, but the penalty would be much less than pitting under this cycle right here. But we've yet to see pit road open because the 20 has been on pit road. Wrecker kind of giving the 20 some assistance back to the box. He said he had no power. I'm not sure the battery came loose or what happened.
And there's things like this that you can't control. Like, you don't know how long these caution laps are going to last. I mean, this extended this, you know, by maybe 2 laps. And that benefits, if you're trying to save, you know, a few laps of gas, these are things that just completely fall in your favor. He was stopped on pit road, so they couldn't open it.
Well, A.J. Allmendinger currently has 18 laps of yellow and 9 laps of green. So, you know, if you're 15 short, 18 laps of yellows, you've made up 9. So now you're basically, you know, do the math. You still need a few more, but one thing's for sure, the intensity is not going down with everyone else who's racing for position.
So you're saying there could be another caution? Or 6?
There could be another caution. They're going to work on the 20 now, seeing if they can get him back out onto the racetrack. And he's on the damaged vehicle policy right now, right?
Yeah, so he's on the clock. You can only repair certain things. You only have so much time. Looking at the team, though, I believe they feel this is more of a repair to get to the garage. And you ask yourself, you know, you've had a great year. You've won 3 races. This is not a slow racetrack, right? If you can't get a car confidently repaired, sometimes you're better off to just load them up.
That's part of the reason for the damaged vehicle policy is, right? If it's going to take you X amount of time to get it ready, then do you really want to put your driver out there on the racetrack and put him in a vulnerable position? There's been many drivers that have been driving race cars that were wrecked, that were thrown together to get him out for points, that the car failed and they got in another wreck. We don't need that.
John Hunter Nemechek's going to make his way onto pit road, but looks as though everyone else is going to stay out. It was the 20 of Bell who was behind John Hunter Nemechek, lost it through the center of the turn, up into the wall hard, and brought out the 9th caution of the day. Ty Gibbs and 4-time Team Toyota Olympian Elise Willoughby recently hit the Rock Hill BMX track in South Carolina, where they spent time riding multiple different areas in the facility while catching up on their passion for NASCAR and BMX racing. It brought back memories of Ty racing with his family back in the day. Toyota is a proud sponsor of the Olympic Games, which airs on the NBC Family Networks next month.
Ty credit, looked pretty good right there. Jeff, let's get you out there.
To do what?
Watch.
Thank you, Rick.
Blaney and Allmendinger will make up row 1 once again.
Keep an eye on the 1 of Chastain and the 22 of Legano. I feel both those drivers think they have the fuel. They're in the position. They feel these are the restarts to win the race.
Shadows coming into play now here at Nashville Superspeedway. As coming back to the restart, 66 laps remain.
Green, pushing out.
Four wide as they come into turn 1. And a lot of beating and banging back here, fighting for track position. Blaney, Allmendinger, Chastain, 1, 2, 3. Fourth still being contested. Bubba Wallace and Corey LaJoie. LaJoie on the inside, Bubba Wallace on the outside. Maybe a little contact made there exiting 2.
LaJoie's loose. Can Legano get a run and make it 3 wide? He's going to try to push the 23. No, there he goes. Big block by LaJoie. That completely messes up the angle for Legano, but he's still able to make pace. Oh, hurts him on the corner exit.
3 wide behind him. And Josh Berry running into the side of the 7 of LaJoie. Berry staying up here inside the top 10. That's Kyle Busch in the 8s on the inside of the 45, now on the inside of the 7. And right now, the top 4, with the exception of Chastain, are saving as much fuel as they can. Blaney can't make it.
I think that's a great point, Rick. I don't believe there's any way the 12 can make it. Allmendinger is thinking fuel. Chastain, I believe, thinks he can make it, and he is pushing Allmendinger. He's not going to let the 16 save any gas. On board with Chastain, the Busch light came. He's been looking to the right rear quarter panel of the 16 once again, rolling that second lane, doing a really nice job with middle corner speed. Just can't quite get there. A little bit of a run here, though.
Will he go to the bottom of the racetrack to try to get by Allmendinger? He's not able to clear him there, but he goes to the high side, Dave.
Going to try to make the high side work there. As you see the 3 wide there between LaJoie, Busch, and Hamlin. Hamlin's going to take the inside as well. As for Chastain, took 2 tires on that last stop to get his track position. The car's a little bit tight, but Ross is now making that pass. That's for second place.
Ross trying to go back-to-back here at Nashville, won a year ago. And now moves up into the 2nd spot, man. More than likely has enough fuel to make it all the way to the end of this one, where Blaney is still very questionable.
Now, with Chastain taking rights, you know, there could be a chance that it's not completely full. You know, we assume, looking at math, it's good, but we saw Ryan Blaney run out of gas on the last lap at St. Louis. So remember, you know, there are a lot of assumptions when you start calculating your fuel mileage. The 51, Haley's still in the mix, running 13th.
Big wiggle out of the 19 of Martin Truex Jr.
This is the previous restart. Truex and Larson. Larson up the racetrack. Lost control of his car, got in front of Truex, and Truex was not happy. A little retaliation. And believe it, oh, big spin.
Keselowski into the wall. And the 10th caution comes out.
How bad is it?
Harrison Burton also spinning around.
Wrecked us under caution.
Wrecked us under caution. We'll have to get a replay to see exactly who did what. A big hit by the 6, Rick. You called it, the big, long slide.
Looking like Hocevar might be the culprit as far as why the 21 was around. But let's look at the 6 and what happened here.
Yeah, outside the 3 of Dillon, down into the corner.
Oh. Just came down on Dillon. Must have thought he had him cleared.
Oh, Murray, trying to pull you. Trying to pull you back. Clear. Inside. Hold the brake.
It's hard because the audio, I'm not sure, is exactly lined up with the...
He just thinks he has Austin clear. Austin carrying his speed into the corner, and they make contact. Down the back straightaway.
Yeah, there's got to be more to this story because the 77 just hooks a 21.
I think NASCAR is going to like that under caution.
Yeah, there's got to be more to that story. You run next to one another enough. We've seen how many people mad at one another, and I agree. I think NASCAR is going to take a look at that. They do not like issues on pit road or issues under yellow. Let's listen in to Hocevar.
Why the f would he check up? Just get caught up. Stay off the radio. Don't know what happened right there. You're good. We'll talk about it later.
I think there's
a backstory.
A few, for sure.
Burton's catching up right now.
You try to
start under caution because I blocked him down the back straightaway. He can go kiss my ass.
Yeah, that was the response.
Two young guys. Aggressive racing.
Hocevar just 21, Burton 23.
See right here, the 6 is already wrecked, so we're coming to the yellow. 77 can say that the 21 checked up. I think at the end the 21 did, but everybody was slowing down but the 77. So it looked to me like the 77 is going up to express his frustration with the 21. The 21 sees he's coming in the mirror, gives him a little bit of a brake check, and then the 77 turns less and spins the 21 out. So that's the finish. I'm not sure what the cause was earlier. Dave.
Ryan Sparks calls Corey LaJoie to pit road for 4 fresh tires and fuel. Yeah, they weren't going to make it except with an extreme stretch, so why not give the driver the fresh rubber, let him race from the back, see what he can pick up in these final 55 laps, probably about 52 or so when they get going green, guys.
You hate to give up all that track position, but there's just, what choice do you have, Steve? You can't go that far on fuel.
If you can't make it, you can't make it. There's no reason to just, you know, keep your head in the sand. You have to pay the piper at some point.
Let's hear from Christopher Bell after a really dominant day, 131 laps led, now out of the car and with Kim.
Yeah, Rick, he had a great car today. Unfortunately, too much damage to continue. Walk us through what happened during that incident.
Just put myself in a bad spot, lost my cool, you know, got back in traffic with all those yellow flags, and then had a bad restart and just, yeah, put myself in a really bad aero spot, getting into one and spun it out.
Very frustrated Christopher Bell down here. Like you mentioned, Rick, led 131 laps, so at least the team has that to rest their laurels on.
And he won both stages. So it's not going to end up being a bad point day because he gained 20 points through the stages, but obviously the finish is not what he was hoping for.
You heard what he said, and we talk about restarts and track position and how that is so important. He said he got a bad restart, right? And then he put himself in a bad situation. Well, he did that because he's trying to make it up. You know, he's trying, hey, I got a bad restart, lost spots, I got to go make it up. And again, these cars don't drive themselves. They are very difficult to drive, and when you overstep it, that's what happens.
So they'll be trying to put that one back in the hauler as Brad Keselowski's crew working on the 6 to get it straightened out. Marty, what about the 12 team?
Well, Rick, normally when you're trying to save fuel to make it to the end of the race, you welcome cautions, but this just keeps getting worse for Jonathan Hassler and Ryan Blaney. Listen in.
Definitely not what we need. Yeah, just 4. Get about 8 more of those, we'll be okay. Keep saving all you can.
Don't think they're going to get about 8 more cautions, Steve, but man, what a box this race team is in. Is there a path out for this group, Steve? Because they have the lead, but they're way, way short still on fuel.
There's not a pathway I see that gives Blaney a chance to win the race. I think there's obviously a path, and that's what Jonathan Hassler's thinking about as we see the choose, that if we could somehow get a little bit of a long run, some cars might want tires, but I just don't see that. You know, he tongue-in-cheek, we need about 8 more of those. I mean, there's no real feasible way to connect the dots on the fuel mileage of this situation. So at this point, stay out of the mess as long as you can with the track position. Hopefully you get a yellow at the right time. This is the advantage of already winning a race. This is what Iowa does for Ryan Blaney, because without a win, you're thinking about all the points you're going to give up when you come to pit road. And that's still true, but with your name highlighted on the playoff grid, it makes it a little bit easier.
Chastain will be on the outside for this restart. Blaney on the inside. See some of the safety equipment making its way off the track. Two by two once again. We're coming up on 52 laps remaining here at Nashville. And as the sun begins to set on the racetrack, it seems as though the aggression level is rising.
Ready, green, green, green.
Danny Hamlin wastes no time, gets to the bottom 3 wide.
Oh, look
way up the racetrack.
Look at all the spots he's losing.
Blaney racing Chastain hard up front. Chastain able to clear it coming off turn 4. Allmendinger running Bubba Wallace very tight as they enter turn 1.
Danny Hamlin.
Yeah, close call there.
Yeah, so aggressive. When you get a run, you just got to take it.
Kyle Busch in the 8 ran him down the racetrack, and this is like the 4 also of Josh Berry having his hands full. Now he's got Ty Gibbs behind him, but they stay side by side with Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch, as well as Allmendinger and Wallace.
Hamlin clear Busch now. Little contact there. Allmendinger's doing a great job. This car had no pace early in the race, and he's hanging in there.
Another run by the 8 of Busch, and it's 3 wide for position. Ty Gibbs in the 54 on the inside, Hamlin right in the middle. Here comes Josh Berry. And also the 5 of Larson making his way back up towards the front. Maybe a little contact there.
Oh, still banging into each other. Hamlin just cannot clear this 8-car Busch. Kyle doing a great job. Again, he didn't have any pace early in the race, and now that he's got track position, he is going to fight hard to keep it. It's a lot of pride in that car. It's been not a year they wanted, but he is not going to quit.
Marty.
Boy, you got to give a tip of the cap to Randall Burnett. Average running position for Kyle Busch today, 27th. He finally finishes that pass on Denny Hamlin, now up to the 5th position. And Steve, when they came down pit road at lap 221, we called it a Hail Mary for that race team. Actually, it was lap 211. Called it a Hail Mary at the time. Have you ever thrown a Hail Mary and it worked out this well? Still a long way to go, but they're up in the top 5.
Well, if you've thrown enough in your career, some have to be caught. That was kind of my theory, but hey, that's what you have to do. We talk a lot about the length of these races, and we make a lot of conversation about strategy and track position, but you just have to continue to race. You got to drive it, you have to crew chief it, you have to always find a way where you could turn your race around. That's what this team has done.
Only 5 top 10 finishes this season for Kyle Busch. More finishes of 20th or worse. And now Busch closed the gap there on Allmendinger. So a little bit of contact here. Busch working to the inside of Allmendinger. This is for 4th.
Top of your screen, Ross Chastain leads. Ryan Blaney a little bit quicker.
The outside lane still can fight really hard. Allmendinger fighting Busch.
Up the racetrack he goes, and he'll complete that pass.
Oh, he just had enough. Said, all right, AJ, I'm going to take this spot from you. Just ran him up the racetrack.
And that lost the position on Denny Hamlin as well. And now he's under attack from the 54 of Ty Gibbs. And don't look now, but the 5 of Kyle Larson coming into the mix also. Ross Chastain out front. Nashville. final 38 laps. You're watching the Ally 400 from Nashville on USA. As we see the 11 fighting back on the outside of Kyle Busch. Season wins.
Probably the next 5 laps or so.
Talking about fuel there. Probably for Ryan Blaney, but watching on the left side of your screen, season wins running in the top 20 right now. And Hamlin and Larson, 2 drivers with 3 wins already. Hearing that was the 8th radio.
Yeah, so there's a lot of conversation. I think here's the situation. I have Chastain hitting a lap 2:21. You see 42 laps. I believe with the yellows, they feel pretty good. They can make it. Blaney, I don't have any way they can connect this. The 23 of Wallace, I still think they're a little short, but they're probably going to gamble, run it until it runs out. Hamlin, Busch also can make it. Allmendinger looks short. That's what I got out of the top 6. Blaney, for sure, cannot make it. So if you're Chastain, you're really probably focused on the 11 right here. You wouldn't love it if the 23 got by you, but I think if you're Chastain, you're just assuming pace-wise you are trying to outrun Denny Hamlin.
Gibbs and Allmendinger once again side by side. Kim.
And as we talk fuel, windows, and who's close and who's not for Bubba Wallace, before that last caution, Boogie Barker told him, save as much as you can. Right now, we're about 5 laps short. This team needing a really good day as they have dropped out of the playoff grid after last week's dull finish. So looking for big things today from Bubba Wallace. We'll see how it plays out. They think they're very close, though, to being out of fuel.
Speaking of very close, how about Kyle Larson in the 5 here? He's saying it's time to go.
Kyle Larson trying to make it 3 wide. Now he's going to jump up to the outside. I think that worked out exactly how he could have wanted it to. Now he's going to be side by side with Allmendinger down the back straightaway. He's going to clear him.
He'll take that spot away. That's 6th for Larson.
That's why he's driving that aggressive. Well, that's why. That's what it takes to pass.
I will say, there's going to be a lot of frustration heading to the street course. You know, there's been a lot of beating and banging and upset drivers.
That just makes Chicago that much more fun.
Denny Hamlin getting to the inside of the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Denny with 33 to go. He's got a good car. It's how long do these passes take? Clearing the 23 right there, a big advantage for the 11.
So Hamlin up to 3rd. We know Blaney will have to come to pit road for fuel.
I'm looking at that 2.6 seconds that Hamlin's behind Chastain. That, to me, is the number I'm concerned about. What can Hamlin do? Can he continue to run the 1 down? And if he catches Blaney on the top of your screen, what will Blaney do? Blaney's coming to pit road. That'll help Hamlin tremendously. He now has clean air. The gamble for the 12 just didn't work.
Marty.
Rick, about 2 laps ago, Ryan Blaney asked Jonathan Hassler, anything I can do for you at all? Hassler said, nope, there's nothing that's going to get us out of this situation. So, Steve, I think in all the strategy that they played out, they never imagined they would eventually have to make the final stop of the day here under green.
Well, I've been guilty of it. A lot of crew chiefs have been guilty of it. But at some point, you just have to admit you're on the wrong side of the strategy. They had yellows to come down and get fuel. Pitting under green is going to cost the 12 car a solid finish. You know, I think they could have finished easily inside the top 15, even if they had to restart near the back. Now they're going to basically lose a lap to the lead, and it's going to be a long day. It's been a rough stretch of fuel races for the 12 car.
Blaney was able to gain a couple points in stage 2, but that's not going to help much with where his finishing position will more than likely end up, as he's currently scored a lap down. Busch, though, after running, as Marty mentioned earlier, really averaging around a 27th place run, has turned things around to the point where top 3, and who knows what could happen here in the final 29 laps.
Well, we keep talking about this battle to make the playoffs. Joey Legano is running 15th. If Busch could find a way to finish top 3, what a major win, a gain in points on a day where he was having trouble staying in the lead lap, much less clawing out a third-place finish.
And as they're running, you see the points. Busch 33 below the cut line. The big thing for Kyle Busch is he has a streak going, 19 seasons where he has been able to win a race. That's the most ever in the history of NASCAR, or any driver, to be able to go that many seasons consecutively winning a race. And that is in jeopardy unless he gets to victory lane here in 2024.
Busch are trying desperately to get by Allmendinger. You see why it's so difficult. As long as Allmendinger can carry the center of the corner speed, he can keep that outside, and then he will run down the back straightaway with faster pace, just like this.
Marty.
Rick, there's racing all over this track. I just checked in with Randall Burnett a moment ago, crew chief for Kyle Busch. He did confirm for me they are good to go on fuel. And you think about the last few weeks for Kyle Busch, they've lost 57 points to the cut line, Dave. That's on paper. Burnett told me it's been much more when you look at our car potential. This team just needs a good finish. This would do the trick.
Leader Ross Chastain has been told he's good on fuel. If he can hold off Denny Hamlin, it'll be a hometown win here just outside of Nashville. You say, well, why is that? The cars are prepared in Concord, North Carolina. Well, the dream when Trackhouse was formed between Justin Marks and Entertainer Pitbull was to have a presence in Music City, in Nashville. Justin told me this morning that's becoming a reality in 2 weeks. They will cut the ribbon on 4,500 square feet of entertainment space for Trackhouse Entertainment Group right down on Broadway. They're looking forward to that. They'd love to celebrate it with a brand new trophy.
Big celebration a year ago when Ross Chastain was able to win here at Nashville. Could be even bigger if he's able to hold off the 11 of Hamlin. But Hamlin has been the fastest car on the racetrack for quite a few of the last laps. 1.8 seconds separate with 24 still to go here in Nashville.
He's about a 1/10 of a second faster per lap. He's able to keep that up. That's going to get him there.
But can he get by? That's what we've seen is difficult to get by.
Well, in Chastain and Hamlin, if he gets there, it's going to be fireworks for sure.
That's a great point.
This place isn't wide enough.
Yeah, still a 1/10 of a second faster.
And this is where, you know, Kyle Larson shows up at the end of these races. You see the talent. Denny Hamlin. This is Denny Hamlin's signature, right? We've seen it at Darlington. We've seen it at different tracks where he can just run raw lap time, run a guy down.
Martin Truex Jr. is looking to the inside now of Tyler Reddick. Truex Jr., another driver looking for his first win in 2024.
Talked about points. Bubba Wallace also, he can get to the end of this race with enough fuel. Sitting there running fourth, going to give up this spot right here, but would still be a big gain for them.
Enough fuel. That's the key, right? We saw the 12 have to pit under green. We've seen guys run out of gas. I think the 23 needs to understand when you could tow this 5 car right here, draft for a couple laps. Booty Barker, I know a win is great, but you're having a great day. Even if you got to lose 3 or 4 more spots, whatever your math is saying, try to get that 23 to the finish. Look at that. Basically 1.9 to 1.5 in 3 laps. Denny Hamlin, a big chunk that last lap, Dave.
Steve, he was told he will get there by the 5 to go mark. With 5 to go, can Denny Hamlin race Ross Chastain for the win? And Rick, I think you're right. Fireworks may ensue.
Yeah, those two, no love lost between the driver of the 11 and the driver of the 1.
But it's razor thin, right, Steve? That means Denny, with 20 to go, he's got to be perfect. He has to hit every lap, maximize his car every single lap, and Chastain has to do the same. It's too far to go. If Hamlin loses 3 or 4 tenths by making a mistake, he may not recover. That time, again, faster, so every lap he's catching him.
And he's getting bigger in Ross Chastain's camera or mirror or whatever he's using. And I think that's just as important, right? Not only is it a mistake that Hamlin can't make, you can't give Chastain that breathing room, but force Chastain to be perfect. Make sure he knows he has to push to stay ahead. because Denny really hasn't got to the draft yet. This track's wide enough you can run in a different lane in the corner, get a little toe down the straightaway. So I think when you get to about right here, 1 second back, I think you can gain in bigger chunks.
0.2 of a second that time. He's below a second behind him. And the key to this is that Chastain, his car likes the middle of the racetrack. Hamlin's car likes the bottom of the racetrack. So that gives Hamlin clean air. Will Chastain make a change in where he puts his race car to hurt the 11 car? Because currently, he's giving him the lane in 3 and 4 that Denny wants.
The only thing I've disagreed with I've heard so far is 5 to go. I don't agree. I think Hamlin's going to get there well before 5 to go, or at least close enough to call it a race.
So now Chastain went to the bottom of the racetrack. He was getting that information. The 11's on the bottom, so he went to the bottom to take that air away from the 11, but did it hurt the speed of the 1 car more than it hurt the speed of the 11 car? 0.2 of a second faster for the 11.
The gap closing with each lap. Now he's within 10 car lengths, maybe less, as Denny Hamlin has closed the gap. They're coming up on 15 laps to go.
So Hamlin adjusted. Chastain was on the bottom, so Hamlin went to the second groove. Now he has to guess, where's Chastain gonna go?
Some great coaching on the radio as well. On the 11, they tell him, you know what you're gonna get when you get there. AKA, you know the 1 is going to drive it wide. Have a plan.
Oh, Denny way up the racetrack. Big run.
That high line for Denny Hamlin, and big momentum as they come down the front stretch. 14 laps to go, and he's 2 car lengths back. Chastain to the bottom of the racetrack, drifts up in front of the 11, but Denny's there. Got up into the loose stuff too.
So Denny now has to guess where Chastain's gonna go. Assume he doesn't go to the same place he did the last corner, and he didn't. He went to the top.
So Denny goes to the bottom, closing in again. But then the 1 starts to pull away as they go down the front stretch. 13 to go. How much can you drive out of your mirror?
A lot. And it's happening. And Chastain slowed down about 0.3 of a second doing this, but it slowed Hamlin down 0.3 of a second also.
Hamlin high once again through 3 and 4. Chastain goes up there again.
Run to you. Half right with you.
Chastain down to block. Into 1. Where will Denny go? He goes high. Chastain stays low. Now he drifts up the racetrack. Again, taking the air off the front of the 11.
Oh, this is the closest Hamlin has been on corner entry.
Keep hitting your exit.
That's a great shot. You can see Hamlin put his car on the bottom, but with the 1 in front of him, he just got tight. He wouldn't rotate.
Chastain's on 2 tires, Denny on 4. The 11 has more speed, but can he find a way around?
Oh, look at that run.
Shorter distance, goes towards the bottom, and it's inside of a car length now.
Hamlin needs to go to the top right here. Go to the top. There you go.
Can he get to the outside? No, the 1 closes the door again. Denny has to check up.
Well, that's the problem with the top, is Chastain is just in his mirror. He just lets his car go up.
Blue down.
There you go, 10 to go.
What a great race.
Here's the problem for Chastain, though. That was a great defensive move, but it didn't take but a lap, and then he's back on the offensive.
Chris Gabehart just grabbed a drink. All right, I might sit back and watch this show.
All right, so Denny's giving him multiple shots, outside, inside.
Now to the inside of the racetrack, closes the gap again.
All right, so you showed him the outside the last time. I still say you try it one more time. Not as close this time, though.
He goes to the bottom. Larson has cleared the 8 of Busch, and so Larson up to 3rd. Now 8 laps to go. Hamlin way up the racetrack again. This time he'll have momentum if they come off of turn 2. Hamlin stays high. Chastain to the bottom of the racetrack.
Hamlin entered high that time, though, and that's going to give him a huge run off of 4.
Little run here. Still lined up a little lower.
Chastain blocks again all the way down to the apron. Oh, a big wobble by Chastain. That opens the door. Here comes Hamlin.
Clear, clear, clear. All clear. Focus forward. Half back. Momentum U.
Very loose for Chastain in 1 and 2. Drifted up the racetrack, and Hamlin's able to get by.
That was a great race. Give it to Chastain. He gave it all he had. The back of the car just wouldn't stick for him. He's not done fighting, though. If he can get to the rear bumper of the 11 car, expect anything to happen, but I just don't see it happening. Hamlin's going to drive away from him.
Hamlin has won the last 3 concrete tracks, going for 4 in a row on this type of surface. Larson clear in 3rd. Busch continuing to run in 4th. Gibbs has got past Wallace. Wallace back to 6th. Trying to nurse that short fuel tank, trying to get to the finish.
5 laps to go. Chastain has fallen back 6 car lengths now. Larson still almost 3 seconds behind Hamlin. What a performance we're seeing out of Denny Hamlin again. The 43-year-old won the pole for this race yesterday. It was his 42nd pole.
I'm going to tell you to go fuel switch 2 here in a minute, so be ready for that.
All right, so fuel switch 2, you have the opportunity to run on 1 or 2, basically lift pumps. What he's saying is, hey, I'm not worried about it. Probably with 2 laps to go, he's going to say go to 2. He thinks he can make it on gas, but he doesn't want it to stumble. Chastain is close enough that he doesn't want it to stumble and then flip to 2 then. Just be proactive. You're not going to pit. You're either going to run out of gas or make it at this point.
And the lift pump is inside of the fuel cell.
Yes, there's 1 in each pickup that fills a bigger pot. Although I'm going to tell you, Chastain is not going away. Only a half a second back. You talk about that razor's edge.
Fuel switch 2 on the front stretch.
All right, on the front stretch.
Fuel switch 2.
So 2 to go. Denny will reach up, change his settings.
Here comes Chastain again, fighting that high line. Man, what a turn for Denny Hamlin. 2 laps to go at Nashville.
They all think they can make it on fuel, but again, it's very close. Are the calculations right?
Denny Hamlin coming. Oh, what a slide by Austin Cindric. That brings the caution out. There'll be a restart. Welcome.
Not what Hamlin wanted.
Welcome Kyle Larson. Welcome Kyle Busch.
Well, welcome
right back into the mix.
And acids for the crew chief to make sure they can make it enough on fuel.
Oh my goodness. This was a battle for several laps. Still side by side off of turn 2. Oh, just a little contact. And when it did, it just caused Cindric to lose control. And we see that so many times where it looks like a harmless touch, but it just can shoot your car in a weird direction, and then you have to correct, and then you get yourself in trouble.
So now, Rick, we can kind of set the stage. You know, Wallace probably the biggest concern on fuel, but, you know, we heard the fuel switch conversation from Gabe Hart. You know, I don't think you could pit if you're Hamlin, but who in the field says, you know what, I'm going to put fuel in it in case this isn't the only overtime, in case we go farther, or maybe we're closer on gas than we're thinking. Right now, the most secure on gas, looking down their lineup, would be LaJoie back in 15th, right? He was last on pit road at lap 245. And this will put, I think, Blaney back on the lead lap as the free pass. So he's going to have a chance to kind of make something of the day and try to get some spots. Pit road was closed that time, and now we're just running extra laps. We're at lap 299 right now. Let's listen into the 11.
All right, keep saving fuel. I have enough for one green-white checker, that's it.
There you have it. I have enough for one green-white checkered. That's it, pretty emphatically. So, you know, these are decisions that don't seem a big deal. The 11, of course, you're going to risk it, but who isn't? You know, who down the running order is going to come in and take gas and end up with a great race because we have chaos and multiple green-white checkers? You know, can Bubba Wallace now make it?
Look at that, he pitted on 212.
Yeah, so if you look further down, Jeff, you know, you got, what do we got? We got LaJoie, Hemrick, Hocevar, all of those guys were pit road 245. So anyone who has fuel trouble, just gaining spots for them.
And the other thing is, Steve, for those that don't pit, have you restarted with this many laps on tires all day long? And they are, we've seen multiple times on restarts with older tires, the cars don't stick very well. This is uncharted territory.
Even if you have fuel sometimes too, just instant acceleration, the car doesn't run as clean as you want.
Pit road's open. Let's see who makes the left turn here.
I think up front we know the choices. 23 is the first question. Oh, yep, 23, and look at everyone he's bringing behind him. Chase Elliott decides to gamble. There's some back and forth.
Kim.
And for Bubba Wallace, they were going to be right on their number for the advertised distance for all the saving he did, not for this overtime restart. Frisbee golf is the call for Bubba Wallace. As you see tires going on, it's going to be 2 tires for Bubba Wallace. His teammate Tyler Reddick also in that car, just way too tight. They're going to change 4 tires as we have Chris Buescher in as well.
It might not be popular. I love this call by Bubba Wallace. I love what Booty Barker, he said, look, math is the math. We are not going to make this. You know, if they were 60, 70, 80 points out, I would say, why, you know, try, maybe they can stack up in front of you and you can win. But they're not. They're right on the cut line. They're the first car out. Points are still a pathway forward. And, you know, you can't just hope it into contention. You only have what you have.
Don't be in denial.
Busch showed it. The 23 committed, and then it started to be split. The white Napa car, the 9, he goes back out.
And they all want to pit, but you're just going to give up track position if you do.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We stayed out.
Legano says, nope, I'm going to stay out.
Yeah, this will be wild in the back of the pack because you have cars that have new tires, cars that have old tires, and in the front of the pack, we talked about it. Like, this is uncharted territory, restarting with this many laps on tires. Dave.
Check in with Chris Gabehart. He's looking over things now, wondering how Denny will be able to do, communicating with his driver. And as he sees him go by, Chris, what do you think from here? You said you had enough fuel for 1 green-white checker. Looks like he has a speed to hold him off as well.
Yeah, I think I hate that the 2 spun out. That's what I hate. But we have enough fuel to get it done. We have the fastest car and the fastest driver. Just got to have a clean restart, and hopefully it's the last one.
It's been an interesting day for them. They've overcome a lot. Denny Hamlin in front now for the restart here, guys.
Look who's around Denny Hamlin, though. He's got Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson, who's one of the best at restarts. And I'm guessing that the driver of the 1 and the driver of the 5, not too happy with Denny Hamlin potentially winning this. They'll go as aggressively as they can to take the lead away.
Yeah, you say one of the best. I would go so far to say he is the best. If you look at rankings, the driver of the 5 car, Kyle Larson, he is the best on restarts. It all starts in that restart zone. You see them swerving around tires. They're trying to keep them hot and warm because you've got to have a good launch right here, Steve.
You said restart zone. I challenge you. It actually starts in the choose. Where do you want to restart? 1, 5, 8. Put me in behind the wheel.
Well, all right. Ross Chastain will be the first one to decide. Hamlin's going to go to the bottom, which surprises me. Chastain to the top.
Larson will be behind Denny Hamlin for the restart. Kyle Busch will be on the outside of 2.
All right, so what's the goal here? Well, Denny Hamlin, the first thing you got to do is you have to leave the restart zone with great forward momentum, not spinning your tires. Chastain's goal, enter side by side with the 11. You don't even have to beat him to the corner. Enter side by side. If you're Larson, and by the way, Hamlin knows this, if you're Larson, when you get to the start-finish line, you need forward momentum, 3 wide. Enter turn 1 on the inside of Hamlin, and if you do that, Hamlin will be in trouble.
And what's Kyle Busch willing to do?
You'll go pump 2 and
19
blow
years
down.
he has won a race. This could be 20, just extending the record. He already owns it. Let's listen into the 11.
You're going to focus on your launch, and you're going to focus forward. Don't worry about that 5 behind you. Get a good launch, go win the race.
We've seen Denny in this position before where he didn't get a good launch and wasn't able to win the race late.
It is overtime, presented by Credit One Bank as they come into the restart zone. Hamlin on the inside, Chastain on the outside. Green flag back in the air. A big push by the 5, and up the racetrack, he catches the 1. Chastain into the wall. Big contact, caution comes out again. Gabe Hart said, I only have 1 chance at a green-white checkered, as we see Austin Dillon shoving the 43 of Eric Jones. Chastain, the window net down.
From having a chance to win the race to having your day done.
Hey, to Kyle Busch caught up in it as well, Rick.
We knew someone was going to make it 3 wide. But behind them was 3 wide. But that right there, just Larson gets up the racetrack. He was pushing, it looked like he was pushing Hamlin.
Something
and he just lost the front.
Something sparks, Jeff. Watch the front of the 5. I don't know if he hits the apron. Something seems to spark when it turns right. Hard to tell from that angle, but from behind, it looked like the left front might have caught the apron, really shot the 5 up the racetrack. Take a look.
He's in the back of the 11 right here. Gets on the apron. That's the splitter hitting the apron, and now it doesn't turn.
You and I were out there. That yellow paint is not on the racetrack like other racetracks. It's on the apron. So when he touches that yellow line, that is the flat.
It's like he's pushing Hamlin, trying to move him up the racetrack to try to drive underneath him, but doing that, he wasn't able to get his car where he wanted it to go.
And there's zero doubt if someone was going to wreck, they were going to wreck in front of Kyle Busch. I mean, they've done everything right today. Everything right for this 8 car, and here he is, the 1 dead sideways in front of him. Nothing Kyle Busch could do different.
Right along with Larson.
It's just pushing too late. You know, you're trying to push down the straight to get momentum, but now you're pushing in the corner, and it's just too late to do it.
Just 2 by 2, stay up, wreck it, come down, hang on. Unbelievable, hang on up there, it's gonna drop.
I'd said the 43, but it was the 42 there of John Hunter Nemechek that was in front of that 8, as we see the MR safety crew to Ross Chastain helping him out of the car.
And remember the other thing that Chris Gabehart just told Denny Hamlin, I have enough fuel for 1.
Well, that's
green white checker.
As this moves forward, we have yet to see pit road open, and that's really the question, right? So now, if we look at the last time everybody came to pit road, Hamlin, Larson, Truex, Legano, they're all in the same situation, right? The first car better is Briscoe right here. He's a few laps better. And you want to talk about upsetting the world? How about Corey LaJoie, Carson Hocefer? Those 2 teammates, the 7 and the 77, both came 20 laps after the majority of the field. So they have to feel great about their fuel load. Marty.
Steve, how about the fuel for Kyle Larson? Here's Cliff Daniels giving him an update.
Max fuel saving, we should be good for 1 more on fuel. Just got to keep saving as hard as you can.
Same situation for James Small and Martin Truex Jr. right behind them. But Steve, here's the issue. If this caution is a long caution, James Small told Truex we could be in trouble right here and may not be able to get this one in.
So it's interesting, right? Because when they say we have enough fuel for 1 green-white checker, that's 2 green flag laps. We didn't run 1,000 feet of green flag racing. So they haven't burned a lot of gas, one acceleration. But if you assume every 2 or 2.5 yellows is a green flag lap, we've run 4 or 5 yellow flag laps in this. That's basically a green-white checker. This is what the value of a win does. Because if you're Hamlin, you can run out of gas. Kyle Larson can run out of gas. Truex, while he hasn't won, he's 169 points above the cut line. I'm going to say he can run out of gas, right? It's Legano that I think Paul Wolf has the toughest decision, because he's sitting there in 4th, and they have 20 points above the cut line where they run. You know, I know a win fixes everything, but running out of gas is most painful to the 22.
Well, his problem is Bubba Wallace sitting there behind him in points. He did stop and get fuel, so you know he can go the rest of the way.
I'm pushing 11 on the bottom, inside 3 foot up your door there. Still in there. Fuck, man, hang on. Hang on. Hang on, more coming. You okay?
Still 4 wide, 2 inside. Still 4 wide. Easy, easy, easy. Stay down, keep coming down, down. Easy, easy, easy. Down.
What's Austin Dillon to do, right?
Well, and his year's been like that too. Just can't catch a break.
It's good to see Ross get out of that car. Remember, if you go back to the history of that car, those rear hits were a big point of discussion and safety improvements. And how soon we forget what that was like when you see just a real tough rear impact for the driver of the 154. I didn't really see that. Ty Gibbs had pretty hard contact.
And can you dismiss all the incidences with the Hamlin and Larson? It's just a continuation of that, where Larson's like, hey, I've had enough. I'm going to push you up the racetrack and take this spot, and just it's been ongoing. I just don't think you can think that didn't have something to do with this.
And so when they choose, will they be side by side for the restart?
This has been a ton of yellows. This is
difficult for those that are right on the edge for fuel.
And the storylines are endless. I mean, Briscoe, LaJoy, Hocevar, I mentioned Gregson, Smith. I mean, Harrison back to 13th.
So much history between the 11 and the 5. Remember, this has gone on for a couple years now. Back in 22 at Atlanta. Big contact for both of them. In Kansas last year, Hamlin got into the 5. Pocono runs him up the racetrack. Kyle Larson not happy about it. Then just recently in New Hampshire, once again ran up the racetrack. Pit road is open. We'll see who decides to make their way onto pit road and who really needs that fuel.
Well, I think they all need the fuel. The question is who's willing to just run out of gas trying to win the race. Let's listen to the 11.
Fuel-wise, you're doing a really good job here. We obviously have no reason to pit. We can't win pitting, so I'm going to run you out. You know what I mean? I've got 10 cars that are in the exact same position, effectively, 8 to 10. Everybody else pit like a loser, so.
That's just good, honest truth from a crew chief to a driver. Like, look, I'm going to just run you out of gas. I'm sorry if it doesn't work, but we can't win. We're here to win.
And Chris Gabehart said you're doing a good job saving fuel. Well, how do you do that under caution? Essentially, you have that thing shut off every chance you've got. You just have it in neutral rolling, then you put it in gear, start it up, all you have to do is keep pace with the pace car, but the majority of this lap, that 11 car is shut off.
Dave.
And Jeff, look for Denny Hamlin to choose that low line to restart the race again. I know you were a little surprised that last time, but the word from Gabehart last time was repeated again. The car on the bottom will wash you out. You know how you can use up another driver if you choose the inside. So I believe they're going to encourage Denny to take that inside again. Do you like that?
It's just not a great choice. I mean, you're right. You expose yourself to being used up if a driver's on the bottom. But if you give them the outside and Kyle Larson's able to roll in there next to you and he just breaks even with you through the center of the corner, now he has the advantage down the back straightaway. Now, if you're on the bottom, you have the advantage of, shucking him out of the way, getting into turn 3. So not only could taking the bottom be a defensive move, it also could be an offensive move because of what it allows you to do to control that other car.
Gonna be right at it, pal. Gonna be really close.
Here we go. Inside, outside for Hamlin and Larson.
The other concern.
Still saving the whole way here. Cleaning your tires.
All of this fuel saving.
You do a lot. We'll go.
Is what happens if you run out on a restart. If you take off and that thing does not go, it will be a big wreck because everybody behind you will not anticipate it.
And you heard right there, well, still saving well, but try to clean your tires. You need fuel to clean your tires because you try to accelerate and spin the rear tires to clean them up.
So who has enough? Let's go 2 more laps here in Nashville. And you look at that second row, Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch. How hungry are they for a win? Martin Truex Jr. celebrated his 44th birthday yesterday. Kyle Busch, as Steve had mentioned, 19 years in a row he has been able to win a race, and now he's this close. Marty, what's up?
Real quick, Kyle Busch got his spot back. NASCAR moved him all the way from the back, all the way up here to the second row.
That's ridiculous.
Not sure how that happened. We'll find out, but green flag back in the air. A great start for the 11. The 5 ducked down, cut the 19, and we've got a spin in the back. Let's see if he's able to keep it straight and we stay green. 3 wide per second. Denny Hamlin pulling away. Will he have enough fuel to come all the way back around? They're wrecking behind him. The caution will come out again. There's more overtime.
Caution on the back.
Well, if there was ever a question, I would say right now,
we can win the race.
so we saw that these drivers are on fumes. We see Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming in the 47.
Rick, you called it. The 99 was in the grass on the front stretch. He actually kept it straight, and that got the field into 1 and 2. And then off 2, the leaders were pretty organized, but back deep in the field, somebody got turned around. Let's try to take a look. I mean, it's chaos. 3 wide. The 10 goes up there. We're 4 wide right here. Oh, it's back actually behind that. I couldn't see. I was looking up some. Maybe if we see that one more time right there at the end, somebody gets into the 51. I mean, I don't. It's
Corey Himes sideways in the 50 there.
Yeah, the 51, the 50. You see Josh Berry.
Once they start all checking up.
Right, exactly. Here we go. Let's see if we can look. I'm looking at Josh Berry now, all the way back at the right of your screen completely. So it's back further than this. Look right to the right edge. We're going to watch the 77 back up. Here comes the 50. Here comes the 51. I think somebody gets Harrison first. So now looking at it that way, somebody somehow.
Ryan Preece.
Yeah, gets into Harrison, turns him right. He catches the 51. And then it's just a melee, right? Everybody's spinning. Let's take a look here.
3 wide middle. Still 3 middle. Still 3 middle.
From behind.
Easy, easy, easy. Come middle, come middle. Watch your outside.
Yeah, you saw Roofs move way in the back. This might be a good shot at what happens first. This is great slow motion right here. All right, so Preece gets the right rear of Harrison, sends him right, and then they're all banging. Now, it's hard for me to know what Preece was struggling with here. Let's see. Oh, well, he's struggling because he has Harrison's rear tires off the ground. So, pushing, not trying to wreck him, trying to push the 21. It's a green-white checker. You're trying to push the 21 forward, but we see this at Daytona. You know, a little push is okay. At some point, you're just pushing the guy faster than it will go. Harrison loses the back of his car, and they all kind of pile in together.
AMR safety crew there with Harrison Burton as he'll head to the infield care center. Pit road is closed, and now you see on the left side of your screen virtually no fuel for any of these drivers. Let's listen in on the 11.
We're 15 seconds from winning and then 10 seconds from winning.
Yeah, you and I have lost them a lot of ways together, friends. Just at least we're in position to do it.
Gabehart also told him we could be emotional about this and stay out and try to win it, but I don't think we can win it this way. They are talking about pitting. They just don't have any fuel.
Well, I like the call the last time. I think Gabehart understands the situation. So, you know, if he knows it's dire and he knows it isn't, which it's gotta be, I do agree with his assessment, right? I mean, you're still racing for regular season points. If you don't think you can win, that's a tough call.
A little bit of cleanup still to be done here on the backstretch, and so pits are closed.
We have Kyle Busch lined up in fourth. We were all shocked coming to one to go that he was lined up in fourth. Let's watch this last replay. So he's an innocent victim, had nothing to do with the wreck, but that doesn't matter. Like, he is out of the screen. All these guys are going by him. There he is. All these cars are going by him. He's lost his track position. He could not keep pace. Right? Here he is in fourth.
So the rule is that you have to keep pace with the field. As the field takes the yellow and slows down. So as the 1 comes up, the 8 gets on the brakes, not to hit him, to your point, not his fault. But I see how many cars you want to go through. I see the 23 go by. I see a whole bunch.
It's just crazy that they lined him up in fourth. It's not right.
I would love to see Kyle Busch win for the 20th year, but I can't see any way that Kyle Busch should be fourth in this situation. And he was in the accident, not of his doing, or avoiding the accident, but you can't stop on the racetrack. Cars that are on the left side going by at speed have to be scored. What happens is, Rick, is if you're in the accident or you can't maintain pace, you get blended back into the field, kind of where you either return from the wreck. There's no chance in my mind that the 8 maintained the pace or the average pace of the field. And look,
just to go a little bit further with that, they do freeze the field at a loop. And so the loop gets crossed, but what you're saying is if you can't maintain pace, it doesn't matter if you cross that loop if you have to stop.
Yeah.
And so that's the issue that you're talking about.
Correct. As we see now, the green light, pit road's open. So we talked and heard a lot of conversation about potentially pitting. The 11 chose not to pit. Dave, change of decision.
Gabehart says, I'm still convinced you're going to run out, buddy, but if it hasn't stumbled by the time you get to the entry of pit road, don't come. Remember, 2 fuel pumps. If the first one stumbles, you go to number 2. It hasn't stumbled yet for Denny Hamlin. They're all gamblers. Kim.
Ross Chastain out of the care center after going for a spin during that first overtime restart. What can you tell us from your vantage point?
Oh, Busch Light Country Chevy had a chance to win, Kim. That's so cool to come back here to Nashville, the birthplace of Trackhouse, where Justin Marks moved his family and started this idea of this Cup team. And to come back and have another shot to win is just absolutely incredible for the Busch Light Country scheme and all of our partners with Worldwide Express, Kubota, Jockey, and the Moose.
Do you think that overtime restart was fair racing?
Oh, I'm just driving down in turn 1, and I knew that I hung on the 11's right rear, and I had a shot to win.
And then finally, emotion that you're feeling right now, looking for the first race win and knowing how much this place means to Trackhouse.
Yeah, I mean, my feelings are hurt, of course. I want to be out there. I want to be racing. I'm just a racer. That's why I raced yesterday in our Use Your Melon Chevy, and that's why I drive so hard. And not that anybody in Cup doesn't, and anybody in any race car these days. I watched late model stock race last night. Great race at South Boston, and 3 questions gets me a long answer, Kim.
All right, to choose. So these two have already decided. Once again, Hamlin will be on the inside, Larson on the outside. Truex and, yes, Busch will start 4th.
All right, so again, do they have, number 1, do they have enough fuel? Number 2, you have to get a great launch.
And you have to have fuel. Let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car real quick and explain. We talked about the pumps, the lift pumps. This is inside the fuel cell, left side, right side. Those are the pickups. Those boxes filled with fuel. They have a little trap door. That's the key. You're hoping that that trap door holds enough fuel into that and you get enough pickup. That's the pickup right there. It's on the bottom. You hope to get every drop. And I'm going to tell you, if the 11 makes it, that's what the fuel cell is going to look like inside.
Dry. All right. Well, we asked a question 2 restarts ago. Do they have enough fuel? We'll ask the same question. Can they get all the way around 2 more times?
Go blue down now. Blue down now. Pump 2 right before you fire.
So now he's got to flip a switch to pump 2. Hamlin on the inside. Larson on the outside. It's overtime again. 2 to go from Nashville. The 5 doesn't go. They bottle up behind him. Big wreck for the 8.
Out of fuel.
5 was out of fuel. Caution comes out again.
That's what we talked about earlier. If you run out of fuel in front of this pack, it's going to get ugly.
Frustration there.
He gets a response, no matter what. In victory lane, he gets a response. Any issues? Absolutely, Rick.
He's just going to keep doing it.
Just stop.
Well, it's broke. It's broken something in probably the toe link or something, and he just couldn't get it rolling. It's been that kind of year. I mean, they caught a break in the lineup and then just not able to execute on it. And this also, how many people are just going to have to pit here?
Well, so this is starting to change the outcome very quickly. You mentioned who has to pit. Let's talk about who doesn't. So if we can put the last pit in the graphic, we're going to show you who I believe has to be feeling good. It starts with Briscoe as you hear the crowd cheer for Kyle Busch. Man, it is. So there you have it. We have Briscoe has a few more laps than the cars in front of him. Smith and LaJoie feel great. Bubba Wallace, let's remember, they bit the bullet a long time ago and pitted to put gas in that car, and here he is all the way back to 8th in that 23 car.
Let's look again at what happened. 5 just doesn't go.
Yeah, he goes to the throttle and has no fuel, so it just won't go. And Kyle Busch, just nothing he could have done, nothing anybody behind him could have done. You know, Elliott ends up spinning him around, but it's not his fault. He's expecting Larson to be going, and he can't.
Five away, still half off, ready, green. He's out of fuel, middle, pushing you. Hold the brake.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? You said it, right? Everybody has to try to go. The 5 does a nice job of moving right to not get wrecked.
I think that we are in the position of some really difficult decisions have to be made. Legano pitted on 221. Can he afford to run out of fuel here? So many cars have damage. If you did pit, you could still claw out a reasonable finish. Gibbs is running in 24th, and he is completely torn up.
Marty, what about Kyle Larson?
He came on the radio. Rick said, I had absolutely no warning. Here comes the decision for everybody, though, Steve. Martin Truex Jr. said his car just stumbled. Do you risk it, or do you come to pit road?
I mean, at some point, you just have to come to pit road. Kyle Larson had no fuel, couldn't accelerate. I think they're going to pit. I think they've seen enough in front of the field. The 11, the 19. Legano risks it, though. Hear the crowd respond. I actually don't hate this call for the 11 and the 19. You want to win a race, but you still have 2 drivers in there, Marty.
See, for both of the Joe Gibbs Racing drivers that came down pit road, the code was, hey, or the message was, if it stumbles, come down pit road. Truex failed at stumble. James Small brought him down. We'll see if these 4 fresh tires help him, Dave.
Message to Denny Hamlin was, your teammate, Martin Truex Jr., has stumbled. I just don't see any way you can make it. You're going to have to bring it to us.
It's an interesting situation at the front as well, because I do think you have to decide who you start behind for fuel also.
How about Zane Smith in the 71?
Zane Smith, Corey LaJoie,
Noah Gregson, Ryan Preece. I mean, all these guys, you get a surprise winner today.
Oh, man.
You get a surprise winner today, and we keep talking about how close the points are. Well, that would completely change the game.
Zane Smith, he's going to be restarting up in the top 3 as we look at the playoff standings there, and close to that cut line, Busher and Wallace. But Zane Smith, the 25-year-old out of California, his average finish this year is in the 20s. Best finish 13th at Daytona to start the year.
Well, and Chase Briscoe, you know, he has 3 laps more fuel than Legano. So, you know, I think he has to be feeling the, I won't say good, but better. Let's see where they all decide.
We've talked about the potential negative for Legano running out of fuel, but the positive would be if he won the race, he's in the playoffs.
Yep.
We don't talk about points anymore.
Briscoe, LaJoie, Zane Smith, Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott, all up here in the top 3, or the 3rd row.
So with LaJoie starting behind Legano, I think it's very important for Ryan Sparks to be explaining to him how close the 22 is on fuel. And if you, I know you can't leave room, Jeff, but leave enough room that you can get left. Like split them 3 wide if you have to. Any stumble, and the 22 just won't accelerate.
I don't think you can do that as a driver, Steve.
Right.
I just think that, yeah, you've just got to leave assuming they're going to launch, because if you don't, then you're not going to be in position you need to be in to win the race. I mean, LaJoie, I think what LaJoie's goal is to not be behind him by making him 3 wide getting into turn 1. That's what LaJoie needs to be doing. He needs to time this just right. And Zane Smith, you know, if I'm Zane Smith, I'm thinking 3 wide. How do I get on the outside of Chase Briscoe?
We saw that number by Corey LaJoie. The career starts, 254 career starts for Corey LaJoie, never a win. Now an opportunity where he has enough fuel, almost runs into the back of the 22, trying to clean the tires up here. Getting ready for the restart again. LaJoie in that 2nd row. Legano and Chase Briscoe making up row 1. Looks like the 9's out of fuel. He falls back. They're side by side for the lead.
48 looks like he's not accelerating as well as he had hoped. The 71 has some momentum, battling up front.
Logano back to the inside. Chase Briscoe fighting on the outside. Logano drifts up the racetrack. He takes Briscoe all the way up out of the groove.
If Briscoe gets to him.
White flag here by 2, yellow's out, crap.
One more time, we're going to try overtime. They didn't get to the white flag, and you see the 4. Such a tough day for Josh Berry.
Logano, we keep seeing people run out of fuel. Can Logano even restart again?
Least amount of fuel toward the front is Joey Logano.
And Briscoe is not happy with Logano at all. Logano ran him way up the racetrack.
Heavy damage on the 54.
Just, I want to remind the fans at home, this race was scheduled to go 300 laps. We've already completed 325 laps, and we still haven't got to the start of the overtime that ends this one.
I've missed the exit on the interstate, but I've never gone a whole nother county by accident. And everyone, like, the complexion has changed so much. Look at the cars back in this. Preece, Reddick, Wallace, Busher. I mean, these were drivers that we really weren't even talking about, but after so many chaotic restarts.
Here's the accident. Josh Berry was sideways into the wall and then down, and it didn't look like he was able to refire.
No, and that's a pretty
caution.
And it's a heavy impact. I mean, look, I know we want to get the race finished, and I understand all that, but in the end, NASCAR has an obligation to Josh Berry. Josh Berry just backed his car into the wall running 155 or 60 miles an hour. I don't think it's fair to see if, wait a minute and a half to see if he's okay. You want to basically send emergency services right away. You don't know if he's going to drive away. You have to officiate the race, overtime or middle of the race. That's an instant caution every single time with that much wall contact.
Berry shortened that one up as pit road is open.
Joe Logano's committing again. I appreciate Paul Wolf's commitment.
There's Kyle Busch. So Chase Elliott, we saw him slow. Corey LaJoie decides to come to pit road.
I don't understand that one. I thought he looked good on fuel, but obviously something the opposite for the 7.
I think probably afraid they have damage.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they think they have oh no, they're going under the hood. To your point, Jeff, there's something else they're worried about, not just fuel, mechanic under the hood.
Dave.
Okay, Ryan Preece up front now, running 4th, or running better than that. Yeah, is it 4th now for the 41? There you go. On the restart, what will he choose? How far forward will he be? Talking to Chad Johnston this morning, he said, we were not good. We went to the setup of our teammate, the 4. Until Josh Berry crashed there, that 4 car has been very fast. So Ryan Preece has something to work with. And guess what? Plenty of fuel. Kim?
And maybe not plenty of fuel. Joey Logano before that last green. Paul Wolf telling him we have 4 laps, so we'll see what he can do with this additional overtime restart.
It'll be the 5th attempt at overtime, and looking at the top 11, only one has been to victory lane in 2024. That's Tyler Reddick.
And they're wanting to get this thing going. Coming 1 to go.
The choose again. Logano running right down on the apron.
I'm super impressed that Logano has been able to make it this far. Everybody around him with this many laps on fuel has had to pit. Either they had to pit or they ran out of fuel before they pitted.
A lot of craziness taking place here to get this one done, and we'll pick it up next week in Chicago, on the streets of Chicago. And again, that starts Saturday for the Xfinity Series on NBC. Countdown to green at 3 o'clock, racing at 3:30. Be streamed on Peacock as well. Sunday, SVG will be back on track to see if he can defend that win from a year ago. We'll be embedded with Tyler Reddick in stage 2, and it all gets underway at 4 o'clock again on NBC. So Logano, we know, is very close on fuel. Briscoe also very close on fuel. They make up the front row. Zane Smith, Ryan Preece make up row 2. Chris Buescher, Tyler Reddick, row 3. Field in the hands of Logano. Back in the gas they go. Both get away clean.
Great restart for Logano. Now it's about hitting your marks. You don't have to defend. Just make lap time.
And do you have enough fuel? Tyler Reddick making the move on the high side all the way up to 4th. Down the backstretch, here comes Briscoe. Logano on the bottom. Briscoe drifting back. Here comes Reddick.
He is flying. He is going to get to the 22.
1 to go. White flag in the air. Next flag ends the race. Reddick to the high side. Logano drifts up. Logano looking for a win in 2024. Reddick, one more chance. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. He goes up the racetrack. Logano goes up to block. Off turn 4. Logano is going to win in Nashville.
We did it! Yeah! Yeah! hell of a job. Good job, guys.
Three shots saving there, bud.
The gamble paid off.
It's unbelievable. Not just the perseverance, not just the calls by Paul Wolf, but the veteran driving by Joey Legano. Forget the speed, the blocking, the protecting, but somehow stretching the fuel, you said it, Jeff, further than anyone else was able to do it. We saw Briscoe run out on the backstretch on that last lap. He had 3 laps more fuel than Joey Legano.
And it's still running. Bang.
That may have done it.
What more do you need?
He did the burnout.
He got to celebrate.
Don't discount. I mean, we talk a lot about the fuel mileage, but don't discount the move he made over in 1 and 2 to take Reddick, take it away from him. You know, Reddick had massive momentum coming to him, and Legano just said, nope, I'm going to take it away from you. And what a great drive.
And look at the emotion. Here's a 2-time champion. And he was fighting all season long, just right at the cut line to get into the playoffs. And now this win locks him in.
Just an insane finish here at Nashville Superspeedway. And Joey Legano, welcome to the playoffs. How confident were you that it would actually react and have fuel in it on that final overtime?
It's a good question for Paul, but I know into 3, my fuel light came on and it stumbled across the line, so that was definitely all of it. But so proud of the Shell Pennzoil Mustang team. It's been a stressful few weeks trying to get into the playoffs, and being able to win here is huge for our season. So felt great to get that. Boy, it feels good, Marty. I'm out of breath. You know, we had it won off of 4, and then the caution came out. I was like, oh my God, but you can't pit. Like, you kind of got to go for it. And boy, it was close, but you got to give a lot of credit to Roush Yates, not only building horsepower, but building fuel mileage. That's what won today.
Joey, knowing this was your shot, what were you willing to do to keep Tyler Reddick behind you?
I drive all over the racetrack, apparently, but I had to. He had tires there, and so just had to make different moves and go different places. And I'll tell you, when I went into 3 and I saw that light, I was like, oh no, I'm going to run out off of 4. And it just stumbled and spit and sputtered across the line there. Somehow I had enough for a little bit of a burnout, but I'm going to need to push back.
I could tell the relief in your voice when you said, thank goodness. That's what your reaction was. How much pressure, can you describe it? This takes off the 22 team.
So much pressure. You know, trying to make the playoffs is not easy these days with these next-gen cars, and everyone's so equally matched. And, you know, I made a lot of mistakes, even some tonight, and it's nice to be able to overcome. So I just got to thank Shell and Pennzoil, Hunt Brothers Pizza, AAA, Ford, everyone to help support us all the way through. Coca-Cola. This is just it's a much-needed win for sure.
With an assist from Paul Wolf, Joey Legano, the 2-time champ, is now officially in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs in 2024.
Another checkered flag for Joey Legano, and it was a crazy finish again. We see the 99 go up, clip the 19.
This was on the front straightaway.
He gets right back in the gas.
And then he said he had just enough fuel. It stumbled when he crossed the finish line. And the team celebrates again. 15 and 13 now straight years for Joey Legano to also get to victory lane. He's locked himself into the playoffs.